Hey, good morning, everybody.
Jetty House.
Hey, Zabo gets the belt today. Congratulations,
Shout out
Zabo.
Happy Tuesday, everybody.
Salute. What's up, Russ Dog? Good morning, Wheezy. Good morning, David. Good morning. Good morning, Warren. We're going to talk more about Kuminga today. Maybe make a little pros and cons list.
Good morning, everybody.
Hey, Mike, is a really, really good. What time are we at? 9:06. 10 minutes late today. That's okay. Get back in the lab. This isn't, every fall is an opportunity to get back up. So I believe in you.
Use this as an opportunity to get better.
Yeah, exactly.
What's up, Kyron?
The day Mike gets the belt is going to be a big day on this program. What's up,
Germs, Westside Kings fan, David, Wheezy.
Oh my God, there's so many people in here.
Stevie B 916.
Kyron, what's good, baby?
Jose.
What's up, Matt? Hey, Tyler Jennings.
Shout out.
Tyler.
Hey, salute.
Securin.
Cousin Pete. Shout out to Cousin Pete, man.
Yeah, shout out.
Beautiful day out this morning.
Marcus.
Windows down.
Beautiful
windows
day
down.
in California.
On the drive-in, windows down.
Love that for you. That's awesome.
Absolutely.
What's up, local guy? Josh, Justin.
Oh,
Chris.
What a great song. The whole album's good. Is that Justin?
Johnny G.
Johnny
G, more like.
Johnny G all time.
Oh, there it is.
We were just going to name some dudes today.
Cousin Pete. David Jackson, Casey Tucker.
Or Delman Young.
I'm not even going to lie. That name crossed my mind this morning or yesterday. I don't remember why.
Hey, good morning, everybody. That's Jesse Toppy. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's with us. Jesse in for James Ham, who is on assignment this week. And by on assignment, I mean he's hanging out in Cabo.
Yeah, he's having a great time.
Must be nice. The weather's beautiful here, too, though.
Oh, yeah.
We're hanging out, having a great time.
The weather's, honestly never bad here.
Did you... I'm sorry. I want to... Good morning, everybody on the radio, 1320 AM and 98.5 FM, HD2. Good morning, everybody on YouTube and Twitch, youtube.com/ESPN1320.
I'm going to do your stuff.
Twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We're now going to pause the housekeeping so Jesse can talk.
We were just naming baseball players irrelevant. I'm going to throw in Milton Bradley. I didn't get that one out there.
Oh, Milton Bradley.
Right, yeah.
Bad person, but...
Yeah,
Bobby
Milton Bradley's
Grich.
crazy.
Who?
Bobby Grich.
Bobby Grich. Why do you know Bobby Grich?
Sounds like a Boston Bruin hockey player.
No, Bobby Grich is a Los Angeles Angels, California Angels legend. Why do you know who Bobby Grich is?
He should know his history.
Do you know who Bobby Grich is?
I should know who that is.
How did you?
Do you want the real answer? It's not nearly as cool as.
Yeah, I need to know this.
I did not look it up.
Why do you know Bobby Grich?
MLB The Show. Yeah, MLB The Show.
I'm not gonna hate it.
Very good.
Hey, that's how I learned.
No, I'm not gonna hate that at all.
I learned geography through FIFA. Whatever.
I need to get on that because we'll do. My wife and I watch Jeopardy sometimes, not to brag. And if it's a geography category, I'm out.
Yeah.
I'm getting no answers in that one.
So bad at geography.
I can't tell you where any. You could ask me, not even internationally. You ask me in the United States, like, what town is between the Mississippi and the Ohio River? Like, didn't know there was an Ohio River.
Yeah, that
beats me.
It's Midwest. I'm sorry.
I got nothing. I got a wife from Kansas, and I still got nothing. But yeah, real quick before we get to some King stuff, you said you were thinking about Delman Young this morning.
Yesterday, this morning, I have no clue why. I don't know if I was thinking about baseball players too, but Delman Young came up in the mind, and you just brought him up, so it's kind of weird.
My lasting memory of Delman Young?
Detroit Tiger, right? I thought that was his name too. I was wondering if that was his name. I'm pretty sure it's Delman Young.
If this is the same person, Delman Young, 2006 to 15, he was on the Tigers in 20.
Yeah, Tigers.
He was on the Tigers in 2012. Yeah, because he made one of the worst throws I've ever seen in a baseball game during the World Series.
Is that why we know that name?
Remember
I don't
he
remember.
Went to go make this throw in from left field against the Giants. Delman Young charges, comes up with it, and goes to fire home and stuffs it like 6 feet in front of him, and it just rolls to third base.
Got it. Okay, maybe that's just why the name that's just in the back of my mind then.
Yeah, shout out
shout out Delman Young. We still tell you a legend.
Call him Elman Young because he didn't play a lot of defense.
Okay, relax. Let's do this show now.
All right, welcome to the Insiders.
Jeez.
James Hammond, Kyle Madsen Show's the podcast. You can listen on. There's so many apps you can listen to this show on. There's no excuse if you don't listen on the radio, or if you listen on the radio and then you have to get out of your car.
We take it as a sign of disrespect if you don't listen otherwise.
That's facts. Because we're on the radio for sure. But then you get out of the car, you can turn us on the Odyssey app, or the iHeartRadio app, or the TuneIn app. Search ESPN 1320 on any of those apps. You can listen. You get to work. Like, I can't have my phone out of work. I can't have headphones in. Well, hey, good news. We're on YouTube. YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. Jump in. Hop in.
Out, yeah.
There's no if
you have
maybe,
no excuses.
Maybe you work a job where you're like, I just can't consume content during my job or during my day. Whatever you're doing, that's cool. That's why there's a podcast. Joe works very hard to get each hour and the full show up at the James Hammond Kyle Madsen Show podcast feed, available wherever you get your podcast.
Shout out, Joe. If you don't listen, you just hate us. It's fine.
If you have the most busy schedule of all time, you turn that podcast on as you're about to lay down.
Bang, bang. Put you right to sleep.
There it is. No, that's not. Okay.
little Kyle Madsen, little voice of Kyle Madsen to put you to sleep.
The Sacramento Kings yesterday made the Dennis Schroder signing official. The Pistons, it is a sign and trade. So the Pistons are receiving part of the Kevin Huerter traded player exception and a protected 2026 second round pick via Charlotte. The Kings are getting Dennis Schroder and a 2029 second round pick. The Kings retain their full mid-level exception. I'm glad they got this out of the way.
Yeah.
Like, this was just, the longer this lingered, the further I got to, are they going to botch this?
See, I think that's
is Markelle Fultz going to be their point guard next year?
Okay, I think that's just Kings PTSD. Though.
I think it is.
Because I was never
wrong.
It's not. Okay, can it be wrong, but also understandable? Because like I get the thinking, but it's also like I don't think that's like that was never my thought. It was just like, oh, they're just working on other things, and then because the reporting was also like always like this is gonna get done. It's just a matter of they're working on some other things as well. But it was always just this is gonna be something that will be done.
Yeah,
but I get it. Like I won't call it wrong, but I understand it. Yeah,
it's definitely that.
We had a caller I think yesterday talk about that. I think not necessarily Dennis Schroder stuff, but just kind of like like maybe Kuminga doesn't want to be here because of past issues and stuff like that. Maybe that's what's holding it up. Like there's always that Kings PTSD with fans.
I don't think the Kuminga thing has anything to do with it.
No, yeah, I'm just saying like there's just kind of like this the PTSD.
Yeah, it's hard
past
to
mistakes are always going to linger around.
So like with the 49ers, for example, I always like we say on this program, we are never going to tell you how to fan. There's no right or wrong way to do it. You do what you want. Your life, you enjoy it. It's sports. It's not that serious.
It's the dumbest thing we do.
It's without question. It baffles me that we get paid to do this. So fan how you want to fan, but I always think it's entertaining to me when 49er fan who has seen their team in the Super Bowl twice since 2019 and who's seen their team in the NFC title game 4 times since 2019 is just in constant meltdown mode.
Yeah, I know a guy yesterday was talking about, hey, if Brock Purdy doesn't start the season off hot, like he's going to be in trouble. He just got a deal. He's fine.
Yeah, that's where. Yes.
I know that. Yeah. Yes.
No, that's a separate thing.
No,
I don't want to dig back into that.
Yeah.
But just in constant, like, oh my God, everything's on fire. Fire everybody. They lost the Super Bowl in 2019.
TC calls in, day out.
And wants Kyle Shanahan out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There are so many people, and that's not specific to TC. There are so many people that are just like, everything sucks, tear it down. It's like, what? With Kings fan that believes it, I can't blame them.
Mm-hmm.
Because I can't point to, hey, but look at this very recent run, 2019, 2021, 2022, 2023. That's 4 times in 5 years that you were in the NFC title game of the Super Bowl. With Kings fan, and so when Niner fans like, oh my God, everything's awful, it's like, okay, well, relax. If Kings fan goes, hey, I'm kind of worried that this Dennis Schroder thing hasn't been officially announced. Like, I'm getting kind of wary here. It's hard to, I'm not going to be like, hey, calm down.
Well, yeah, because how many times have they been right too?
A lot.
Exactly. Like we looked so fondly upon Beam Team 1 when that was all happening in the moment, and then just kind of distancing out and all that. Like, it's just after that, it was all horrible.
During that entire season, that 22-23 season, I was still at 95.7 for most of it. And I would come on D'Lo and Casey on Fridays. And I remember having that conversation of like, look, there's no other shoe to drop here. This is a good team that's going the right direction. Like, if you don't, they have a vision. Like, Monty McNair is building something. This sounds so silly in hindsight, but at the time, I'm telling you, this is I'm freely admitting I was wrong.
No, well, we all were.
But it's like there's no other shoe to drop, guys. Like, I understand Kings fan is very, very traumatized by a 16-year playoff drought. But look, they're back.
Yeah,
like they are here, and every person that had that consternation of like, I don't know, that I'm just waiting for the other. God, it's
I know an entire Foot Locker fell on everyone.
On everyone.
Yes.
So I'm no longer in the. I will when I can. I'm going to view things through. Hey, like, this is why this could work. It's why I'm not sitting here going, man, Scott Perry is failing his first test as GM because, man, they haven't gotten this Kuminga thing done. Dennis Schroder might be their only impactful offseason signing. Oh my God, everything is awful. No. I'm not there. But when the Schroder signing got announced yesterday, our own James Ham actually first reported it, that sign and trade is official. For me, it was like, oh, okay, thank God.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even like the Schroder contract. I didn't even like the
It's just a sigh of relief that something got done.
Yeah, that they did something.
Yeah.
Because in the world where, and again, maybe we were never close to this, and like you said, this was agreed upon. It was just the machinations of how it was going to go down. I think you're right. But in the world where something happens and Schroeder winds up going back to Detroit and the Kings are just kind of left holding the bag.
Yeah.
That would have been really, really tough.
Yeah, because it wouldn't have been the first time. You get Eric Escobar in the chatty house says they need to operate like a normal organization for 4 years before they get the benefit of the doubt from me.
In 4 years?
Yeah.
The cutoff?
Fair. I don't know if it's a cutoff. It is for Eric.
I think that's fair, actually.
Yeah, I don't hate it. Like, yeah, because it's like we saw him do it for 1 year. It felt like with Monty McNair and co. I was like, all right, like they got some here, and then it just turns out like that just wasn't the case at all. It was kind of, I don't want to say covered up or whatever, but like winning cures all, you know.
Are they operating like a normal organization right now?
Yes.
Totally.
Yes, 1,000%.
I think if they weren't, I think they would have. How do I want to say this?
Well,
I think if they
like
weren't, I think if they weren't, they'd be heavily in negotiations for Jonathan Kuminga, and they would be dramatically overpaying to get him. That's how I think if the Kings were gonna mess this up somehow, and again, I don't know. Maybe whatever vision Scott Perry has is out of control and it's not going to work. I don't know. But if their entire plan was we're going to give up the farm to make sure that Jonathan Kuminga is wearing purple and black, that would be a massive red flag for me.
Yeah, and you kind of look at it too. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of the whole, we got to get rid of Malik Monk stuff or whatever. But you look at that and they weren't, seems rumors where they weren't interested in Trae Young and all that stuff. So I think there's a process and a plan to like, all right, now Scott Perry's trying to bring in players that'll kind of just fit the identity of what him and Doug Christie want. And it's only been a week and a half as well. Like, there's so much offseason left. There's a whole season, trade deadlines, yada, yada, next offseason. So there's so much like left he's got to do and all that. But I mean, so far, so good for me.
Yeah.
I don't love the not rebuilding thing this year. It is what it is. But I think for the direction they're going, I'm cool with it right now.
I think there's, because I said yesterday, for me, there's a certain aspect of this where if the argument is, well, hey, maybe Zach LaVine and Domantas Sabonis and DeMar DeRozan weren't tradable.
Yeah.
Figure it out. Like, I know that doesn't help, but like, I'm not getting paid to be a GM. I'm not having these conversations. I'm not making these phone calls. I don't have the connections that Scott Perry has.
Yeah, no, I get the figure.
But on the other hand, there's been nothing egregious. Like, should they have done this or that? Like, maybe. Like, you can argue one way or the other. Should they have tried to trade Zach LaVine? Yeah, and maybe they did. And maybe there's just no takers. But nothing has happened outside of the price they paid for Dennis Schroder, frankly. Nothing has happened that I've been like, wow, this is a mess.
Yeah, and I'm not the biggest fan of running it back, but like looking at last season, is there any aspect where this group coming into this season could have been successful last year at all. Like Zach LaVine kind of just got thrown into a fire. DeMar DeRozan ended up becoming a leader when he wasn't supposed to.
Yeah,
everyone was playing out of position. It felt like
it feels
like maybe there's just some calmness going into this season where I'm not saying they could get into the playoffs and make a run or anything like that, but just maybe it looks a little bit better this year.
I think this relates a little bit to the Bradley Beal thing. Bradley Beal, follow me here. Yeah. This may not work, but I'm going to try it on the fly. Bradley Beal is not a bad player. Bradley Beal is good at basketball. Bradley Beal was overpaid and had a no-trade clause that made his contract very, very bad. That's the bad. The Kings don't have bad players like this. I've been listening to national podcasts acting like the Kings are going to win 20 games this year.
Yeah, no, I don't see that.
No, the Kings are in a really tough spot from a team building perspective. This is not the Kings are awesome. I'm not viewing this with purple glasses, I promise. From a team building perspective, they're a disaster. They're in a really, really hard position. This year, next year, just because Zach LaVine, assuming he picks up his player option, is expiring next year, doesn't mean you're automatically going to be able to trade him.
Yeah,
for assets. I get that's not
it's a nice theory and thought, but it's you still got to make it happen.
Right. So, and you may not be able to. But from a team building perspective, they're in a really tough spot, and I don't argue that. I will never argue that. But on the other hand, they have a good enough collection of players that gives them a floor beyond the 20, 25, 30 wins. To me,
they're about what they were last year, I think, as far as a floor.
And I think if
maybe even a little bit better.
All things, and again, this is not they're doing everything right and they're building towards something. I'm talking about this year because I really think that Scott Perry is get through this year, then we'll figure out next year.
Yep.
And if it's not next year, then we'll make the moves that we can, and then we'll figure out the following year. I think that's where you have to be as a Kings general manager right now because of their contractual situations. But I think if you go into this year with no additional moves, you're a couple bounces away. Last year, in what a mess of a season that was, from winning 42, 43 games.
Yeah.
And
that's what I'm saying. Maybe you go into this year, which is there's no mess. It's just this is the group of guys. This is our team right here, and it's just there's a calmness to it. Where, like I said, we're not saying they're going to win 50 games or anything like that. I don't say they're going to win 45. The number for me is 40 right now. That's what I've been stuck on. But it's just like you said. They were a couple bounces away from maybe being 43 wins. Maybe they could do that this season.
I hope so.
But the future doesn't. I don't feel the greatest about the future too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't blame anyone that's solely focused on this year and just trying to see their favorite team win as many games as possible. I totally get it. All right. Something interesting is happening with Devin Carter. We got to talk about that. We'll have Jonathan Kuminga watch coming up as well. That's Jesse Tapia. I'm Kyle Madsen. That's Joe Brazil. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're hanging out with you till noon right here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. Do you think Michael Porter Jr. is excited about being in Brooklyn?
I don't know. Michael Porter Jr. seems like a weird guy.
He is a weird guy.
I have no clue, to be honest.
I got another one. Terry Pendleton.
Wow. What about... I'm just naming some guys today. What about Doug Mirabelli?
Former Red Sox, I believe. First baseman. Shout out Sean Figgins.
Catcher?
Yeah.
Was he not
I think it was
Tim Wakefield's personal catcher?
I think so. Something like that. Shout out Sean Figgins. Andrew Gray. Troy Gloss.
Oh, Sean Figgins. That's a good one. Eric Ibar?
I know a lot about that old
Myceres Torres?
Benji Molina.
Garrett Anderson.
I don't like being on the spot.
Francisco Rodriguez.
Oh, shout out K-Rod.
Oh, who was the guy? Brendan Donnelly? Had the weird herky-jerky motion reliever?
Yeah.
Troy Percival was their closer.
What's up, Filthy?
Troy Gloss, Tim Salmon.
Angels have just never been back since that.
Kendrys
Morales poor went out for Kendry.
Oh, broke his leg jumping on home plate. That was tough. Hey, what was their center fielder's name? Oh damn. Chris Chris Ochoa, help me out. Who is our center fielder? Garrett is the only name that's coming to my head, and it wasn't that. Oh, Ben Greaves is a good one.
Chris, who was the old Angels center fielder from around that time? We are not Angels fans.
Darren Erstad. Darren
There you
Erstad.
go.
Thank you. Or Darren restarted. That's close. What's up, Scooter? I got a bunch of A's ones. Donnie Murphy. JJ for Maniac.
JJ for Maniac.
AJ for Maniac. AJ? JJ?
What is it? Billy Butler's always been the one, right?
Kevin Kuzmanoff. Cliff Pennington.
NBA guru might just be, bro.
Catfish.
It's tough.
Catfish Hunter. I'm going to go text a couple of my group chats that this is what we're doing at breaks today. And
jump in here and start throwing everything else on there.
Mark Ellis is my favorite player growing up.
Shout out Marco Scutero. Broke up Kurt Schilling's no-hitter.
Shout out Marco Scutero. That was one of my
Shannon
favorites.
Stewart did that.
Oh, Shannon Stewart?
Yeah.
Okay.
Shannon Stewart. Good pull, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was
there.
that.
I was there when Schilling almost had that.
I was sitting in my stats class watching on my, what was the phone that slid up?
Not the sidekick, right?
Blackberry?
No, it wasn't a BlackBerry. It wasn't a Sidekick.
I had the Motorola Razr one.
Oh, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
At the breaks on the YouTube side, on a video side, we're just naming some guys today. Just naming random baseball players. For me, I don't know where you guys land on this. You can't name Hall of Famers.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like if we're just naming guys, I need some randos.
Yeah,
that's what I'm looking for. Kurt Suzuki is a good one.
Yeah.
That's a good random guy.
I
a really nice career, Kurt Suzuki.
Gregor Blanco.
Gregor Blanco, the Greg White Shark.
Shout out Melky Cabrera.
No.
Milkman.
No, spoiled milk with him.
Oh, are you Giants fans not fans of Melky?
No.
Geronimo Baroa, that's crazy. All right, that's Jesse.
Shout out Pokey Reese.
Oh, Pokey Reese, that's a really good one.
Shout out Pokey Reese.
It's a really good one. That's Jesse Tapia. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're the Insiders. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we're hanging out with you until noon. Interesting stuff out of Kings practice yesterday. Media was on hand for that. And it sounds like Devin Carter is going to play a lot of point guard in Summer League. And he spent the offseason working on the different reads that he's going to have to make as a point guard. If this is the plan, if the plan is to make Devin Carter a point guard, which he didn't necessarily look like to me last year, he looked more like that. He can sometimes bring the ball up, but he's going to be a defensive pest. He's going to grab some rebounds, and you're hoping that he can credibly hit a three-pointer where people have to guard him, right? Like that's kind of the ideal role. I think if your plan outside of, hey, we just kind of want him to have a cursory knowledge of this in the event that he has to be thrown into that spot, okay. But if they're currently trying to make him the point guard or make him a point guard, I think you need to lean all the way into that this season. Unless he goes to Summer League and it's just a disaster.
Yeah.
And it's just, he can't do this. But if he goes to Summer League and he shows actual growth, where as the Kings, you're looking at Devin Carter going, hey, maybe this guy is the point guard for the next 10 years. If that's how you come out of Summer League, even if you don't think he's that now, but you think that growth has been there, to me, I'm skipping adding another point guard. I'm going, it's going to be Dennis Schroder, Malik Monk is probably going to be here, and Devin Carter, and giving Carter real minutes at that position.
The idea is fine, but also feels like a little bit what they were trying to do with Keon Ellis last season.
Mm-hmm.
In Summer League. You can have the basketball in his hands and have things run through him.
Sure.
If it's not a developmental, I don't love it, to be honest.
Why?
It's just, if it's not a developmental year, whatever, and you're trying to win ball games this season, then go look for a backup point guard or something like that. If you think Devin Carter comes out of Summer League and you feel comfortable with that, I guess it's fine. But it feels a lot like another another player was like, hey, this isn't what he does, but we're gonna try and make it work here because the roster just doesn't fit.
So that's a problem.
That's why I don't love
you
it.
Cannot.
I'd rather the Kings just finally get guys who play certain positions and finally have everyone who just does what their role is supposed to be. Like Devin Carter is not a point guard, and it's like maybe he can be for the next 10. We brought up, maybe he comes out of it being the point guard for the next 10 years or something. Like you start on that path, but like in reality, he's not a point guard.
I agree.
And like I said, you're not wrong in your thinking, your idea, but it's just more of the same that they've been trying to do.
Maybe Devin Carter's not the right vehicle for this.
Mhm.
And so we can set that to the side.
Because like I said, you did it with Keon Ellis, and it's like that he wasn't the point guard that you try to make him to be or anything like that.
No, but I think it's a little different. I think it's a little bit different. Because I think Carter is just a little bit more adept at the ball in his hands already.
Mm.
Like there's a different learning curve between Keon and Devin Carter. And I don't think they thought Keon was ever going to be a primary ball handler. I think it was more, hey, we want him to expand his game in this way. And maybe that's what it is for Devin Carter, but it doesn't sound like, based on what he said he was working on all offseason and what he's going to be doing for the summer league team, it doesn't sound like that's necessarily the case.
Yeah.
But let's put that aside. Let's assume the Kings are just saying, hey, we want you to expand your game a little bit in this way. You're not a point guard, but we just want to make sure that you have those things in case you're put in that spot where you do have to do some playmaking. Okay. I think and I've said this before, and I will say this all off season. Anything they're doing this year in service of wins, instead of putting their future first, is moving backwards. You can't, let's say, I'm going to bring Devin Carter back here. Let's say they think Devin Carter can be a point guard. Let's go to that world where they're going, you know what, we really think that this guy could be a true point guard. Then you need to let him do that this year. And maybe it's not Devin Carter. Maybe it's Isaiah Crawford's another name I bring up a lot with this.
Yeah.
Maybe it's Isaiah Crawford. You're going, man, we really think that could be a rotational guy. Then put him in the rotation.
These are all Monty McNair's guys, though.
No, I don't. Okay, stop. I don't.
No,
care.
I'm saying like Scott, like maybe Scott Perry just doesn't like he didn't like pick up anything. Maybe he just doesn't view them as his future though.
And if that's the case, cool.
Yeah.
Then they don't.
It's less about Monty and just more so like Scott didn't bring in any of these guys.
Cool. Okay. And if that's true, then that doesn't matter.
Uh-huh.
But if he goes, yeah, you know what? Hey, Isaac Jones. This is Scott Perry talking. Isaac Jones, I'm out. Devin Carter, we can try him at point guard. It doesn't really. But Isaiah Crawford, I think we got some here. If you have a young player, this is it. If you have a young player, whether it's Nick Clifford, whether it's Maxime Reynaud, whether it's Isaiah Crawford or Devin Carter or whoever, if you have a young player that you think is part of your future, I don't think you do any kind of service to them or your future by making them sit. I think if you have a young player that you think is going to be part of your rotation moving forward, that player has to play legitimate minutes.
Okay, I don't disagree, but I think I don't disagree, but like at the expense of like, what do you mean? Like you're just sitting DeMar a little bit more, like sitting Levine a little bit more.
I would rather, if I'm going back to Devin Carter, if they think that Devin Carter can be a point guard, a legitimate point guard, if they think that's the case, then don't go get Malcolm Brogdon. Don't worry about Russell Westbrook. Let Devin Carter and Malik Monk and Dennis Schroder be your point guard rotation. If you think that Nick Clifford is going to be a major rotation player for you down the line, then don't go out and sign. Or if you go out and sign, is Amir Coffey still available? Let's say you go get Amir Coffey. Don't play him over Nick Clifford.
Mm.
I'm just trying to come up with examples on the fly.
Yeah.
So I'm really interested to see when the Kings debut at Summer League, what Devin Carter looks like in that point guard role.
I don't doubt he'll look good either. Like, I mean, you threw him in the G League a few times last season. He just tore it up, went for 40 every time, it felt like. I don't think there's going to be a time where it's like, oh, yeah, Devin Carter can't do this looking at him in Summer League. But it's just more so you're going into the league with a bit of an unknown at your backup point guard spot. And, like, if it doesn't work out, it's like he can't run the point, then what do you do at that point?
Maybe I'm missing the mark entirely. maybe they're just doing that because he's going to very clearly be their best player at Summer League. And maybe they're anticipating he's only going to play 3 Summer League games and then they're going to get him out of there because he's going to score 40 a night or 40 a game. And they go, all right, that's enough. We wanted to get you to get some ball handling reps, but you're done now. Maybe that's it.
I do think, though, like you kind of can look at it this way. If he's going to be around and they can't trade him or anything like that, and he's going to be on the roster this year, this is probably the best way to get him some minutes this season.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so I guess if it's for the sake of
You
he's
have a
here,
log jam at the 2.
yeah, he's here, so we got to find something for him and all that. I don't hate it.
Yeah.
But again, it's just I'd rather you be sure about what you're doing at that backup spot rather than what they've done in the past, where it's we're going to try and make it work here, and if it doesn't, we'll pivot again. But again, they're in a tough spot, which is they've got a logjam.
It's that balancing act too of trying this year versus developing for future years. And my focus, when I view the Sacramento Kings, my focus is more on what does the future look like? What does this look like in 2027? What does this look like in 2028? And Malcolm Brogdon, Russell Westbrook, they do 0 amounts of things for 2027 or 2028. And to me, you can't even argue the culture and getting guys to play the right way, because how many here's an exercise. How many players on the Kings right now are on the team and major contributors in 2028?
1.
Who is it?
Keegan Murray, hopefully.
Not Keon Ellis?
He doesn't even have a deal right now. I wanted to say Keon, but he doesn't even have a long-term deal right now. I'm assuming it's going to be Keegan because I'm assuming he's going to get one.
So that's...
But I would have threw Keon in there, but like I said, he just doesn't have a deal right now.
So that's why I'm I don't care. I personally...
But that's the thing too.
I know the Kings do. I know the Kings very much, and you can tell in the way they've operated this offseason, they care very much about being relevant this year. And so my wish of, hey, get the young guys in isn't gonna fly.
Yeah, that's kind of my thing too. You're not even necessarily wrong, but it's just I don't think they have a roster where it's it's built for maybe the Isaiah Crawfords or the Isaac Joneses to come in and really get some true development, because DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine and all these other guys are trying to win now.
Mm-hmm.
We can't wait for you to figure it out. And it's unfair a bit or whatever, but it seems that's the plan they're taking this season.
Man.
It's if this was a developmental year where it's it's not looking too great, they're probably not going to win a lot of ball games. Yeah, throw Devin Carter out there, get him some minutes at point guard, and we'll see how it looks like. But there's a point where it's if he's out there with the vets and all that stuff and they're moving and he just can't get in the flow, that's going to look bad. That's not – he's been in an unfair situation since he got drafted.
Man.
You drafted a
guy. You're right. I know you're right. I'm
Thank you.
Deeply frustrated by this continued idea that, and again, it's this reality. It just frustrates me the same way traffic on my way home frustrates me. Figure it out. You drive this way every day. You know that 50, the exit is the right 2 lanes on 5. Why are you cutting from the fast lane all the way over to 50 and stopping traffic because you planned poorly?
Sounds like this morning.
Nah, it's on the way home. It'll be this afternoon because it's inevitable. It frustrates me, but I know it's reality. I'm so frustrated by the notion, and again, I understand, but I'm frustrated by it. The notion that you can't take Sabonis off the floor. Oh, you can't waste a year of DeMar DeRozan. He's 36 years old. You can't waste a year for him.
Yeah.
Well, Zach LaVine can't come off the bench. Oh my God.
I get it, but you said it's reality. It's just reality.
I hate this.
It's the reality of the situation.
I hate that everything about the Kings is being done in service of dudes that are doing nothing for their future playoff.
Oh, yeah, you're going to get 33 minutes of Zach LaVine. You're going to get 35 to 38 from DeMar DeRozan. You're going to get that from Domantas Sabonis, and frankly, you're going to have to like it this year.
I'm not going to have to like anything.
Well, fine. You're gonna have to watch it.
I'm gonna hate it, dog. I'm gonna watch it, but I'm gonna hate it.
I won't hate it as long as there's a plan and a process out there for us to follow.
But that's I guess that's it.
Uh-huh.
It appears, if you disagree, please tell me. It appears the plan is, we'll wait.
Yeah,
What?
you kind of scared me off of that yesterday, to be honest, about like just like those deals that we're trying to talk about, like that's what you do next year. Might not even be there. Might not even be something you can do.
Yeah, right. So okay.
We got Tyler
Okay.
Jennings in the chatty house. Agrees with you. Says facts, Kyle. It's sickening. Tyler Jennings has been rebuilds for anyone that could hear it.
It's just I know the Kings are not.
Uh-huh.
Does
the Zach LaVine trade for Fox last year, is that why they can't?
Yeah.
You think that's just kind of what's holding this all up?
That's the major. That's the. Yeah. And this is not exclusive to James or you or me. This is what everybody, I think, kind of knows. That was the move that that locked them into this spot. Because I think if you don't have Zach LaVine, let's say, I don't want to rehash the De'Aaron Fox situation.
Just call it Keldon Johnson, Jeremy Sohan, and a first round pick, whatever.
I don't even. But I think so. You know how Kenny was saying yesterday how Scott Perry's 2 steps ahead because he's doing low ball offers for Jonathan Kuminga. Then you can say the same thing about the Spurs.
Yeah,
and say they were 2 steps ahead of the Kings because they knew that the Kings weren't gonna. De'Aaron Fox wanted to go to the Spurs, so they weren't gonna give him anything crazy. So I don't even think that you could change the deal. The right thing there, and again, the past is a past, but you just don't do anything.
Yeah, I got you.
And you go, we're going to figure it out this year, and then we'll revisit this in the offseason. And I think the deal is probably different this offseason. If nothing else, your Zach, I promise you, Scott Perry is not trading for Zach LaVine. Promise you. That's not happening. So you're at the very least, even if the deal is not substantially different, even if you're not getting players back or Stephon Castle or whoever else we were talking about, even if you're not getting that back this offseason, you're at least not handcuffed to this.
Yeah,
Zach
you have flexibility.
You have a little flexibility.
Zach LaVine's a great player and all that, but it was a short-sighted win now move that
Zach
just blew up in your face. Yeah,
he's a good player.
Great. Like, what are you doing to me, man? Like, he's a great scorer and all that. Like, I'm not saying he's a lead or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? But it's just it was a short-sighted win now move that maybe it was a pattern move or whatever, but just put you in a tough spot where like you have no flexibility until next year. Like once Zach LaVine got here, everyone was talking about like not what he's gonna do for the team, but more so, you got a year till he's got his player option, then you can move off him after that.
That's been the entire conversation.
Yeah, just from the get-go.
So that's the one. And that's why I'm not going to lay this at Scott Perry's feet. I'm not going to say that this new front office is already a disaster. Like, no, they got dealt a nigh impossible hand because the owner needed to have Zach LaVine on his team. And that is the painful reality we wade through every time we talk about the Kings.
Yeah.
And I
hate it too, because if you knew you were going to let go of the past front office, then you probably should have waited for the next guy to make the move. We're just rehashing old stuff. Yeah, I know.
But that's the main. It's not the Sabonis extension. It's not the DeMar DeRozan signing. I think the DeRozan thing obviously did not work out how they hoped, but that's not prohibitive in the way that the Zach LaVine deal is. It's for me.
Yeah.
So
we'll see though. Maybe you can get a Kuminga in here. Maybe.
Yeah, we'll do some Kuminga watch. I can't believe it's turned into a fan.
No, it's a whole feud. It's a whole war again. We're back.
How has this happened?
This is round 1 of the playoffs all over again.
We talked about this a little bit yesterday, but this has turned into.
No, he's not doing that. Are you serious? The Warriors would never do that. Or the Kings, or it's like the Kings are just in control right now. It's just back and forth.
The thing is nobody's wrong.
They're just negotiating.
Nobody's wrong.
Yeah, they're just negotiating.
The Warriors are never going to take that deal. Is it also the best deal they might get in that it's the only deal they might get?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like. Scott Perry did the right thing and went, hey, restricted free agents aren't going to be getting a ton of money. The Warriors have been telegraphing since 2023 that they don't want Jonathan Kuminga around.
Yeah, they hate that guy.
So Scott Perry did the correct GM move and said, "Man, if we can get this guy on the cheap, let's try it." So here's this offer.
Scott Perry's doing exactly what he should be doing.
Right. And Golden State goes, "No, thank you." And it sounds like now the likely outcome here is Kuminga agrees to some short-term extension with the Warriors, and maybe they trade him at the deadline. Maybe they trade him next offseason. But I don't. The Warriors are not dunking on the Kings in any way here. The Kings are not dunking on the Warriors in any way here. There's no feud.
Can you imagine Scott Perry and Mike Dunleavy just talking trash to each other back and forth? Like, you see what they're saying about you on Twitter right now? I'm kicking your
I
ass.
will never do that deal. I will never do that deal. Yeah, like you can Warriors fan can say all they want that that's a ridiculous offer. The Warriors would never do that.
That's not the point.
But yeah, and it's the right thing for the Kings to do. Assuming now, we gotta stop. It's the right thing for the Kings to do, assuming one thing. We'll tell you what that is next. That's Jesse Toppy. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil is over there wearing one headphone. We're the Insiders, and we're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320, and we are Sacramento Sports Leader.
So, Michigan.
What up, gang?
It's always funny because that man has a real name and all that stuff. I call him Michigan or Mish.
Let me just say I thoroughly enjoy when Jesse's in here because I know you guys are gonna just like it's an awesome debate. It's amazing.
You like when we
Thanks,
fight,
man.
Joe? Is that what you're saying?
It's very
You
entertaining.
love it when we. You love
Joe
it
just
when
loves
we
the
argue.
chaos.
He does.
Oh, that's what I'm here for.
Oh, this is outstanding. A little Don Newcomb action. Pee Wee Reese.
Shout out Andre Ethier.
Andre Ether, that's a good one.
Matt Kemp.
Oh, Paul LaDuca,
Pittsburgh Pirate.
Los Angeles Dodger.
Was he ever a Pittsburgh Pirate?
Maybe.
Maybe that's how I know.
Oh, who is that? Who was the catcher who was with the Yankees and then went to the Pirates and had a nice little career with the Pirates? Had like an Italian name, I feel like.
Paul Dugan never a Pirate. Damn.
Damn, that's tough. Cody Ransom's a go. Ooh, Houston Street. That's really good. Cody Ransom's nice. Bill Mazeroski. Well, game 7 walk-off.
Can I say my favorite irrelevant, what we're doing right here for baseball and football player is Priest Holmes?
That's a good one.
That's the name I always. And Dante Hall. Those were my two favorites.
Dante Hall, have I ever...
Because Dante Hall was like on Madden and stuff like that, like just when I was a kid and all that. And it's just an instant Chico.
Oh, yeah.
Trying to return kicks and all that stuff.
Someone help me find this Yankee catcher.
Yankee catcher.
That do like here, I'm gonna go to like the 2010 Yankees.
Francisco
Cervelli.
Cervelli.
Francisco Cervelli.
Yeah.
That's it. That's exactly what it is. My D'Angelo
D'Angelo, hold on.
uh,
D'Angelo Hall had one of the worst Hard Knocks moments of all time.
oh,
Yes, Andres Torres Zabo.
was that
Let's
the one
go.
where he got his ACL torn by DeAndre
Yeah,
Hopkins
DeAndre
after
Hopkins.
talking smack to him?
Yes. Hester Johnny J.
Dante Hall. When the Niners and Chiefs played in the Super Bowl in 2019, the first time, I was producing for Steiny Brewer and Dibs, I think was the show at the time. And we did this broadcast blitz where we went to 5 different locations in the 5 days leading up to the Super Bowl. And we did live shows. And so we wanted like guests. We really wanted to. And so I get Dante Hall's number and I text him. And I'm just the normal, hey, Dante, it's Kyle from 95.7 The Game. Wanted to see if, you had a few minutes to chat, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And he texts me back and he's like, how'd you get this number? And I was like, well, I'm a radio producer. Like, it's my job to have numbers, like, really sorry for bothering you. Appreciate your time, take care. And he was like, I'm messing with you.
Oh.
Like, relax.
Yeah.
Like, what time?
That's cool.
Damn. This fried me.
Yeah, Hester Hall. It's Devin Hester. I love Dante Hall. Like, he was dope, but Devin Hester was he's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah. I agree. It's Michigan's birthday today?
Is it really?
86 years old today.
Wow.
Michigan Wolverines. Congratulations.
That's
man.
not
You
right.
made
It's
it.
backwards. He's 68. Happy birthday, Michigan.
How about trading Sabonis back to the Pacers for some young talent? I don't think they want to do that. Hey, FYI, we're almost at 9,000 subscribers on YouTube.
Yeah, start subscribing, please.
Yeah, if you don't subscribe, please subscribe. We're almost at 9,000. I really want to get to 9,000 by the end of the week. It'll make us look good to our boss.
Yeah, we've been really building this up. So subscribe.
Me and Jesse are working behind the scenes to get some stuff done here.
Help us.
Scott Ayer's a really good one.
Eric Davis.
If you have friends who like sports, send them this channel. Tell them to subscribe. Tell them to tap in.
Yeah.
We're so close to 9K. And I really want to hit that mark by Friday.
That'd be nice. Just organically growing our subscribers.
Yeah, people are like, oh, you can buy subscribers. We're not doing that.
Yeah.
That'd be crazy.
Appreciate you, Jacob. Shout out Willie Mopena, too. Is he still?
No, Willie Mopena is not still playing ball.
He's still with us.
Oh. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Jesse Tapia there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil on the ones and twos. All right, Jonathan Kuminga. Said the Kings,
Provocative. Gets the people going.
I said the Kings did the right thing in the Jonathan Kuminga situation by offering Dario Saric, Devin Carter, and a couple of second-round picks.
Correct.
That's the right thing unless they really want him. Unless the Kings are like, hey, we think that he's the future. We think this is the best player we can go get. We need to get he's 23 on October 6th. He'll be 23 all this year, and we think we can build around that guy.
Yeah, I'd part with the first round pick. If we're being serious about this all, like the fact that they didn't laugh you off the table and just kind of feel disrespected and walk away after that offer tells me like they're willing to talk still. And if they are, like I'd shoot them a first round pick and be like, here, let's be done with it now.
Yeah, salary filler, and here's a first. And if they still say no, okay. And again, this goes to, and this is where the finances come in. You might need to loop in a third team. If the Kings are like, oh my God, I'm dying to have Jonathan Kuminga, which it wouldn't shock me if there's somebody in the front office who is.
Mm.
But if Scott Perry goes, I could take him or leave him. Be nice to have, but don't really want to mortgage any future. Don't want to make a super complicated deal to give up real assets. Keegan Murray's never going to be on the table. All right, then they're doing the right thing. But if they do want him, then I think you're going to probably have to do better than that, regardless of what offers are out there, because Golden State can't always just resign him. So
if you got to do better than Devin Carter, Saric in a first, or you got to upgrade those players?
Probably. But I can say that, but the finances have to work out because the Warriors can only take back 50% of whatever he winds up signing for. So you would now need to find some collection of players that satisfies what the Warriors are looking for, while also not putting the Kings in a bind.
Yeah, you don't need to overpay for him, but I do think he's someone who, like we talked about at the last segment, like can you see him contributing in 2028, 2027, whatever you pick? Like that'd be a guy I'd throw in there right like instantly.
1,000%.
Yeah. So I think those are exactly the kind of guys you need to go after right now. And if you have an opportunity to land one, then I think you do everything you can before, like, unless they're like trying to get you to overpay at that point.
Okay, so you answered my question a little bit because I don't think we've gotten to this point of this conversation. You're Scott Perry. You're an advisor to Scott Perry. You, Jesse Tapia, are Scott Perry's closest confidant.
You imagine that press release? Yeah, Jesse Tapia going to be Scott Perry's new advisor.
You have a statement?
No, I'd quit on the spot. They're going to hate me, Scott. What is wrong with you? No, I don't want to be an advisor.
They don't even apply. They just call you up. Like, hey, Jesse, was listening to the Insiders, the Producers Edition today. Thought you sounded great. You're my new advisor now. Jonathan Kuminga.
This is why they hate you. Goodbye.
It's going to be you, Alvin Gentry.
I hang out with Alvin Gentry if I could be like chief vibe officer too or something. Just say hello and shake hands and all that. Yeah, I'll hang out with Vlade and Alvin Gentry. I'll do that job.
Jeremy Lamb up there. We're obligated to say Jeremy Lamb is no longer on the organization.
Yeah, I'll go hang out with them, but yeah, I'm not
Okay.
advisor.
You're Scott Perry's closest advisor. Congratulations, you did it.
Damn it. I'm here against my will.
He says, hey, what do I do about this Jonathan Kuminga thing? Should they go get him? Should they be doing more than Devin Carter, Dario Saric in 2 seconds?
You can do Dario Saric, Devin Carter, and a first-round pick.
That's as far as you go.
Yeah, because
you're not entertaining putting Keon Ellis on the table.
No. I really like Keon Ellis.
I do too.
I like he can hit the 3 ball and like play great defensively. Like
what more Keon Ellis is the
right now?
Player every team needs.
Yeah, you need Keon Ellis is like I'm not the biggest fan of Devin Carter, but also like you are getting a lottery pick from last year back. Like he's not just damaged goods or anything like that. It's just a matter of the guy that drafted him isn't here anymore, and he just doesn't fit with what they got going on as far as like those little logjam at guard and stuff. So like you're not getting, I think, trash for the Warriors. Like you're still getting something you can work with. Like, oh sure, you want something that would help Steph win like right now. That's great. Like that's not happening. You played your hand, and like this is your bed. You got to lay it out. Like this is your fault. Whatever.
Yeah.
So like I don't think Devin Carter is like the worst return, and if you add a first round pick, like that's decent for like what the market is right now. I feel.
So from the Kings' perspective, that's as far as you're willing to go?
Yeah, I'm not giving up 2 firsts. I don't want to trade Keon Ellis and go ahead and hold on to him if you want. Like, fine. I doubt you're going to. We've heard it for so long. Like, oh, yeah, Kuminga doesn't fit here. Like, Kurt doesn't want to play him, stuff like that. Just doesn't work. So go ahead and lie to yourself and tell you that you're going to build up his trade value and pay him and all that stuff. Like, that's the way I see it.
I'm torn on this. I'm now Scott Perry's closest confidant.
Nice. Cool. I'm out here.
Pick up your check on the way out.
Oh, sick. I got paid.
Yeah, you don't do this for free. That's only radio. So Kings don't offer overtime.
I'm going to cut my mic.
So I'm torn on this because I have my thoughts on Jonathan Kuminga, the player, and I'm not a huge fan after watching him for 4 years in Golden State. But I also have a heart. My brain logically goes, okay, not a huge fan of Kuminga the player, but that's mostly because he didn't fit with what Golden State was trying to do. He looked like an outlier. He looked like a misfit piece there. But then you watch him get into the playoffs cold and score 28 points a night. It's like, oh my God, he's getting to the free throw line. He's knocking down some threes. He's doing getting to the rack and hitting from the mid-range. He's just kind of doing a little bit of everything. And I look at what the Kings need in terms of young talent. You mentioned, what does this look like in 2028? The need for size and athleticism. A need for an overall just influx of talent.
Yeah.
And Jonathan Kuminga, any set of criteria, any set of boxes I can come up with, he checks so many of them. And so I have my personal feelings about him as a fit with Golden State. And maybe that'll be a problem with any team he goes to. But I also don't hate the idea of the Kings bringing in this player and sort of just giving him the keys and saying, hey, you're the guy. You want to be a number one? We're going to give you that opportunity here.
Yeah, I think if Kuminga comes here, like I'm hoping he's going to be a 20-point per game scorer here and all that stuff. Like I'm not.
Oh, he has to be right out of the gate.
Because he's not able to do that with the Warriors or whatever. That's fine. But like here, like no, go ahead and play your game.
You have to give him the runway to do that. And I know the immediate argument is, what about Levine's shots? What about DeRozan's shots? What about bye? Like, okay, you're worried, then you'll play fewer minutes in service of Jonathan Kuminga getting real minutes. That's how I would do it. Again, this is I know the Kings would never do this. That's how I would do this.
Yeah, we got people in the chat house. Chris says, has there been any other offer from otherwise? Why would we up our offer to a first? Have to be okay walking away. I think Tyler Jennings is along the same line. Kings don't need to up the ante against themselves. Just walk away. I get all that, but also like you got to get deals done too. And I don't see Carter, Saric, and a first round pick as an overpay either. I feel like that's a perfectly fine deal or whatever. Like if you have the ability to get the player over here and you think he's going to help you, then you do that. I'm cool playing, like you play this game of chicken all you want, but at some point it comes down to it's like, all right, like Do we want him or not?
And I think, okay, but and what Tyler and who's it, Chris?
Yeah.
Said is not necessarily wrong. The
Mhm.
Kings, but the Kings are competing with someone. They're competing with Golden State. Golden State has the option to just work out a deal and keep him.
Yeah.
Because Jonathan Kuminga, even if he says, I don't want to work out a short-term deal, well, the qualifying offer is there. The Warriors extended that. So Jonathan Kuminga either doesn't play basketball this year or he plays on a $7.9 million, which sounds like it's not going to happen. So the reason, if you're the Kings, why you would go to a first-round pick is not because, oh my God, you're battling against yourself. Like, no, you're trying to get that deal to the point that Golden State goes, okay, this is more worth it than just keeping him around on a short-term deal.
Also, like, you can send it back to Golden State and all that. That's the Kings, fine. You walk away, great. What are we doing after that? Because they don't have to trade him to you at the deadline or anything like that. So it's like, that's great. You forced the Warriors' hand. Now they're stuck with Jonathan Kuminga. What are you doing next?
And that's where this is difficult for me, because I think the Kings need to go get talents like this. They don't always just become available. But when you start talking about, okay, so what does it do? Maybe a Devin Carter and Dario Saric in a first. Warriors go, still not enough. We need a more effective player. We're trying to maximize this Steph Curry sized window. We need a real player. We need Keon or Keegan. It's one of those two guys. And if the Kings say no, cool. Then you just walk away from it.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, if Scott Perry has any question about Keon Ellis, for example, Keon's pissed because he didn't get an extension this year, and you know what? He's not working with Scott Perry. He's out the door next summer. Cool, get something for him.
Yeah, if that's the case, that's fine. But like, my thing is like, you're building with you're building with Keon and Keegan rather than otherwise.
Agree.
Yeah,
I would agree. So that's why, like, man, I think you go get him, but I also know the Kings are handcuffed in a certain way that the deal might not be there. At least not without sacrificing something of real meaning to Sacramento.
Yeah, like if it's Keon and Keegan, cool. I'll walk away. That's fine. I'll accept that. I'll be happy with it. But if it's a matter of they want a first round pick and they can live with Devin Carter and all that, then yeah, I'll give them the first round pick. It's just a matter.
That's all it takes, dude. Sign, seal, deliver that, bro.
Yeah, because it's a matter of getting a player in here who's going to help your future. That's all I'm worried about.
That's where I might differ with people. I would give up a couple first.
I don't know if I give up two, but I think.
Why does it matter that much?
Because I think there's an aspect of betting against yourself. Like, I don't think you need to. Like, I think one is fine.
All right.
Because you are giving up two. You'd be still giving up 2 first round picks for a project as well.
So he's hella talented.
Yeah. I mean, you can.
And if that's what entices Golden State to not re-sign him, like, yeah, get him in the building. Let's figure it out. That's 2 firsts. They got plenty.
I could be talked into it. Right now, I'd stick with 1. That's the next step in negotiations. We're going 1. Scott, I'm back. Offer him 1. Tell Kyle to go home.
He's out
Tell Kyle to go home.
Security, get him out of there. I'm the new advisor. I'm giving up 2 first round picks.
Yeah, but security just took me out. Damn it.
Security was Joe. We got to go.
Now I'm on the street outside the store just yelling.
We got to go pay some bills on the radio side. Talking a ton of basketball, but football season's right around the corner. So we're going to talk some 49ers, some Christian McCaffrey. But the age-old question in the NFL, do running backs still matter? We'll hit that in the second hour. We'll get back into the Kings. And then, weirdly, Le'Veon Bell tweeted something yesterday.
You said weirdly? Le'Veon Bell tweets something weird all the time.
No, the weird part is that I engaged with the tweet.
Oh, brother. Yeah, be careful there.
I think what he said is kind of interesting.
Okay.
And I would like to talk about that in the second hour as well. Plenty coming up. That's Jesse Toppy. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's over there. We're the Insiders. Sponsored by Jiffy Lube. This is ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. Hey, oh shoot. Okay, tell TC to hang in there. On the second thing you texted me, that was the right move by you. Good job. So Blackpink is a very popular K-pop group. Maybe the most popular girl group in the world. In fact, I think they are. I'd be shocked if they're not. They came out with a collaboration with Mitchell and Ness, and it's only, let's see, they have White Sox, Lakers, Cubs, Dodgers. Oh, and Mets, Bulls, Knicks. So it's only like major markets that
Boo.
that they have this stuff.
I do like Mitchell and Ness stuff though.
When I tell you how badly I want to buy this,
What team? Let me guess. I wasn't. You're gonna go with the
it's
Mets?
$72
Oh, for a hat?
for a hat.
No, don't. I can't let you do
It's
that.
got their little logo on it. It's got their logo on the side. It's very, very cool.
I
But
can't
it is
let you do that, dude.
72 gosh darn doll hairs.
$72 is how much I'd spend on a jersey.
I'll spend a little more on a jersey
Well,
if I'm buying it.
I
But that's
guess.
okay.
Even
Okay.
jerseys are
Okay.
too
So you
expensive,
said
though.
okay. So here's the real B. They're selling one jersey. All right. Oh no, they have a sec. Oh, so they have a Knicks jersey. It's $110.
See, that doesn't make sense.
I wonder if it's iron on.
It has to be like the cheapest quality jersey. I mean, I guess I'd spend double 75 on like a good like stitched jersey.
But then they got t-shirts for $65.
So the hat is like one of the most expensive items.
Yeah.
Okay. I would go like maybe like buy like a $15 pair of socks, you know?
Yeah. I'm out on the Blackpink Mitchell and Ness collab. I'll pay $45 for a t-shirt. That's as high as I'm willing to go.
Shout out the guy at New Era that's been like just slowly trying to lobby me into buying more hats. Just messaging me like discount codes every day and whatnot. Yesterday he texted me, Giants Phillies tonight. Gonna be a good one. Like, dude, I don't know you.
Hell yeah. Tell them if it's not free, I don't want it.
I tried that.
I used to have a plug at New Era, but I don't anymore. I hope my plug at Zenny comes through. Every year when George Kittle drops a new line, they send over the new stuff.
Is that the glasses thing?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, I hear that out of the game.
This is the only pair of glasses I've ever paid for.
Wow, must be nice. You got a glasses plug.
I don't even need them. They're blue light blocking. That's it. These have a small prescription, but you can't even tell. Oof. Yeah, fitteds are now $50.
I can't remember the last time I bought a hat.
This was like $35. It was on sale, so I was like, "There it
Brixton?
is." Lids. I had a Lids gift card. So
What brand is it?
it is
It looks
New
like
Era.
a Brixton hat.
It's oh my god! I'm not wearing my Giants hat. Whoa, that's weird. I thought I was wearing my Giants hat. That's too funny. Never mind. This hat's old.
Joe just had no clue what outfit he was wearing today.
Your Giants hat was really only $35? That's a huge W. Hour number 2. That's Jesse Tapia filling in for James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen, Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube, and we're hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D'Lo and Casey, and they will take you up to 4 o'clock right here on Sacramento's sports leader, Jesse Tapia. Of course, in for James Ham, who is vacationing in Cabo. Broke the news yesterday of the Dennis Schroder sign and trade. Jesse will be in all week. You can also hear Jesse on the D'Lo and KC program, which is next.
I'm everywhere.
$50 for a fitted now, dude.
Yeah, I haven't bought a hat in at least a decade, so I wouldn't even know what the prices
If I had a
are.
hairline like yours, I wouldn't either.
Yeah, Shout out to my barber too,
I'm
because
really
mine kind of starts to recede in the corner a little bit, but he blends it in. Barbers are like one of the most important people in the world.
That is one of those things that obviously I'm bald, so I don't understand.
Yeah, no.
When my friend Randy, I'm gonna call him out. Sorry, Randy. My buddy Randy had the same barber for years. She moved on to different things.
Uh-huh.
And he was like in a panic. He was like, I got to find a new barber. I'm like, there are barbers everywhere. Just go to one. He's like, you don't understand.
Oh, see, the fact that you even says it's like, it's not even like irritating, but it just makes my skin crawl. You can't do that.
No, and I understand. Like I said, this is one of those things like I let you hair people fill in my worldview on this because I'll never understand it. There's no world where I'm ever going to get it.
Yeah.
So I just let you guys. So I'm like, okay, bet. Because I'd seen like people online talk about like their barber and stuff, but I didn't realize it was a very real thing.
Oh, yes.
And I've since then had other friends here in Sacramento whose barbers move or quit barbering or whatever, quit cutting hair.
Brother, I still go to Series to get my hair cut.
That's crazy.
I don't go like every week or whatever. It's just a matter of, all right, I'm back home this time. Let me go get a cut now. So like sometimes my hair gets pretty
Have you
grown out,
tried to
but
find somebody in Sacramento and you just can't, or
I've never really took that step. Like I said, like I'll go back to Modesto maybe a couple times a month. Go see my dad and stuff like that. Blah, blah, blah. So like that's enough time for me to go get a haircut twice a month and stuff. But never taking that step because the guy that cut my hair, shout out Jesus, he's been cutting my hair since he was cutting in his garage. Now he's in the shop cutting there.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And like he was my brother's friend too, so it's like putting money in his pocket.
That's awesome.
Yeah. I've had probably 3 barbers in like the last 15 years.
Man, I tried when I first started shaving my head bald. I lived in Elk Grove, right next to like a salon that kind of did everything. And so I go in there and I ask the lady if she does straight razor shaves, and she says no, but I have this tool and it does it. And it was $50, and then with a little tip, it's like $60 every time I go in there. And all she does is take an electric razor to my head. I was like, shoot, I can do that.
Yeah.
So I just started doing it. I didn't even try the going bouncing around to see if there was somebody cheaper who did the full like straight razor beard treatment, all that. I didn't even try.
Yeah.
Like that's free to do it at home.
See, and then this guy's like Joe Brazil, he's got a flow, but he's got the hat still.
Joe, do you have are you a supercuts guy? You have
no.
Joe's not even a hair. Joe's just got like I said, he's just got a flow. He just lets it out.
I'm flowing. I've been flowing lately.
Scissors?
Yeah, flowing. I could say that. I've been flowing lately.
Yeah.
That's cool. My hair has been going a little bit like that. I go through phases. So like I'll do long hair for 6 months and then back to short because you guys have seen me. I have had short hair. Like style it up
sure.
and whatnot.
Joe just wears hats for the love of the game.
I love that.
I do.
That's salute.
Yes. Rockland Barber though. That's where I go. So shout out Rockland Barber. It's right down over there.
Oh yeah, man.
No, I'm not a supercuts guy. And yes, I'm a little offended by that. It's okay though. It's all good.
You just have a lot of hair, so I thought maybe you just go in like a quick trim, whatever.
I only get like 2 haircuts a year, realistically.
Wow. Bro, my mom cut my hair. My mom cut my hair one time, and
that was it.
Yeah. Put 3 bald spots in the back of my head. Put the clippers down, lady. Put them down.
That's I
you know what it's like going to middle school with a messed up haircut?
I didn't start wearing hats because I'm bald.
Mm-hmm.
I've been in the hat game.
Yeah.
Since you find a picture of me when I'm 12, I got a hat on, right? That's probably part of the reason that my hair.
I'm the same way.
It's and every dude in my family is bald. Like I had no chance, right? Hats or not. I can't do like a fitted used to be $25.
Uh-huh.
And then went up to 30. Like, okay, 30 for an on-field hat, that's not bad. Then the fashion hats started going up to 40. Now I went to Hat Club the other day because Hat Club does a lot of really cool, like exclusive, like they'll do throwback minor league hats, or I'm big into the throwback scene. Throwback MLB hats. They do like all this. And I used to go there pretty frequently online to look at what they have. I'm not paying $50 plus shipping for a fitted anymore.
Yeah,
I used to be able to tell my wife, like, look, I buy a lot of hats, but at least I'm not a shoe guy.
Yeah, that's at least 120.
Right.
At least.
And I used to be able to justify it. But now it's like I buy 2 hats. It's like I could have bought a pair of shoes.
Yeah. It's tough. It's all like just sports stuff now. Like a pair of basketball shorts is going to cost you $90.
Dude.
It's like, bro, I just want some basketball shorts. That's it. I just want some Celtics shorts. Why are they? I don't want to play in these. I just want to wear them. Why does it got to cost me $90?
When you go, the thing that kills me is when you go, to whatever team site, and the first thing they show you is like the on court quality $400 jersey. Like, no, I'm not. Who needs that?
Yeah,
that's crazy. Show me that Swingman edition with the fake stitching.
Shout out to the $20 jersey sites. If you know, you know.
Oh, yeah.
All right, shout out.
Yeah. Is the name going to be a little crooked?
Oh,
maybe.
I bought my dad a Jarvis Landry jersey and the nameplate was falling off. But hey, Dad, you're welcome.
Are the numbers different fonts a little? Yeah.
I got a throwback San Jose Sharks one. It's just none of it is just like, it's all just massive logo. The little stripes are huge or whatever. But you know what? I like it. Whatever.
As long as you like it. Hell yeah. What were we going to talk about?
Running backs. Are they back?
The running backs matter in the NFL again. 49ers training camp begins in the next couple of weeks. Actually, 2 weeks from today, Veterans Report. We talked about some quarterback stuff yesterday. It's so interesting to me that we're now looping back, because games and sports change in waves, that we're looping back to the age of the running back again.
Are we?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, make your point so I can disagree after.
Why did the Eagles win the Super Bowl last year?
Because Saquon Barkley took him over the top.
Mm-hmm. Because Saquon Barkley did that. Random running back A isn't doing that. I was been keeping up on Niner stuff, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
And so much of the preseason prognostication about the 49ers is like, oh, Christian McCaffrey. Oh, Christian McCaffrey's healthy. You got Derrick Henry. You got James Cook breaking out for the Bills last year. And I just think, not saying it's this year, but we went from the 49ers are insane for trading 4 picks, nothing higher than a second for Christian McCaffrey, to Christian McCaffrey, the 49ers entire season rides on his health. And Saquon Barkley is the thing that got the Eagles over the hump to a Super Bowl. I think we're trending back toward, as defenses get smaller and lighter to combat spread offenses.
Yeah.
I think it's eventually, maybe it takes 10, 15 years, but you're going to see, and I think this is what the 49ers are going to do this year, honestly, is they're going to start compacting their offense. They're going to not spread things out. And they're going to go, all right, you want to put 5 corners on the field in your base defense. We're going to go 2 tight ends with a fullback, and we're just going to run the heck out of it. And I think that's going to be where the next offensive trend kind of goes. I don't think it'll look necessarily like the 70s where it's I formations and all that kind of stuff. Like, you've still got to be creative. You're still going to need pre-snap motion and all that. But I think at some point here, we're going to see a resurgence in the quote unquote importance of running backs, because I think the gap is going to widen between the best ones and the worst ones.
I'm going to disagree with you, because I think there's only like 2 guys like that. Like Saquon and McCaffrey, sure. I think Saquon's probably more of that than anything. Like, he took the Giants to the playoffs with Daniel Jones and got him paid and all that. Like, that's Adrian Peterson type stuff right there. But I just don't think that these owners, GMs, whatever you want to call them, are just going to change their philosophies and start drafting running backs higher, paying running backs now, or anything like that. I feel like, because you mentioned James Cook. James Cook is honestly only as good as Josh Allen is taking the snaps behind him or whatever, like right next to him. Like, if Josh Allen wasn't there, like James Cook would be a great running back, but that's all he'd be. Like, he's not changing wins or anything like that. I think we've kind of passed that era where, like I said, maybe Saquon and McCaffrey are the only ones where it's like, these guys are going to add wins to your team, and like, this is exactly what you need. Like they're going to have that
Derrick Henry?
Like, he was with Tennessee. Like, they were pretty successful. Yeah, Derrick Henry. I'll give you Derrick Henry. I wanted to argue against it, but like with Tennessee, he was taking Ryan Tannehill to the AFC Championship. So
right,
yeah. So I'll give you Derrick Henry right there. But that's only about 3 guys, and I just don't think we're going to get a lot of guys like that. I think we'll still see the 3 running back sets or whatever, where it's by committee and all that stuff. Where, yeah, maybe you're running the ball a lot more and stuff like that, but it's not just one guy still. I don't think it's ever going to get back to that.
James Cook had 16 touchdowns last year.
Really good. Really good. But I don't see him as like a Saquon or anything like that.
I agree with you right now.
Because like I said, if you took Josh Allen and put middle average quarterback or whatever there, like, they're parts. The Bills are just whatever at that point.
Maybe he was a bad example. But I think for this year, I think that's right. But I think what we're seeing is the start of a trend. I think the Lions are another good example, where They had 2 really effective running backs last year. I don't think you could plug any running back in for the Lions and have them be as good as they were last year on the ground. I think David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs both specifically fit that offense and that system. And when the Lions got behind their offensive line, they got into the red zone. It was like night. They're going to score a touchdown here. And so when you look around the league and you kind of look at these trends and you look at the Eagles and you look at the Lions and you look at, I think the Commanders are another one. You look at any team Derrick Henry is on, you look at Christian McCaffrey. It feels to me like we're trending back toward, and again, it might take 10 years, it might take 15 years, but it's starting to look like that is the direction the league is going to be heading. And that is so interesting to me.
Yeah.
Because 5 years ago, it was like, why would you pay any running back? Derrick Henry is as good as any 2 undrafted guys you could just sign for cheap, and it's not going to matter because quarterback play is going to matter above all else. And I think that's still true this year. I think it's probably true next year and the year after that.
Yeah, I just don't think the GM stuff are going to change their ways. Like, I guess I just disagree. I don't think the running back is ever going to be like the focal point unless you get like this guy who's got Saquon, Derrick Henry, or Christian McCaffrey ability. Because I've kind of wrestled with this take too. Like, I don't know if running backs are as good as they used to be, or just more so. You got to be a lot different nowadays to play that position where you do have to line up in the slot or just kind of catch the football and all that stuff. Like, there's less LTs and Adrian Petersons, and you can throw like Hall of Famers out there now than there was before, I feel.
I think what you're alluding to is it Adrian Peterson the last running back like that for you?
Probably.
Like he's the last MVP.
Yeah, less dominant one, like truly
back.
dominant Hall of Famer type.
I think the main difference when you say are they better now, I think it's just workload. Like I really think that's kind of what it comes down to.
Like they're getting less of a workload now, so that's why.
Yeah, at least that's how.
Well, yeah, because you look at guys from back then, like Ricky Williams, one of my favorite players of all time. Dude was getting 400 carries in a season.
Saquon Barkley led the NFL this year with 345 attempts. Derrick Henry had 325. Adrian Peterson in 2008 had 363 carries and did not lead the league.
See, yeah, that's not happening anymore. So maybe it is just they're not getting that opportunity anymore.
Maybe what I'm talking about is a different impact.
Yeah.
Like, okay, the workload's not going to be there, but when you go into a season, I think at some point in the not too distant future,
you're circling this guy was like, it's fine.
Yes.
Like you're worried about the running back again, finally.
Yes.
Yeah, I got you.
That's, and because I think you're right. In this day and age, I just don't think the 350, 400 carry seasons are going to be viable. In fact, I think you might see a dip from Saquon this year.
Yeah.
Just because the defenders are bigger and faster, and just the car accidents you're getting in every time you get hit are taking a different toll on the body.
Yeah.
But it just, over the last couple of years, you just start to see the attitude shift from running backs don't matter to, well, if Christian McCaffrey's not healthy, or if Derrick Henry's not healthy, or if anything happens to Saquon Barkley, it's just like the impact at that position, I think, is becoming greater.
Yeah. There's more versatile now and stuff like that.
For sure. All that said, the 49ers offense rides on Christian McCaffrey. All due respect to Brock Purdy.
I guess.
Everything the 49ers do is built around Christian McCaffrey's versatility. Every single thing.
If Christian McCaffrey's hurt off and on this season, do you think they could still be successful?
What's successful?
Wild card team.
How many games do I get out of Christian McCaffrey?
Half the season.
9?
Yes.
Yeah. I think they could still win 10 games if Christian McCaffrey only plays 9.
Okay.
But if you're telling me you get 3 or 4 Christian McCaffrey games, and then I got to backfill with Isaac Orendo and Jordan James.
Well, yeah, because you're gonna need McCaffrey out there just for the sake of Brock Purdy doesn't have the greatest receivers right now. I'm not saying McCaffrey doesn't play receiver, but you need that dynamic on offense right now.
Yeah, for sure. All right, that's Jesse Toppy. I'm Kyle Madsen. We'll get back into the Sacramento Kings. The Dennis Schroder signing is official. I have something the Kings. I'm gonna rewind when we come back. I want to throw something out there that maybe the Kings could have done, should have done. I don't know. Just a fun little thought exercise I want to do next. That's Jesse. I'm Kyle. He's Joe. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. More Kings, more NBA coming up next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center.
Sean Alexander, the astronaut. Didn't he go up to space one time or something like that? He wanted to be an astronaut. I remember ESPN doing like one of those Sunday segments on him.
Sure. 29. Yeah, I think it's largely the thing I'm interested with the Niners is how different their offense looks without Debo. Because I think so much of what Kyle Shanahan did offensively was built on Debo having some form of gravity and being able to create yards that aren't there. And when he couldn't do that anymore and didn't have the same gravity, I think their offense was really fighting uphill. And so can you go into this offseason with an offense, or can you change enough this offseason where your offense doesn't need a complete overhaul when Christian McCaffrey gets hurt?
Dude, I'm pouring one out for Todd Gurley's knees. Failed him.
Talk about a wild, just like the shift from Todd Gurley is the next Adrian Peterson to Todd Gurley is no longer in the NFL.
Yeah, he was, and then his
Happened in
knees gave
1
out.
year.
His knees gave out. That's all it was.
Yeah, right. It wasn't even like a slow decline. It wasn't
he was
like, ooh, couple bad years in Todd Gurley. It's like, nope, he's cooked.
And the thing was, like, Todd was never, oh, yeah, I still got. It's like, yeah, I'm done. I can't play anymore.
Whew. Apparently, here's a warning. Did I say this on the radio? That's fine. I'm going to say this again at some point. What I'm watching for Christian McCaffrey this year, and I wrote this if anyone wants to check it out at NinersWire.com.
Go click that right now.
Just go click any article you want. It doesn't even have to be mine. My contributors' views count for me too. But the thing I'm watching for with Christian McCaffrey in training camp, you're going to see, here's exactly what's going to happen. Grant Cohn is going to tell you that Christian McCaffrey looks terrible. And David Lombardi is going to tell you that Christian McCaffrey looks awesome. That's what happened in OTAs. I'm almost guaranteeing it's going to happen in training camp. That's largely subjective. What I'm watching for is his workload in camp. If he's on like a pitch count every day, or he's getting every second day off, or they're shutting him down for 2 weeks, that's what I'm watching. If he's just a participant, participating in everything, maybe he doesn't play preseason games, maybe he gets a series in a preseason game. But if he's just participating and hey, he got a veteran day off here and another veteran day off there, okay. That's what matters to me. Yeah. Way less than he doesn't look like he has the fifth gear anymore.
Doesn't have the bounce anymore.
Like, all right, let's maybe, but let's wait until there's pads and stuff on.
I just spent this whole break trying to find out Lewis Brinson. I don't know if you remember him. He played very briefly for the Giants not too long ago.
It's a good pull.
Lewis Brinson.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Jesse's over there. I'm Kyle. No James Ham today.
Tomorrow either.
Or tomorrow or the next day or the next day. Dennis Schroder still now on the Kings officially. They tweeted about it.
Congratulations, Kings fans.
Shout out to Dennis Schroder and the Kings. Devin Carter's going to play some point guard in Summer League. No movement on the Jonathan Kuminga front. That's how I know that it's Scott Perry doing stuff.
Explain.
I think if this was last year and Vivek was like, I'm going to put my hands in the basketball side of this, I could see him.
I'm going to get a Zach LaVine.
I could see him being so enamored with Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah.
I don't know that. But is that not like
Well, it's like we talked about earlier with the Dennis Schroder stuff. Like you're kind of waiting for it to happen, and there's a reason why. Like there's stuff from the past where it's like, maybe it's not. So,
That
yeah.
feels like they would be going all in, like just
Yeah.
full bore, whatever they can do to get.
Can you imagine? Yeah, if Ronnie Davis stepped in and gave up 3 first-round picks for Jonathan Kuminga, gosh.
To get a Warriors guy.
And that'd be the thing too, like getting a Warriors guy because he's got the Warriors connection and stuff like that. They'd hate him even more.
That's why I'm. But like I said, I don't know.
Scott Perry,
I don't want to start putting like. I've been pretty critical of Vivek. I don't want to start putting stuff on him that's not there.
Yeah, no.
So
you're just talking right now.
I'm just yapping.
Kyle's got thoughts. That's all it is. Kyle's just a little scared.
Takes,
that's it.
Loose cannon with the takes. A couple things we didn't get to yesterday in the Western Conference. The Suns are working on a Bradley Beal buyout, and if there's any chance you can get Brad Beal and the Kings, if you're talking about trying to win this year,
we were just talking about a logjam at guard.
Better than be their second.
You said
best shooting guard.
You said I can't move Devin Carter to the bench.
Be their second best shooting guard.
Levine's better
than Brad Beal.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think Brad Beal is he's been hibernating the last couple of years.
I don't think Brad Beal is going to play for the Kings.
No, he's not.
But
I do think Brad Beal still has something left.
That's it. What's going to happen here is Brad Beal is going to sign with the team for some amount of money. It's not going to probably be a lot.
Yeah.
But it's going to get hand waved because the thought is Bradley Beal's washed. I don't think Bradley Beal is washed. I think he's probably not an all-star anymore. But his contract was prohibitive. Like his contract was the problem.
Well, Brad Beal has been on a team for 2 years where it was just a horrible fit.
Yeah.
Like we're just made no sense from the jump.
Yeah, off the
rip. You
rip.
brought in Bradley Beal, KD, and you had Devin Booker. It's like, oh, who's your point guard? One of them. What's the big deal? That didn't work. You fired coaches, blah, blah, blah. And then this year it seemed like there was a lot of infighting. Just not with the whole team, but like you had guys like Nurkic and all that. Budenholzer got let go and all that stuff. Like it just didn't fit. So I wonder if, like I said, it's just he was hibernating for 2 years. Now you get him to a spot where it's like, okay, Brad Beal actually works here. Like you get to see the old Brad Beal again.
I think he's going to go somewhere, and that's what's going to happen. Maybe not the old like peak Brad Beal.
Yeah.
But
yeah, because he's not gonna be the focal point of a team now.
He's going to help a team win games.
Yeah.
That's going to be. I'm really interested to see where he winds up landing. Another Suns question, just while we're here.
Big Sun show.
Devin Booker agreed to a 2-year, $150 million extension that keeps him in Phoenix through 2030. And throw some numbers at you. His salary this year, $53.1 million. Next year, $57. The year after that, $61. Then the following 2 years, it is a $75 million average annual value.
Yep.
Split that 150 up, however, that's going to get split up. Is that a bad contract?
No, it is a good contract.
Why?
Because everyone else is going to look like that at some point. Like Devin Booker is just the first. It's like he's making 75 per year. Like Devin Booker's a great player, Olympian, gold medalist, almost champion, stuff like that. But like he's a great player and all that stuff. That's going to be the going rate for players in a few years. We're going to see more deals like that. Like Jaylen Brown got the highest paid deal in the history of the NBA, and it was a horrible deal. Blah blah blah. And it's like, oh, that got passed up.
It's just it's who's next.
Yeah, it's just like I don't think it's a bad deal. You're going to see more stuff like that. He's just first right now.
It seems like he's just hell bent on being on the Suns his whole career.
Well, that and he's hell bent on getting $75 million per year because I don't think he'll be able to get that from anywhere else. But he's a good enough player where like the players that we will see getting those kinds of bags and all that, like Booker belongs with them. So I'm not going to fight or anything like that.
That's what I've wondered this about the NFL, and I think we're starting to see it. Where for a while it was the next quarterback up is going to be the highest paid player in the league. Mm-hmm. Doesn't matter who it is, you pay that guy. And now we've seen that not be the case with Tua.
Well, yeah, Dak Prescott kind of messed that up, though.
Yes, with Tua and Jared Goff and now Brock Purdy. It's not just the next guy's going to get the biggest contract.
Yeah.
With the aprons, I'm so interested to see if teams start really reevaluating who's worth those deals and who's not.
Well, we kind of saw it already with Dallas, right? Isn't that part of the reason why they shipped off Luka? I know it's the whole defense and blah, 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 but there was always the aspect, like, are you going to pay this guy that much money for the fact, like, just based off the fact that you don't even necessarily believe in him to win you a title?
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. You're right.
We've kind of seen that already.
I disagree with their
assessment,
but that's exactly what it is. So I wonder, and let's, the Luka thing is so stark because that's like what, he's one of the 3 or 4 best players in the league.
Uh-huh.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
But I wonder if we see, God, I can't even, I don't want to, I think we're seeing the Warriors have this assessment with Jonathan Kuminga. I think we've seen the way the Rockets have operated with their extensions, for their rookie scale extensions. I'm having a.
What was like, look at this offseason. This offseason's been boring as hell. Like nothing has happened. It's like a lot of it's because like the CBA stuff, I feel.
Oh, big time.
And it's like you're trying, the NBA's looking for parity and all that stuff, but now it's kind of like, all right, it's starting to hurt it. Everyone's just kind of standing pat. Nobody wants to sign anybody.
Yeah. And now, yeah, I understand why they did the apron thing, and I understand why all the owners were on board, because it gives them an excuse to not spend money. But, man, just super prohibitive.
Yeah, but I don't mind the Devin Booker contract, though.
All right.
Shout out Devin Booker.
All right.
Do you like the Devin Booker contract?
Nah.
Say it's bad, Kyle.
I don't know if it's bad. I just don't know how I feel about Devin Booker.
He's
great.
He's elite.
He's very, very good at scoring the basketball for sure.
Top 15 player in the league?
No.
You said that emphatically too. Yeah.
Not just off the rip. When I'm thinking the top 15 dudes, Devin Booker doesn't come to my mind. If we made a list, he might land in there, but it'd be toward the bottom, I think.
I got you.
I don't know. Maybe my feeling on Devin Booker and the Suns has just been clouded by how nasty the last couple of years were.
Yeah, Aldrin J brings up a good point. Like you don't really have a choice either. You got to pay Devin Booker, right?
If you're the Suns in this specific situation, I think Aldrin J is right.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you can, because of where you're at as a franchise. You just traded Kevin Durant. If you now punt Devin Booker, who's beloved in Phoenix and who by all accounts wants to be in Phoenix, if you now punt him, this is where James always brings up the business side. And I don't always like talking about that, but he's 100% spot on with it.
Yeah, because it matters at some point.
It does. And in this case, that's where that matters. Because if you trade Devin Booker, the Kings trade Zach LaVine this offseason for picks, it's not changing their attendance. I don't, at least not dramatically.
Yeah.
If the Suns trade Devin Booker for picks and filler, I think that's dramatically impacting the Suns' bottom line.
Yeah.
So I do agree with that. I think they had to do this. I'm interested to see over the next couple of years if the Suns haven't dug out of this rut and they're not making the playoffs.
I don't got much.
If they have an easy or hard time trading Devin Booker.
Yeah, I don't have much faith in them figuring this out. So we'll revisit that in a couple of years.
While we're here, just to rewind it a year, salute to Devin Booker's Olympic performance.
Yeah.
He was outstanding.
Yeah, he was great.
He was so freaking good.
Yeah.
He was really, really good.
Don't disagree at all.
I'm worried about his contract. I don't think it's bad.
You're a hater.
Just a little worried about
You're
it.
a hater.
No, I'm not.
This is the thing you were doing with Joe Burrow, too.
No, good player. I just knew.
No, don't say good player. Stop. Don't do that. I'm going to throw this pen at you right now. No, he's better. He's elite.
He's good.
He's elite.
Yeah. He's in a tier by himself.
No, he's in a tier with 3 others. All right? Leave Joe Cool alone.
Fine. Just one of those things I can't explain it. It's just in my bones. I don't I'm not like, man. Can't let
we all got those players too as sports fans.
It just doesn't, and like I said, logically I get it.
Yeah.
I don't even argue with people. That's why I don't like to say the take out loud. It's like whenever people are like Joe Burrow top 3, I'm like,
oh, why are you so quiet?
What? I didn't say nothing. Last Kings thing, and then I want to get to this Le'Veon Bell tweet. Should Scott? I feel like.
Oh boy.
All right. I'm gonna go back to something Kenny was talking about.
All right, let's talk.
Should I save this for Kenny? I think he's coming in for the handoff.
Is he? Because we didn't have anyone yesterday, so who was on Friday? Kenny was here on Friday.
There's going to be Dame yesterday.
I'd assume it was Damian's day today.
I'll just do it. I'll just do it now. Kenny's probably listening.
Yes.
We can
definitely
circle back on it.
Maybe Kenny will walk in because he's hearing this right now.
So I that would be tight. He said yesterday that Scott Perry's 2 steps ahead because he gave the Warriors a low ball offer.
Yeah.
I disagree. I think he is just on the same plan. Like he's following along. I don't think he's 2 steps ahead. Do you know what I think would have been 2 steps ahead? And this is where my brain goes when I hear that. Because I don't think Scott Perry has done anything in the Jonathan Kuminga situation that is like, whoa, like mind-blowing GMing. Like, no, he's done the right thing. What would have been wild is if he figured out a way to unload Zach LaVine's contract with 3 picks, however many it would have taken, to Brooklyn for Cam Johnson, opened up like $26 million or whatever the difference would have been, and signed Kuminga to an offer sheet.
Yeah.
That to me would have been 2 steps ahead.
Yeah.
That's where that's like,
But-
okay, making this move to make this move because we know that there's not going to be a market for Jonathan Kuminga, and we know the Warriors don't want him, so we're just going to sign him so they can't trade him.
Yeah. I can see, like, if you wanted to call Scott Perry 2 steps ahead on this little deal that they're working on with the Warriors, like, I could see that if they were to finish it up, it's like, yeah, it's Scott Perry, like, just do the Warriors had nothing else, force their hand, and they ended up
Mhm.
taking Dario Saric, Devin Carter, and 2 second-round picks. Like, if he ends up, or even if he ends up getting Jonathan Kuminga still on the cheap or whatever, like on a
Mhm.
low ball offer, where it's maybe you do add a first-round pick, whatever, you're still giving up Carter and Saric, like, that's not really much. Like, I can see that, but he's got to get the deal done. And then with that Cam Johnson stuff and all that, yeah, that's a nice scenario, but
I want to put a pin in my Cam Johnson thing.
yeah.
You said something interesting there. You said he's got to get it done. So if they don't get Jonathan Kuminga, are you putting that on Scott Perry?
No, but it's just I can't say he was 2 steps ahead. Like, just no deal got done. That's just negotiating to me. Like, they just negotiated, tried to negotiate, nothing happened. I think in order for Scott Perry like to get over on someone or just to kind of be the one who went out here, he's got to get the deal done. Otherwise, they just talked. At least that's how I see it.
All right. If there's any Jonathan Kuminga news, we'll have it for you, and hopefully Kenny can pop in so we can talk more about that. That's Jesse. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil's over there. We got like 5 minutes before we got to pay some bills.
You got something you've been wanting to talk about since
I do. Le'Veon Bell, who sucks,
Great running back.
tweeted something yesterday. And I just, as a person, I studied mass communications, or the study of mass communications. And I'm so fascinated by people's like media habits and where they choose to get their information or whatever it is. Le'Veon Bell said, unpopular opinion. News should be a dry recitation of facts. If it isn't, then it's an opinion intended to stir your emotions into clouding your judgment. I don't think that's an unpopular opinion. I think that's just what it is. But I want to leave news out of it, like real life news, for at least the moment, because I think where we see this the most, obviously in the real world, the blending of fact versus opinion is more significant than in sports. But I think in sports it's more prevalent.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't feel like anymore anyway, there are that many people who do like sports and news. I don't feel like in the sports world, what would you consider a sports news program?
Doesn't exist anymore. Sports Center maybe, because they're showing highlights and stuff and just kind of keeping you updated. But I mean, maybe.
But even that,
because like you're still bringing on Ryan Clark and stuff like that to break games down. Like, it's a lot less of just highlights and breaking, like just updating what's going on.
It's a lot more opinion.
Yeah, it's a lot more segment now and stuff like that.
And even if you're watching the most bland Sports Center, they're showing NBA highlights because they want you to watch your NBA games.
Yeah,
they're showing WNBA highlights because they want you to watch WNBA games. They're showing you. They're negotiating with Major League Baseball right now for MLB rights. If they get the right, they want you to watch it. So they're not just going to be like, hey, here's the thing that happened. They're going to try and put some spin and some flavor on it to make it interesting to you. And I don't want to say it's a problem, but I think because there's the line between journalist and fan is just so blurred now.
Yeah.
Like I am a 49er fan who got an offer to be a contributor at NinersWire.com. I was ostensibly promoted to the managing editor of TitansWire.com when they launched that site. And then I moved over to a managing editor role at Niners Wire when that role became open. I feel an obligation to be down like a down the middle or objective.
Yeah.
Subjective. I feel an obligation to readers and listeners of my podcast to be that. But I would not call myself a journalist. I wouldn't call my website a news site. And I don't know, man. I think it's bled into real news. And I think it's bled into the way I think people consume real news, the way they consume sports news.
Yeah.
Where if you're a Kings fan, you're not going to go to Kevin Pelton on ESPN to get his thoughts on the Kings. Like, no, you're going to go to the Kings beat. You're going to listen to James Ham. You're going to listen to D'Lo and KC. You're going to listen to this show. You have your local outlets where you're going to go listen to stuff about the Kings. I don't think it should be considered. I don't know. It bothers me that somebody thinks that it's an unpopular opinion, that news and opinion are different. Because they very much are and should be.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is they're not anymore.
Well, yeah, and I feel like with just sports, isn't that sports is all just opinion, no? As far as like if you want the news, go look up a box score and stuff like that.
Yeah, it feels like more like news is more about like, okay, so what's next?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what's the analysis of the ripple effects of this news in sports? And you're right, there's definitely like a lot of opinion and whatnot, but like you see when somebody breaks down tape online, people are like, this is the content I want, this is the content, but like 80% of people don't want that.
Yeah, but I think that's just on us to go find it, though. Like, I think that stuff exists. It exists. Maybe it's just less frequent or whatever, but I think that stuff's out there. It's just a matter of you got to go seek that out now.
I open this can of worms with not enough time left. Maybe we'll circle back to this and I can collect my thoughts. That's Jesse. I'm Kyle. I'm going to call out Kenny for the handoff. Coming up in a couple of minutes. That's Joe Brazil. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Oh, look, SGA is on the cover of NBA 2K 2026.
Sick. Not going to buy it, but awesome. I'm still stuck on MLB The Show. I'm in year 14, I think, on the 24. Shout out to my Road to the Show player.
Where'd you see that?
I think Shams tweeted it.
Tweeted what?
The SGA stuff.
Yeah, Shams tweeted it.
Yeah, Jacob Z. Sports shows in general are pretty trash. Like, if you want just rational thought, you got to go start looking. Not start, but locally.
I hate how
That's
often.
where you'll find less of that.
I'm not even going to just call out specifically ESPN because it's any.
They're all the same channel now at this point. ESPN,
I hate
FS1.
how often just discussion about a thing. Like, you can disagree on should the Pacers have let Miles Turner walk? Or should they have tried harder to keep him? Cool, you can have that debate. I don't mind debate television. I mind that every single debate or what could be a productive discussion turns into a screaming match about how Miles Turner choked in the finals.
Yeah, but you can clip that and post it on Twitter.
No, I know. I get
Easier.
like I said, I work in this. I understand the why. But man, it feels less damaging when it happens with sports.
Yeah.
And it's like the fact that that's how actual news is consumed. It's like, whew.
All right, Russ.
What can I yell about today?
I'm planning to be the show 24, 25. Like, come on. You got to upgrade from 19. What are we doing here, Russ?
I'm still playing MVP Baseball 2005. So
Hey, that's another
There
one like that.
it is. That is the best baseball game ever made.
Goat, dude.
It's people still think that to this day. Doesn't it? It has Kruk and Kipe too, doesn't it? As the announcers.
How do you think I'd know that because I played it so much?
I think it does. I'm pretty sure it does.
It sounds right to me. Yeah, we used to play that. Shout out to KSSU at Sac State. The lobby at KSSU, we had MVP Baseball 2005 on the PS2 and like FIFA 2009.
What year was this?
This is like 2010, 2011.
Gotcha. PS2 still going.
Yeah.
PS2 was thriving in there.
I still got my PS2 hooked up at home. The same one.
That's amazing.
One. Yeah.
I finally got rid of mine when I moved out of Sacramento and moved to Arizona for a couple years.
Yeah.
And got rid of the PS2.
I have no idea how mine is still working.
Mine was working when I got rid of it.
Yeah. Mine went through like when my dad had his own trophy shop, bro, like all of the just crazy things it went through. Oh my gosh.
They don't make stuff like they used to.
It actually though, like the new consoles don't last nearly as long.
If anybody has a Nintendo Switch plug, let me know.
Now, back to the Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Jesse's there. I'm Kyle. Joe's over there. My mic on?
Yeah, I think so.
What was the first sports video game you ever played?
Ever played? Probably. There was this old soccer video game. It was like NFL Blitz, but it was like FIFA.
Oh yeah.
I don't remember what it was called. I used to play with my cousin back at my grandma's house.
Just called CONCACAF, am I right?
Low key, yeah. Watching Honduras versus like Guatemala play or something like that. But yeah, it was the old soccer game like that. I guess first like legit football games like Madden 2003 with like Marshall Faulk on the cover or something like that.
That was when I got a PS2. I grew up very lucky. My mom worked at Sony. I had a PlayStation.
Oh, that's fine. You were one of the cool kids then. God, I went to school with a kid who worked. His mom worked at Sony. He had all the PS2 games and all that stuff.
Oh my gosh!
We'll talk off air about this?
Yeah.
You're like that guy that's like, my dad owns Microsoft, but like your mom actually works for Sony.
Yeah, she worked at Sony.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Madden 02 with Dante Culpepper on the front was the first game I had there. But I also remember NFL Game Day. I think it was 98 with Jerome Bettis.
Yeah.
On the front.
Okay.
Had that. But we were talking at the break. We were talking about MVP Baseball 2005.
Yeah, the soccer game I was playing, I think it was called Red Card, by the way.
Red Card.
Literally like Slugfest. Slugfest was like that. The baseball one, like stuff like that. Yeah.
I hated that game.
Really?
Yeah. I thought I was gonna love it. Did not like it whatsoever.
Maybe you weren't very good.
No, it's fine at it. It just didn't hit. Didn't hit the way NFL Blitz did. NFL Blitz not on N64.
No.
That was the best.
Shout out. My grandma used to have the N64. I think she had WCW versus like NW or some wrestling game like that.
Doug Peterson was the Eagles quarterback.
Did you ever? Hey, shout out to anyone who's ever played NFL Head Coach. The worst game of all time.
Oh my God. All-time heat check. By our
Bro, I could never get past the second preseason game.
What a boring thing. Hey, all the worst parts about playing in the NFL, you want to just
I'm out here coaching up the third string Dolphins quarterback in preseason game number 2. It's like, I'm done with this. I'm going to go play Madden.
It's Jesse Tapia, Joe Brazil behind the glass. I'm Kyle Madsen. Damian Barling of D-Lo and KC is going to join us here shortly for the handoff.
Anything. Oh, I don't want to.
Hey, we're back. Are we back?
No, the computer did not want to log in.
Don't take this the wrong way.
Oh, this will go great.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a little bummed you're here.
Oh.
I wanted to call out.
Tough.
Oh, okay.
I was really looking forward to getting in a shouting match with Kenny.
Well, he's here.
Hey, there's John. No, it's okay. I'm going to run my thought by you.
Okay.
I completely disagree with Kenny's take yesterday that Scott Perry's 2 steps ahead. I think he's just on a normal track.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
He's on the normal amount of steps.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't passionate enough about his feelings on that to like fight him on it. I think he's given Scott a lot of credit, and I'm perfectly fine with that. Like I don't think Scott has done anything to ruin anyone's
Mhm.
belief in him, or Kenny feels passionately about Scott Perry. Obviously, he's a Knicks guy,
Mhm.
so it's fine. You can yell at
Okay.
him about that. I
don't want to yell at him about it.
Sounded like you did.
It kind of
Yeah,
did.
well,
yeah.
Shouting
I
match, shouting, yelling, not same thing.
It seems like you were ready for the smoke.
Yeah, but not shouting at him.
You
We're
called him
shouting
out. You
with
called him out on the radio.
You
Yeah.
called him a bitch. I heard you.
Yes, he did.
Jesus.
He did.
That's what I heard.
Never disrespect
Jesse
my
heard
friends
it.
like
Yeah,
that.
you
Like,
definitely
hey,
said that.
Don't say that, Chatty House. Did I
We
say
can
that?
cut that to where you did say that.
Jesse can make anything work. Jesse's like our own version of AI.
I cut a clip where the Kings drafted Lonzo Ball. All right, we can
Yeah.
make this
word?
happen.
Well, true story.
Shout out to the redraft summer.
We could do. We could do it.
Oh man.
So
Scott Perry's doing just fine.
Yeah, that's it. He's doing great.
I don't know.
Here's my 2 steps ahead to me
Mhm.
would have been trading Zach LaVine and picks to Brooklyn for Cam Johnson, opening up cap room and signing Jonathan Kuminga.
You know what the problem with that is?
What's that?
Brooklyn doesn't want to do that.
Sure.
Like
But that's the type of move to me that I view as like, oh wow,
here's what I think Scott I think understands the market.
yes.
I don't know where they are with Jonathan Kuminga. I certainly have my feelings about what's gone on the last couple of days. I don't know where they are in those conversations. I also wouldn't like this. It's a little like Monty McNair, and Kings fans don't want to hear this. I don't think he's not trying. All of the
Agreed.
stuff that you're yelling about, all of the stuff that Kings fans are angry about. Why don't we trade this person? Why don't we trade that person? Why is he here? Why don't we do this? We got to get rid of it. I think he's tried to do all of that.
Mhm.
Look at this league.
Mhm.
Look at what this free agency has looked like.
Yep.
I may not agree with Draymond Green on very many things, but the collective bargaining agreement and this free agency, he's been spot on about from jump.
Mhm.
When that collective bargaining agreement was signed, he said this is going to screw teams who built themselves the way that we have. Everyone keeps talking about Oklahoma City and this dynasty and this window that they've opened up. Okay. All right. We'll see what that looks like, because
pay Chet.
Oklahoma City isn't going to be afforded the luxury that Joe Lacob and the Golden State Warriors were afforded.
Mhm.
They snuck by with that incredible Steph Curry deal. We're able to land Kevin Durant, sign Steph to that big deal. And this is where I'll always give credit to Joe Lacob. He said, if we're winning, I'll pay.
Mhm.
Those aren't options anymore.
Right.
At least not like they were before.
Right.
You can win and you can pay, but the ability to sign a bought out player, the ability to sign all of these free agents who I just want to join a contender, the
Mhm.
ability to have, minimum guys, draft pick, all of these different things that the Warriors went through before this, that's dead.
Yep.
So that's why I've been slow to anoint, OKC, they're the next this, they're the next
for
that.
sure.
Nah, I don't think that they are. And that's the asset management, the draft asset management of Sam Presti is going to be the most important thing that he does over the next probably 7 years.
I think a lot of the OKC stuff is that projection of, well, they're just going to be able to replenish.
No, they're not.
It's just a massive faith that all these first and second round picks, they're going to turn them into more rotation
one of the
guys.
most under talked about things this summer, because it was a given. No one, SGA signed that massive contract.
Yeah.
That's the first domino.
Right.
That's the first domino to fall. You've got 2 more.
Mhm.
And does Sam Presti stop and cut the dominoes off right there? Go, yeah, I don't want. We're going to reset these here a little bit,
Right.
and I'm going to lose Chet,
That's
or I'm
what
going to lose J-Dub.
Mhm.
I have to lose somebody because I can't pay them this.
Right.
And it wouldn't shock me if they came off of their first round draft picks next year,
Mhm.
but then the year after they're starting. We're going to take some of these guys because there's going to be a point where we might have to
You
let
gotta
someone
restock.
go, and it's not going to be SGA.
Yep.
You're going to have to build everything you're doing around Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And I don't know how many capologists Sam Presti has on his staff, but he better double it,
Mhm.
because that is the new era of the NBA. I believe there is a lot more Scott Perry wants to do. I believe there's a lot more that the league wants to do. I think the league is scared to death of acquiring or signing a player to a contract that's going to put them in a difficult spot for the next couple of years.
Oh, and I think that's especially true when you watch the finals this year, because I think depth was a massive advantage for both of those teams.
Yep. And you saw the moves Denver made.
Yes.
Denver moved off of someone to acquire more depth.
Yes. And that's why I don't think you see Giannis being traded, because I don't think the market would be there that would make it worth it to Milwaukee to trade Giannis, because every team knows, okay, we can acquire this dude, but we're going to gut all the depth that would make us competitive with him.
There's speculation, and maybe there's a tinge of reality. I don't know that the entire speculation lives in reality. That LeBron James doesn't have a market.
Yeah.
Like, again, I don't know if that's real or not, but when you look at the landscape of the league, acquiring a $53 million player is really difficult unless you have a $53 million player that you're just willing to move off of and you're doing a straight swap.
Best I could do is a Zach LaVine.
Zach LaVine and Keon, who does know?
Come, I don't know if I'm including. I'm not including Keon now. Hang on.
You swap LeBron for Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah, straight up. That's what we've talked about that. Like, if he's going to the Knicks, you've got to.
That's the one.
That's how you do it. You don't give up. Don't take away from your depth.
Right.
That got Indiana where they are, that got Oklahoma City where they are. You need to just swap these guys out. If you believe LeBron is still at that level and can win you a championship, just swap the guys out.
Right. Because the other alternative is aggregate a bunch of salary to $53 million.
And then guess what?
Now you're the Lakers. Congratulations.
Yeah, you're lacking depth. You're what you were last year.
Also, the LeBron thing is so silly to me.
What?
That whole statement, like that whole, then don't opt in. Then don't opt in.
That was a miss by Rich Paul.
Yeah.
I'm not.
Like what?
It was just a miss.
He's making $53 million. So okay, he's on the Lakers, who are not terrible.
No.
But any team he goes to, barring a Karl Anthony Towns swap, is just going to be some facsimile of the Lakers.
Probably. Yeah, probably.
That bothered me. That one bothered me.
I don't think Clutch and LeBron have had too many missteps. I don't think LeBron, he wears the decision, which Rich Paul is involved in too. That whole odd statement on an opt-in felt very weird.
Yeah, like we're watching their moves closely.
Yeah, come on.
What do you think the plan was?
You missed.
Force them to trade him, or
maybe buzz.
What does that even mean?
Maybe on notice. Like I don't know.
Because I know maybe he's gonna get traded. Blah blah. He wants to get traded. Blah blah. It's like, all right.
Well, we talked about this too. Like, they operate like a mom and pop shop.
Right.
The Lakers, they always have. That's about to change.
Yeah.
You got big tech coming in.
Yeah.
Business is about to pick up for the Los Angeles Lakers. It's going to change.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised if, I know Jeannie still maintains governor status, which means she owns 15% of that team.
Mm-hmm.
But someone else owns 85.
Right.
And if that person who owns 85 says, "Hey, Rob's got to go,"
mm-hmm.
I need the Rambuses out of here.
Linda Rambus can't hang out here anymore, Jeannie.
Yeah, you start to break down that trust wall that she's insulated herself with over the last couple of decades, and LeBron is part of that trust wall.
Man, that's wild.
There's a lot of layers to this Lakers thing. It's just, I don't think the new ownership, I don't think that stuff kicks in so quickly.
Mm-hmm.
But LeBron's time is limited, and I'm with you. He missed.
Yeah. Yep.
Rich missed.
D'Lo and KC are not gonna miss, and you shouldn't miss that program. They're up next. What do you guys got coming up?
Trysta Krick at the top of the 2:00 hour. That's always fun. Sometimes she stays an hour and some change.
Trysta Krick will be here for some amount of time.
Yeah, a pretty lengthy amount of time, and then probably just a lot more of this.
Awesome.
Yeah,
can't wait.
A lot more of this.
D'Lo and KC should be a fun one. You can hear Jesse Tapia on that program. Jesse back in with me tomorrow for James Ham. That's Joe Brazil. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. And until tomorrow at 10 a.m., drink water. Be nice to people. See you. And scene. Thank you so much, Chatty House. Really appreciate you guys. Good show.
Acknowledge me.
Jesse, you got us in there? All right.
We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, what it do, baby?
No, I like that. I like that. Hit the mics again, man. You know what I'm saying? No, hit the mics. Let's just
no. Yeah, that's a good visual, but it just goes silent on the radio. We appreciate y'all, man. Welcome into the Tuesday, July 8th edition of D-Lo and KC. It was 113 last year at this time.
Woo.
I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live. Alongside. He's got multiple jobs this week. So
he does.
The busiest person over the next 3 weeks is Jesse.
Shout out Jesse Tapp.
James gone, KC gone, D-Lo gone.
Shout out Jesse Tapp.
At some point, Jesse's going to be like, I'm gone.
Should be, man. Get it in right now. Like I said,
I need the King's schedule just to make sure, like, hey, Jesse's getting married on a weekday. We ain't working that day.
No.
We celebrating our boy.
Nah, it could be Kings Lakers. We celebrating the Brodies.
See Jesse up there in dress shoes and
It's gonna be weird.
Couple tears
Thought about
falling down. Couple tears falling down. For sure.
Yeah.
it's gonna be weird wearing dress shoes or weird.
Nah, just like all that attention, stuff like that.
Oh yeah, you hate that.
Yeah. I saw a meme the other day. It's like, when you're introverted and you're at an event, but it's for you and it's your wedding. And this dude's just freaking out.
Oh, that's tough. Yeah,
That'll be a good
that's
time.
tough.
I'm excited.
To be all you people there, man. It'd be a great time.
It is.
It's months away, but still, it would be a great time.
Months away. It feels like minutes, though.
It is.
Well, yeah, for you, I'm sure it feels like it's tomorrow.
One of the best days of your life.
Yeah.
At least it was for me.
That was a great day. I had a great time at your wedding.
It was a blur.
And good. I mean,
I woke up. Next thing I knew, it was 5 p.m.
Good for both of you. You're only going to do it once. Some of us.
I said, I'm done.
Some of us got to keep trying.
Try again.
I'm going to find love. God damn it. I'm going to find love. I ain't doing that. I ain't doing a wedding though again. I mean, I will, but not like that. It'll be, I've
Weren't y'all
tried
downtown or something like that?
I've tried to put,
Weren't y'all downtown? I've only seen one picture. It looked like y'all were like
the one that's on the internet. No, that was Arden Hills Country Club.
Oh, okay. Looked really nice. Well,
It was gorgeous.
One picture I saw.
Yeah, it was gorgeous. Yeah, it was beautiful. It was a great day. I don't regret a second of it.
Mhm.
But you know, life
Life
stuff.
happens.
Yeah.
Life happens.
So the next one, I was like, man, let's do a surprise wedding. We just invite people over, and if they don't come, they don't come. But hey, look, they're getting married. And man, that idea has been run by 50 people, and we've gotten 50 different responses. Forget it. Forget it.
Surprise wedding.
Let's go have fun at Jesse's wedding.
Yeah. Don't propose at Jesse's wedding.
Oh, that'd be hilarious.
I would it.
I'm
I'm gonna tell you what. Someone get tacos.
Hey, you want to take the attention off of you?
that always pisses me off about best man. That's what he proposed to Sanaa Lathan at the wedding.
Oh yeah.
That's so disrespectful.
Yeah.
Want to do this here today?
And Morris Chestnut just. I mean, Morris Chestnut hated him for a variety of reasons, but yeah,
so disrespectful. Oh man, I ain't even the bride, and I feel that way.
Yeah, you can't do that.
I would jazz throw you out of my wedding.
Not Jazz, you're Jazz. Jazz from the Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Yeah, right.
I'm sure Jazz would throw someone out.
I was going to say, though, I'm
absolutely.
sure Jazz threw someone out of the wedding at some point.
Absolutely.
Wait, hold on. Who wrote that? Oh, it was Cousin Pete. Cousin Pete said, my wedding was dope, but now divorced, so F that wedding.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, man. Johnny G says, surprise live show wedding at Sky River Casino. Well, I guess.
Surprise live show wedding.
Nah.
Me and Crystal walking the aisle into 32 Brews.
Yep. In the chatty house there, led by Drew Down. Jesse.
Hey, Jesse, congratulations, big dog. I'm right.
And that's in the middle of Jesse's vows. Drew Down just yelling congratulations. He was trying to whisper it to his wife, but Drew Down can't whisper. So it just winds up echoing through the.
Wow, this is also nice, huh? Talking to the person next to him.
I bet my wife wishes
Chris will be the first person to file divorce papers at the wedding. Like, forget it, man.
My wife wishes I spoke loud like Drew Down. She said, start mumbling, don't know what I'm saying. I'm like, I am speaking up. What you want me to do?
You do talk.
Spoken.
I think you and I, when the mics, well, you do it when the mics are on, but you and I, when the mics are off, I think we both talk pretty softly. And, Katie will often say, like, I can't hear you when you talk, right? And then I find myself like at, 5 o'clock, especially when you get into like Thursday, Friday, we'll be in the middle of a conversation and I just can't hear what you're saying anymore. So as soon as you stop talking, because I just lost track of what you were saying so long ago, I just hit him with, yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm out of words by Wednesday.
I'm out of words by 4:05. Come on, man. We got tickets to give away.
Just trying to make it for the rest of the week. Love what I do, though.
See, now Aldo gets the show. Aldo says, what if someone runs into the wedding with a money in the bank briefcase during the vows? But the good thing about Jesse and Crystal, they've been together for 2 decades. Crystal ain't got no one to cash in the. They've been together too long.
Wow. That was official.
There ain't no Dwayne Wade going there.
Mm-hmm.
One of the great shows, great moments of all time.
Oh, iconic.
Iconic. That's the other thing. Look, everybody get married how you get married, but my wedding's not a comedy show. All right, we're not walking into the ring and taking our vows. No, it's a very nice, elegant affair.
It was rich.
It was not rich.
It was pretty rich.
Where'd you get that
pretty
from?
Rich.
My favorite part of the wedding was when Kenny did it like Michael Jackson at halftime of the Super Bowl.
Oh, yeah.
Just stood
Oh,
there.
yeah.
I'm not even joking, by the way. Like, you can laugh, Kenny, but like, you just kind of stood there. And he's taking in the moment.
Yeah.
That's all I was doing.
And he's doing that thing where like The Rock kind of does the people's eyebrow. He's kind of looking around.
Yep.
And the crowd's like,
well, not everybody did.
Yeah.
And I don't know who did it, but I think it was Cheryl and El Grove. Someone said, "Boy, get down the aisle."
No joke. Kenny stood there for a good 5
Y'all
minutes.
should have seen this man. You couldn't tell Casey that it wasn't his moment.
Hey,
This boy walked up. The theme music is playing, and he kind of stopped. No, you're right. It's like The Rock. He stopped. He stopped, and he's
The Rock.
He's looking around, and he takes a couple of steps, and then he turns and looks back. And this was about the time that I heard someone from the family section say, "Boy, if you don't walk down that aisle,
mind your business. Mind your business,
hey, man. Let my man have his moment."
Man, that blazer was one of my. That's
white.
Yeah, white with the I forgot the official name for it, but it's like the bandana print. I can't remember the official name for it, but it's one of my favorite articles of clothing of clothing I own. That's that tux is the best. I love that tux. I mean, obviously you got sentimental reasons as well, but I just thought they knocked it out of the park. Shout out to my people, the Soup Bros down in Los Angeles.
Can you wear that again?
I won't. Never will.
You just have it on like a Kenny-sized mannequin in your closet.
That's what I need. Yeah. That would be dope. That's what I should do.
Here's
this is hanging in the closet.
Is the dress in a like a big insulated box?
No. I forgot what she said she's got to do with the dress. But something's gonna happen to her.
Here's the wedding or the video from Kenny's wedding right here. Hold on. Kenny right here. Kenny pops up right here.
Yeah. Here comes Kenny.
I'm not even.
There he is.
This was Kenny. That was Kenny.
No,
cap, bro.
I don't think Kenny at his wedding, bro. I'm not even joking.
I don't think it is.
This was Kenny legit.
Hey man, don't listen to this guy.
I don't think it's Cap. I don't know
for a cool few minutes. Like, where's Jazz?
See, I don't know if Mike does it here, but I know he did it on the tour where you see he's got the glasses on. So the crowd's doing the big reaction right now. This is Pasadena, right?
Yeah.
Crowd's doing the big reaction. And then you know how he gets the second reaction? Just like KC did at the wedding. He takes the glasses off. Gets the second big pop.
Wow.
Hey, man, don't listen to these dudes. That was fire, though. That was unbelievable.
Well, Mike or your wedding?
Mike.
Oh,
Mike. That was iconic. That's how you do it right there.
Boy, if you don't get your butt down the aisle.
Mind your business. Relax.
Yes. Weddings were written into segment 1. Why do you ask?
Will Jonathan Kuminga and the Kings get married?
Oh, there you go. Look at that pro.
Find out next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Always reminds me of that. What was that movie called? American Dream? The Jackson movie? Where the brothers are out and Mike goes to the top and then he stops. And I think it's Joe yelling, "Get your ass out there." And Mike says, "Wait." And the crowd gets louder. And Joe's like, "Get out there." Mike says, "Wait." And the crowd gets louder. And then he waits and waits and Joe hears it and he walks up to the top and he gets an eye shot and then the crowd erupts the third time.
He knew.
There's one of the concerts I have from maybe I don't know. I don't know, Belgium, wherever it was. I have no idea. That pause, it's on the history tour. That's where he always did it, but the history tour is where it really got crazy. It's like 17 minutes.
Damn.
I think that's he comes through in like a spaceship, crowd's going crazy, doors open, crowd's going crazy again. Then he steps out and stands still. Crowd scream. Then he does the glass. It's like 17 minutes before he says a word.
That's crazy. That is crazy, man.
Right on, Zabo. Zabo's off to Zabo and Jasmine are off to see the Weeknd.
Tonight?
Yeah.
Wow, that's what's up. That's what's up.
I think it's tonight and tomorrow or tonight and Thursday. Yeah.
I mean, he definitely he could do 4 if he needed to.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I wasn't sure. I mean, I guess you had to do what you had to do, but the slept on part, slept on in a bad way. That Michael Jackson moment at the Super Bowl went into black and white.
That was the dangerous time, though. It was a dangerous era. Why do you hate unity? It's a great song.
I'm trying to think of what he could have done outside of black and white. He could have done Beat It in that moment. I'm talking like to start it off.
Want to be starting something?
Could have, yeah. Well,
I don't remember the set list. I just remember it ended with "Heal the World." So you just got to remember that was the dangerous time. That was the dangerous era. So he was going to get his stuff off for the new album. It's like Dot did.
Yeah. He didn't have to. It's the Super Bowl. You're Michael Jackson. Go to Beat It.
It didn't sound.
I would have told Mike, don't do that.
And Mike would have been like, "Okay, pal."
Oh, Billie Jean, yeah, Billie. Billie Jean, I believe, is his best.
You could have started with "Don't." You absolutely could have started with that.
I think we've talked about this before. I say that's his best song ever. I think that's a perfect record, and it's his best song. 40 days, 40 nights.
That is not my favorite song. Like, I like it. I just find myself not loving it the way other people do. I like it. I think I like watching him perform it more than I actually like listening to it. Like, if you put it on in the car.
I like Motown or
yeah. Well, either like any performance he did on the Bad Tour is phenomenal. The Motown, phenomenal. But if you just put the record on, it's like, it's fine. I mean, it's fine. I like the song. I'll never skip it. Yeah, we were talking about Michael Jackson during the commercial break. Sure, yes, all a part of the plan. I don't know why you think this show is not planned out to the T.
Weddings and Michael Jackson.
Yes, just as it's written in the show.
Flip that.
Weddings and Michael Jackson.
Best of D-Lo and This Week in D-Lo and KC every Sunday morning on YouTube. You'll rehash this.
No, why not? Why not, man? And as Jesse said, will Jonathan Kuminga and the Sacramento Kings get married? I feel like they won't. But I don't know what's going to happen with this Jonathan Kuminga situation. I mean, I don't know if someone is, I don't know. I can't envision the Warriors bringing him back. I don't know. Like, I want to be careful too, because prior to whatever the hell went on Wednesday night, we talked regularly. I don't see a path. Of course, Tuesday, I thought Kuminga's market was different. Mm-hmm. I thought the dollar figures in the market were a lot different than what they appear to be. This NBA market is crazy. We have never, ever seen an NBA free agency, certainly within the last decade, ever seen one like this.
Your boy Draymond was on Threads talking about it.
And he was right.
He's spot on.
He was right. Draymond Green has not missed when it's come to talking about the collective bargaining agreement and what this CBA and these aprons have done to basketball teams. Yeah. I told Kyle and Jesse a minute ago, like, I think teams like legit live in fear right now. They're scared of making that one deal or that one signing that could potentially hamper them for the next 3 to 4 years. They're scared to make that signing to where they feel like they can't dig out of this apron graveyard.
Yeah. Jason Jones last week said it best. I thought he hit the nail on the head. He said it's given the owners and front offices an excuse not to compete, you know, because they're so afraid of apron rules and all this other stuff that they'll justify not doing anything, not making any moves because of the aprons and the penalties and all this other stuff. And I don't think it's going away anytime soon. I don't think it's just this summer was crazy. I think it is, you know, we talked about it, but I think it's specifically there's a correlation between the CBA, the aprons, and what we've seen this summer. And I don't think that's not changing for like another 6-7 years. So I wonder, as we've talked about it and seeing Draymond and what he had to say about it on Threads, I started to wonder, is this potentially a problem for the league? Not necessarily money making wise, not necessarily like the players and stuff like that, but just the excitement around the league, interest around the league. We've talked a number of different times how the league has become a 12-month a year type of league. Like people are always trying to consume NBA content. And if you're taking away player movement and free agency and stuff like that, because, you know, people are so scared, does that affect the interest in the league outside of when the games are being played? Feels like it would, but I don't know.
I don't think it would. Yes, I think it would over time. I don't think it will like right now. Like I don't know that anyone's going, oh man, the NBA sucks. I don't know that anyone's doing that. I think everyone right now is like, yo, what's going on? This is crazy.
Because one of the things that'll happen is like it's new. So we hear Shams and it's gonna be a crazy offseason. We lined up, we ready for it, and we see it's a bit of a dud. 2-3 years from now, you ain't gonna be able to sell us on it's gonna be a crazy offseason.
Right. Like, right.
Like I'm gonna start watching baseball. or I'm gonna start watching WNBA or something. Like because NBA, you're not doing anything in the summer.
Trying to because Shams normally isn't like a hype man like that. And I don't know if he's with ESPN now and he feels like that's just kind of part of the gig and that's what he has to do. Or maybe he got hip to the Dame Lillard stuff. Maybe he got hip to the LeBron James stuff and started to, hey, this is going to be crazy. Those are two huge names. That's the biggest name in the league. It's Dame, one of the, best point guards we've ever seen. And it ultimately hasn't led to anything. I mean, if Dame was healthy, this would be totally different. If they had gone through, if they had waived him for different reasons and we're just like, yeah, you're not happy, we're not happy, you're free to go wherever you want to. That'd be massive. But there's he's out all of next year. You don't have to sign him. He gonna eat. He gonna be fine. Probably one of the things he wants to do is rehab where he wants. So there's no, tie into, any team that way. And I don't know that he's going to get signed this offseason.
I feel like there's no need for him to sign somewhere this offseason.
Well, there's no need for him to. But like a team could be like, oh, if the prevailing thought is, well, he can't play for us. And I feel like, hey, I got space. Like, no, you can sit. You can sit with us.
It would make sense for a team, especially if there is a bidding war, so to speak. Nothing crazy, but like if the Warriors, Heat, and Lakers all know that they're involved, like, yeah, I'll sign him right now because I'm going to make sure I get him. You know what I mean? If I try to wait just because he can't play, I may lose out on him, especially if I'm willing. Like, when he gets healthy, I want him on the team. So yeah, I'd sign him right now. To your point.
Yeah, it's a. If you didn't read through Draymond's threads, he was on point. Like I'm not gonna I'm past the point where I'm challenging anything that man says about the CBA at this point because
he saw it immediately.
He saw it the second that collective bargaining agreement was signed, and he did say something fascinating. He was like, I should have been the president of the Players Association, and I can't remember who currently is. It
CJ
was
always
CJ.
Gets the
it is.
He always gets the heat, so I feel like he may still be there. And there's somebody else there. For a long time I thought it was just CJ, but there's another player that I saw his name.
It's still CJ. He succeeded Chris Paul a couple of years ago. For some reason, I thought CJ was done in that regard, but
needs to be done now.
Like, well, that will be another really fascinating thing to follow. Grant Williams, first vice president.
That's who I was thinking. Grant Williams. No wonder it didn't work out.
Mason Plumlee, Secretary of Treasury. Jaylen Brown, also a vice president. The makeup of Players Association, the things that go on in inside of Players Association is it's fascinating. In Draymond saying, I should have been president, I found really interesting because I remember watching the WNBA years ago. They pulled up a collective bargaining agreement that was trash. And someone on that committee was saying, yo, this is trash. We can't sign this. The president was trying to push it through. And then it turned into an election where I'm talking a full on like Senate whip where you're calling and you're soliciting people. The most powerful agent in the league was calling her clients saying, do not sign on this collective bargaining agreement. It's an absolute disaster. We talked about this with the NFL. All of those players reacted. No one else read it. And if the person on the side of pass it called them first and got through to them, they passed it. If the person who said don't pass this collective bargaining agreement got through to them, they could win it over. It passed with the narrowest of margins. That vice president who was opposed to it was gone the next voting cycle. It's just like American politics. Like it is bar for bar the same, which I say that to say Draymond would have never got elected. Like if they thought he was opposed to what they were trying to do, he never would have got elected. And that's being that voice. You know, Jerry Stackhouse used to do this. He was that voice who was like, hold on, player, what is this? Pretty soon they got tired of Jerry Stackhouse and said, bruh, we didn't elect you a second term. Beat it. So I love Draymond's idea. I just don't think they would have let him through. That man was too loud and too right too quickly.
But to his point though, if he was the president now, this wouldn't have worked. He wouldn't have made it to the next one by what you said. But this one, he would have been there. Right?
Well, yes, I guess so. 2021. The collective bargaining agreement was what year? Do you remember?
I feel like it was 22. Because it was
I would
25. It feels like it was 22 or 23. It's just
so
early.
My feeling is this stuff was on the table and they were aware of it. And what I have to wonder what happened, and I'd absolutely believe this based on the very little I know about players associations and professional sports. I don't even know that's very little. You know this, and most of the people listening to this probably heard this a million times. There's how many players in the NBA? 500 or something. The smallest fraction you can imagine read the collective bargaining agreement. They voted by the way their players association rep told them to. Is this a good deal? Yeah, great. All right, you got my vote. Here, check. Leave me alone. And that's it. Like people saw this. I don't think anyone.
Beasley out of this.
Well, we're probably going to be leaving Michael Beasley out of a lot of things moving forward. But I don't know that any of them understood what this actually was in execution. Oh, aprons. Oh, no, this will help. Oh, sure. No, it's cute. This is like the dollar for dollar thing, right? No, it absolutely is not. The dollar for dollar thing is there. But, man, there are so many more restrictions. And now we're seeing, no one knows if Luka Doncic was traded because of that potential contract that he has coming up, or if it was because he's, fat or whatever, they wanted to tell you about him. But when you ask yourself, if you're Kenny Caraway, the general manager of the Dallas Mavericks, and you're asking yourself, can I win a championship with Luka Doncic? And Kenny Caraway has always answered that question, no. Why would you pay that man $300 million? Now, there's business attached to this. There's, as James would say, there's the business of basketball. Mm-hmm. There's the business of the Dallas Mavericks. There's tickets. There's fan interest. There's fan reaction. There's all of that different stuff. Can you win a championship by paying that guy $300 million and continue to navigate these new first and second apron restrictions? And if, again, Kenny Caraway, the general manager of the Dallas Mavericks, has always said, no, you can't. Maybe you have to make the move.
Yeah. And it's crazy.
I wouldn't do it, but
it's crazy.
Maybe you have to.
And even me, I don't even know if I would do that. I think what I believe, what I think, I would just say he's too big of a star to just not have on the team.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'd be like, probably not. Like, basketball wise, like, probably not.
I'm probably going to lose without him. I'd rather lose with him.
Right. And that's the way that I would go about it if I was a GM or an owner. But some of these people are looking at it, potentially as if like, no, like, I don't want to spend that money. I don't want to be in the apron, just to get to the Western Conference Finals or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That's how they're looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
Chris Cook in the chat says, D-Lo KC, do you agree with the impact the CBA is having on the NBA as a whole? Disagree with its impact, or is it too soon to tell? It's actually an interesting question because would you say that the players, even with the CBA, aren't getting their money? Because I don't know if I'd say that. I think they're still getting their money. I think it's happening differently. But I mean, contractually, it's BRI. I just saw an interesting article earlier today, but like it's still 51-49. Like the money is still there. It's just being allocated a little differently, wouldn't you say? Because the CBA isn't taking money away from them. Or is it?
Okay, let me attempt to answer that question with a question and turn this into a conversation. Why do you think Jonathan Kuminga is not signed yet? And I don't care by who, by the Kings, Warriors, the Bucks, I don't care. Why do you think Jonathan Kuminga isn't signed? Is it his talent? Or is it the nature of restricted free agency? We've seen offer sheets signed before. Mm-hmm. Or is it the state of the league?
I would say the last two, the nature of restricted free agency combined with where the league is at, the aprons, all that other stuff. So maybe it's like everything else in the world, like the middle class of the NBA, maybe getting eliminated a little bit. Because
Booker just microcosm.
Booker just signed for Booker gonna make $300 million over. So the upper class is fine. The Bookers, the SGAs. I know we just talked about Luka, but Luka's still gonna get paid an enormous amount of money. Those guys are still getting their money. The guys like Kuminga 5 years ago or in the previous CBA was probably $150 million guy with this extension. I'm not doing that anymore. Like we're not doing that for those guys anymore. I think that's where it affects guys the most. Because even with the money that's being in and how they have to pay, the floor is still kind of going up, right? Like your Dennis Schroder, he's making $45 million. Even if you think that's an overpay, like
that reminds me.
In general, he's making $25 million.
Dennis Schroder is going to be introduced to the media at 1. Can we try to carry that live? I assume it's going to be live somewhere.
So yeah, I'd want to hear what Dennis got to say.
So that's at 1. I think Scott's talking too. Can't imagine what that's going to be like. So we'll if we have the ability to, we'll bring that introductory press conference to you.
But I'm thinking of like the floor, like a guy like Dennis Schroder. I'll just say the $45 million is an anomaly. He's in a regular contract.
Mm-hmm.
He'd still probably be making $25 million for a contract. So the floor's gone up, but the middle class, the Kumingas, who you would think would be getting, $125 million on a rookie extension, I think that's gone away.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if that's I want these guys to get paid, so like I'm happy with that, but I don't know if that's necessarily a good or a bad thing that's going away. I don't know. To answer Chris's question, I feel like it's a little early to tell, because another thing that you're having with this, and we've talked about it before, is you do have the ability for a parity type system with the NBA. And a lot of people believe that's the way to go. Like get parity, get as many people involved that think they can have win a championship, get as many of them involved as possible. And for the league and league interest, maybe that's a positive.
In my opinion, it is. It's a positive for the league. I think it's a positive for fans of the league, but I also think there is a certain level of getting used to what's happening right now. Again, we're not used to it. Like the best sign to what was ahead was the start of free agency. It started and nothing happened. 2 years ago, 3 years ago, whatever it was, we were dying to tell you that Malik had signed with the Sacramento Kings. It was a flood of tweets and alerts and all of these different things that this player is signed, this player is signed, this player is signed, this player is signed. 3 o'clock hit, and we sat here like a couple of jackasses waiting for something to happen, and it didn't. And that might be a little bit closer to the norm moving forward, because it's not just us that has to get used to this, that has to get used to these aprons, this way of moving. It's teams. Teams got to figure out how to move within free agency now. Teams got to figure out how to manage these conversations. I mean, I'd imagine not just the game planning when that clock strikes, 6 o'clock Eastern time, but like, what do you do in the weeks leading up to that? How does the draft play into that? How does draft day trades play into that? Like there's so many things that I think franchises, general managers, front offices have to navigate. Scott Perry, the league's trying to figure this out. Scott Perry hasn't been in a front office under these new apron rules yet. He's been away since the Knicks job. Yeah. So he, not that he's disconnected from the league, furthest from. Like it's different when this is in front of you. Like, I can't do this, can't do this. No, I know you wanted to do this. I can't do that.
And it's like you mentioned, it's a new system. It's not just this is how you run a front office. You're dealing with aprons and restrictions because you're in first or second apron that's different. That's a different way to navigate. So I guess to answer Chris's question, it's too early to tell.
It's definitely too early to tell. But it's definitely too early to tell. But it's an awfully weird start to this time.
There are things that I don't like about the new CBA. My biggest thing is the restrictions. and shout out to Draymond because he was on this immediately too. But the restrictions it puts on building a team that you
Yep.
put together through the draft or something like that. Like not being able, like OKC and the Warriors to a certain degree, drafted all these guys and they're not able to keep those guys without having super crazy tax bills and all that. Or like even if you were willing to have the tax bills, you still got to deal with the restrictions of what you can do elsewhere on the roster. And I don't think that's fair or right. So that's what I don't like about the CBA.
Yeah. Yeah, I understand. Restricted free agency is a monster right now. And it's a monster that's just eating the restricted free agents alive. Like I think it's eating up some of the vets too. Like Russell Westbrook, I confidently opted out. At least it sure felt like he confidently opted out of that Denver deal. Now we've been told since I just wanted out of Denver. Like it kind of served its purpose there. It was mutually beneficial for him to go somewhere else. Yeah. But I absolutely believe there was somewhere else for him to go. And I'm still of the belief that there is a landing spot for Russell Westbrook. And I'm still very much of the belief if the Kings can do anything that moves one of these guards out of here, Russell Westbrook is in the plans for Sacramento. But I don't think you can bring Russell Westbrook in today with Malik and Devin and Dennis and Keon and all of these guys. I don't think you can do that while all those guys are already here. That just creates more imbalance. I didn't even mention DeMar DeRozan. Like you've got a lot of imbalance here, and that doesn't work. At minimum, one of those guys has to go. We honestly thought there was a scenario where two of them were going to be gone, and that just might not be the case.
Yeah,
it just might not be the case.
I understand it on Scott Perry's side. Like it's almost like what we talked about with the Warriors yesterday. With you messed up before, you can't just keep messing up because of previous mess ups. You know what I mean? So Scott may look at this situation like, I inherited whatever I inherited. I'm not going to make bad deals or bad signings just because it was messed up before I got here. I'll relax a little bit. I'll settle down and evaluate things maybe a little slower than people want him to. I get it.
And it feels like every team is taking that same approach. Slow down.
The Warriors are definitely doing it. Did you see that chart of all the moves everybody's made in the NBA?
Yeah.
And the Warriors are blank.
I caught that yesterday. I think it was during the KSFM show. And I was pleased to see a handful of Warriors fans crashing out over that.
Brother, it's been rough.
They've been crashing out the last 48 hours.
Just put out a little tweet with KC just saying his thoughts. What are you talking about?
Oh, man. Those guys are funny.
I don't think Kuminga's provocative. He gets the people going.
I mean, he's the most interesting restricted free agent out there, isn't he? Am I missing someone?
Yeah.
I have to pull that up and see. I know there's some other restricted free agents that are just kind of, hey, guys, got anything going on here? We'll come back. Dennis Schroder is being introduced to the media at 1:00. We're going to attempt to bring that to you here live. You talked about the moves that teams have made so far. Well, what about the ones the Sacramento Kings have made? How do you feel about their offseason? We'll dive into that, and we'll open the phone lines for you. Elk Grove Kia Talk Line, 916-909-1320. Steeler 1 KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. This list is old. All these guys have already signed. Karis LeVert. Oh, no, my bad. This one. These are free agents. We're restricted free agents. Chris Paul said he's going to play one more year.
Shout out Chris Paul.
It's a good friend, Chris Paul. I got to get out of the way before LeBron. LeBron does his thing. Josh Giddey is a restricted free agent. Quentin Grimes, Cam Thomas. I don't think any of these guys have signed. Jimmy, you asked, not sure why Levine hasn't been in rumors for Kuminga. Seems like the most obvious pathway for a deal. I'm positive. I don't want to say I'm positive. My guess would be the Warriors don't have a lick of interest in Zach LaVine. And I go a slight step further. I don't know who in the league would. SGA.
Oh, cover 2K26.
Mm-hmm.
Well deserved. Who should be WNBA cover athlete 2K26? Paige Beckers. I gotta. I don't even know if I want to bring this to the air.
Well, that's the magic word. Go ahead in about a minute.
Oh, KC had one of those moments, man. Go ahead.
It's a bad.
Go ahead.
No, it's a bad take, and I don't even want to say it.
Oh, it's fine. We give bad takes all the time.
It's a bad take. All right. Is Breana Stewart a little overrated?
Yeah, that's a bad take. No.
Emphatically
no.
I only ask because every time I watch Breana Stewart, I see a great player and like just a matchup problem. She's tall, she can shoot, all this stuff. Like she's great. But I don't the way like you just said that about Breana Stewart, I don't look at her like that. And saying that, I know her numbers are crazy. Like all the numbers in the production are there. Like but I know I watch her and I'm like was Breana, obviously she's got the longevity. Was she better than Della Don?
Yeah. Yeah. Now, Della Don was the truth. Like Della Don was the truth. But nah, yeah, she was. I mean, there aren't many players that Stewie wasn't better than. Stewie's won like 7 titles in 12 years.
Everything's there. The resume's there. I'm just talking about like every time I watch her play, And I don't have Liberty League Pass, so I don't watch every game. But I watch her, and I'm like,
I don't think that's a thing. But that's fine.
Liberty Vision. But I watch, and I'm like, she's nice. Like, she's really, really dope. And I know who she is. I know her accolades, but I don't ever watch her in awe. I guess that's kind of what I'm getting at.
Okay. Who do you watch in awe? Like, do you watch Asia in awe, or do you just watch Asia like, man, she's so
I watch
good?
Asia, and I'll be like, Asia's dominating. Like, she does everything. She's scoring in the paint. She defends. Like, I watch Asia, and I look at her, I'll be like, she's dominating. I don't look at Stewie and be like, she's dominating.
Really? You know what I think it is? It's racism.
Not at all. Not at all.
Oh,
I look
man.
at, I mean, and it's
Nah, like
position.
you ignore. This is a tough take. Like Stewie, I mean, I can't control what you see when you watch her. I think a lot of what Stewie does though is like effortless. Like sometimes Stewie, I think 2 years ago averaged like 27.
It's all there.
And it was just like, oh, did she? Damn.
Yeah.
Because she just made it look easy.
It's all there. I look at, I always, and I didn't feel this way about Dirk, but she reminds me of Dirk. Like when I see her play, it's just kind
That's who Deladon reminded me of. Of course, Deladon came along a little earlier, so that like Deladon's size and ability to shoot was extremely unique when she was at Delaware. And there's a few more now who could do what Deladon did. But Deladon was always the one that reminded me of Dirk.
And this is probably unfair because maybe I think you said greatest player ever, but like you talk about who I look at in awe, Diana. When I would watch her, Diana was like, "Yo, this is crazy what I'm seeing right now and what she's able to do." Look, the production is probably the same or close to it between Diana and Breana, but I had a different feeling watching Diana than I do watching Stewie. I don't know why that is.
You can rule out racism there.
I don't know why that is either. I really don't. I just thought about it because I was.
Is it the Jokic effect? You know how sometimes we watch Jokic and are like, whatever. But he has 30 and 20 and 19 or something in the game. And now like Jokic, we've acknowledged how great Jokic is, but Jokic will also have those moments where it's like, bro, what did he just do? He just flung the ball up from half court like it was nothing and made it like, oh, okay, so he's Steph now. I don't know that Stewie has a ton of like those types of moments, but Breana just makes the game look easy to me. That's how I've watched Breana since Connecticut.
I mean, her ability to shoot at that size is just, it's unfair.
Crazy.
It's unfair
crazy.
in a woman's game. And, she can move a certain way. She can dribble well enough. Like it's unfair in the women's game right now. But I don't know. I think I was also watching Liberty Storm at 1 a.m. the other day.
Oh, okay.
And the Storm were just going on this tear. Where's Stewie at? She's out on the court. Now, also, this is a different point in her career as well. Like she's still an all-star, but this isn't prime Stewie right now either. I was like, where's she at? What's she doing?
How's this keep getting a little more interesting.
How's this happening?
I mean, Stewie's
she's an all-timer.
Let's say 12 years. She's got to be 31 now.
I thought she was a little older than that, but I mean, she's an all-timer. She's one of the great women's players in recent.
So why have you been trashing her for the last 10 minutes?
I haven't. I just said I don't see her.
Black dads and white basketball players. Man,
like,
black coaches. Oh, don't get Kenny started on these black coaches.
I was like, man, I don't know. There's nothing to combat that other than when I watch her. I'm not in awe of her because all the numbers are there, all the accolades are there. She's one of the greats. That's all.
I get it. Like I mean, I don't know. I don't get it. Actually, I'm not really. But I think I understand what you mean by you're not in awe of her. But I don't know that there's a W player I'm in awe of. Like the physical gifts of the WNBA players are a little bit different than that of NBA players. I can't do what any of them do, but the game looks different, and there are absolutely ooh and ah moments with WNBA players. But even the most dominant, and I'd call Stewie dominant at times. Like it just looks like a player who's better than everybody else. That's Asia to me sometimes. She's a player who is better than everybody else. That was Diana. That was Maya. That was Sylvia Fowles. Like, some of the bigs of the past. But Stewie's nasty. Goodness, they're showing. Ron. Was that Ben McLemore? Never mind.
Put him in the box.
Yeah. It's the last time you're gonna see Ben McLemore on ESPN.
They gonna Hulk Hogan him.
Man.
Damn. Yeah, I don't know. I'm also partial to guards too.
Yeah, no, you definitely are. Yeah. You definitely are. They look different. Like dominant guards look different than dominant bigs. That's true in the W too. In the NBA too. I mean, Joe's dominance. Joe scored 34 points per game not that long ago. But he doesn't do it the way SGA does it. Right. It looks very different. He didn't do it the way, Mike did it or Kobe did it. Like it just doesn't look same amount of points. Mm-hmm. It just doesn't look the same.
Jokic is like that.
Yeah, Shaq. Like 2000 Shaq, same thing. Yeah. I mean, there is an ooh and ah factor with Shaq though, because Shaq is
like that's a grown man. He just tossed out of the way.
Physically dominant human being I think we've ever seen in at least in our lifetime of professional basketball.
Yeah. Man, I saw a video. It was just a random video of like, oh man, this time was crazy, and it was the Russell Westbrook, Joel Embiid beef in like a 3-year time.
What's funny is you were scared to say the word beef right there. That's hilarious.
Yeah,
you were so scared to say the word beef right there. What a coward. Yeah. This is a terrible segment for you.
Still been watching your beef history videos?
Oh. No. Yesterday I did watch Untitled. Have you seen that version of their shows?
Which one?
It's Untitled.
Is that the Netflix ones?
No. It's my bad. They have the same name. Untitled by our people at Stolen Bases.
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
It's their breakdown of I think great players who didn't win a title. And
okay.
Barry Bonds was the one I was watching yesterday.
Yeah,
I didn't finish it.
Oh, it's a single player per episode.
I think so.
Yeah, okay. Like they'll probably do one about James Harden one day or something.
Oh man,
Aaron Judge.
Oh, what the hell?
What?
What the hell?
Ring? They did one on Dan Marino too. It's fine, bro. I watched that one.
Yeah, see, there you go.
Hey, by the way, I thought about you, Jesse. I don't think you wanted. I'll tweet out the link though. Fanatics and Nike, they have a sale going on. $30 jerseys, and it's
what are they selling? Devers jerseys?
Hell of them. Hella Fox jerseys.
Oh man.
Like just everybody that's not on the team no more. For whatever reason, they have a bunch of Zion jerseys in there. I guess you can get ahead of the curve.
I wonder if I can get a Red Sox jersey with just the number and no name on the back.
That's how the home jerseys are, but they don't have that. They got the Devers on the back. So, yeah.
Oh, don't mind me. I'm just trying to see if we can find this press conference. See if this press conference is
Eric
available.
says it's on right now.
Who said it's on right now?
Eric in the chat.
On where?
It's on where? We said it's on like it's on TV. Like, where is it on?
I said presser going on right now.
Tell us where it's at and we'll go to it. We're live, pal. I'm looking at all the usual places and I can't find it.
The last live stream of the Kings thing.
Come on. Hey,
deadline thing.
Kings do better, bro. Are you for
Oh, is that a shoot?
Wait, it's on Instagram.
He said it's on Instagram. No, we got it. Hang on, and he's right. They started early. Hang on. I apologize. My bad. Hang on. We got it. We're going to it right now. Right now.
All right.
Scott Perry, the one black dude who starts stuff early. Come on, Scott.
Person that we desire. Warm welcome here as I turn over the mic to Mr. Dennis Schroder.
Yeah, first off, appreciate your words. That means a lot to me, my family. I mean, it's always, I'm always grateful for opportunity like that, that a organization believes in me, a GM believes in me. I'm always, giving everything I have, every single day, every single practice, every single game. I always try to leave it all out there. So I'm extremely, extremely happy to be here, to be a part of, the Sacramento Kings moving forward, try to set a culture. Yeah, I'm really, really, really grateful for this opportunity. And I can't wait to get started.
Okay, with that, we will open it up to questions. And for those of you, please introduce yourself to the Dennis as well when you ask your question. Thank you.
I got it. Dennis, I'm Sean Cunningham with KCRA. Welcome to Sacramento. Just a minute ago, hearing Scott kind of say those words, I mean, for someone who's kind of been as well traveled in this league as you have been, what does that mean to know that they prioritized you and you identify, or you at least check some of those boxes that they're identified that they want to bring in within this roster?
I mean, it means a lot. Like I said, I've been 12 years in this league now, 31, got 3 kids, my wife. So really, really grateful to be around this league. Such a long time, first off, but to have a GM and the organization prioritize me as their point guard means the world to me. So I want to give it back, of course, when I get back here every single day, every single practice, games, to leave it all on the floor and give everything for this organization.
And what would you just say this past 2 years has been like? I mean, I think it's 5 teams now, and during that time, I mean, what kind of toll does that take on you professionally?
For me, like I said, I'm in my point in my life. I always take the positive out of the situations. To be around, all the owners, all the GMs, all new teammates. I mean, last season was 3 teams, and I, get to meet Steph Curry, Draymond Green, then go to Detroit, Kay Cunningham, all those guys. And before that, starting the season to go to Brooklyn. And it was different roles, so I had to adapt to it, but I always take the positives out of that. And, my family is always with me. We always traveling together. And nothing really changes for me. But like I said, it's a blessing to have somebody like Scott, seeing what I do on the court and prioritize me and bringing me here.
Hey, Dennis. Brendan Nunez, Sackdown Sports. Welcome to Sacramento, man. Congratulations. First of all, just what kind of were your impressions of this roster as a whole? How good do you think you can be? And, do you have relationships with some of the guys on the roster already?
I mean, I know Zach Levine a little bit, Debo as well. Couple of my new teammates, they with Mark Bartelstein, our agent. Yeah, I'm looking forward to meeting everyone. But I think we can be great. We got a lot of talent in this room. I think we just gotta, build the chemistry all together and prioritize winning, making sure that every single game counts, and we want to go out there and make sure we beat everybody's ass. And that's what we're gonna do.
Scott, well, you talk about wanting competitiveness. That seems to fit into that.
Absolutely. That's music to my ears when I heard that. Yeah, no, obviously we talked a lot about that in terms of this season being so important that when people come see the Kings play, home or on the road, that they know they're going to get a very tough, hard-playing team that plays together, that leaves it all out on the floor each and every night. And we can live with the results if we do that. And this guy, we believe strongly is going to be the catalyst to that, along with obviously the rest of the team. But you need a leader at that point guard position. And I think Dennis is going to definitely provide that.
And yeah, you mentioned some of like the intangibles there, but saying he number one guy in free agency, what about him stylistically do you feel like made him a good fit with this group?
I where I'm from and how I learned and grew up and playing the game in places like Detroit, Michigan, this guy embodies that. You pick up 94 feet. You very combative in a good way on the court. And so that just really resonated with not only my personality, but Coach Christie's personality, our entire organization and what we're building here. We want the more individuals we can get like that and play that kind of way, the closer we get to establishing the true identity that we want for this basketball team.
Hey, Dennis, Jeremiah Solomson, Sports Radio Service. Welcome to Sacramento. The opportunity here in Sacramento, how exciting is it for you to, more than likely have a very expanded role at the point guard position, kind of being looked to as the guy at the position here right now? Is that an exciting opportunity for you at this point in your career? And if you could just speak to the opportunity here.
Yeah, I mean, to be a starting point guard in the NBA, I think you can't ask for more. And then to go out there every single night, to establish a culture, how we want to play. And like Scott said, to be the leader, to, make sure we do it every single night. Being the voice with all those other guys in the locker room is all you can ask for. And like I said, I'm gonna be really excited when I come back, to glue with those guys. And then, every single opportunity we get, we try to compete.
Hey, Dennis. Deuce Mason, how are you? How do you feel like you can impact this team most, especially since they needed a point guard in a big way?
If you watch me play the last couple of years, I always do the little things. Defensively, 94 feet, picking up, making sure we play with energy on the defensive end, on the offensive end, making sure you put your teammates in position, pushing the ball, pushing the pace. If I have to take 10, 15 shots a game because the game tells me to, I do it. But other than that, I always try to make sure I control the game, put my teammates in position to be great, and the most important, to win games.
Dennis, welcome. Jason Anderson with the Sacramento Bee. First for you, and then Scott, if I could follow up with you. You've talked about kind of your path and your travels a little bit. How much have you craved, kind of the situation that you've spoken to where, you feel wanted, you feel prioritized, and like the opportunity is what you want? Like, how much have you kind of desired that as you've moved around the league in recent years?
I got to say, before Brooklyn, Detroit, all those teams, I felt always great. I'm, not disrespecting anyone, but to have this commitment from an organization, from Scott, that is what I didn't have the last couple of years. And like I always say, I'm a make sure we pay him for that. And in all those little things I bring every single day. But it's a big opportunity for me, for the organization, for the team to be great. And I'm going to give everything I have to be great this season.
And Scott, as you look at what more you guys can do, does it feel like you're done? Does it feel like you have other moves you can make? I know a lot was made about like retaining the MLE in this deal, but it's a little unclear like how much of that you guys can use with, the aprons and the luxury tax stuff. Like, can you walk us through just a little bit of where you guys are at with that?
Well, obviously, the free agent signing was the second part of our process. The first being about a week and a half ago with the draft. So we felt we added some very good young players who have a chance to contribute as rookies this year. As was noted before, they're 22 and 23 years old. So they have more experience than a lot of the 18 and 19-year-old guys, and they're a little more physically mature. So we like that. We felt that that gives us a chance to get better. Said all along, the key to getting the point guard, and this guy was the key to that. And from this point on, you've heard me say this many times, we're going to be both opportunistic and prudent as we survey the landscape in terms of adding any additional pieces to the team. So we'll figure that out as the next days and weeks go by. But I like where we're at today, and that's what I want to, finish with that, and we'll see what tomorrow brings.
Back over here, Dennis. Breana Benitez here up on stage. CBS 13, welcome to Sacramento. I'm just curious about any impressions that you had anytime you had to visit Sacramento. What was the atmosphere like, and if there was anything that stuck out to you in your trips here?
Yeah, I mean, the fans is the first thing what comes to mind when you hear the Sacramento Kings. Always loud, and then always when Keegan Murray scored, Keegan Murray, I kind of like that. And every time when I was on the bench, I was, he was scoring, and I was like having a smile on my face. That was pretty, unique because he's with my agent Mark Barterstein as well. But like I said, the fans is great, and that's all you can ask for. Every time when I came to Sacramento, I stayed in a hotel, walked a little bit with my wife when we came here, but that's it.
I'm sure there's a chant ready for you. It's just going to take a little bit of time. As for Scott, yeah, right. As for Scott, I'm curious. A lot of players have been pretty vocal about the CBA, and I'm just curious about your experience throughout this offseason of any added degree of difficulty. What's that looked like trying to navigate the good and the bad of this CBA?
It's never been an easy task since I've been in the league, to be honest with you. A lot is being written and talked about now with the first and second aprons, which makes things challenging, to say the least. But, I approach this off season just like any other time I've had since I've been in the league, again, with a positive outlook, trying to figure out how we can get something accomplished instead of saying why we're not going to get something accomplished. So that's how I look at it.
Hey, Dennis, back here as well. Kevin John, ABC 10. Welcome to SAC. My question for you is, you've been in the league for a significant amount of time, played on several teams. At this point in your career, do you still feel that you have to prove something? Do you still have a chip on your shoulder? And if so, how do you embrace that and go about that?
Chip on my shoulder. I got my own legacy. Every year, every day when I wake up, I try to be 1% better. It don't matter if it's in basketball and life. I just try to be great every single day for my family. Of course, now for organization who really wants me here, but I don't have to prove anything. I'm from Germany, Braunschweig. To be here 12 years and now signing a 3-year contract is where I'm from is unique. So nothing to prove.
Dennis, just quick follow-up. I wanted to ask about playing with somebody like Sabonis, who's so instrumental in getting the offense rolling. Is he kind of a unicorn in his own right? Have you played with anyone like him? I was trying to go through the history in my mind here of who you played with, and I wasn't landing on anyone.
No, he's unique. How he pushes the pace when he gets the rebound, gluing everybody together, hitting people backdoor cuts, and great passes. Really physical, big, with set screens. Great in the pocket. Can shoot it. He's unique. So I'm really looking forward to compete with him. We had a couple of battles in Europe as well. So now he's on my side. We're on the same side. So really looking forward to compete with him. Perfect.
Thank you.
Scott's like, get me out of here. Get me out of here. I've always liked the way Dennis dressed. He's always got a good he's always had a good little style to him.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's rocking denim on denim, black undershirt, silver chains around the neck and in the pocket, black hat. Yeah, Brody that's a good look right there.
The fashion game.
You've been on point.
Is turning up here in Sacramento with Dennis and Tim.
Yeah, he been on point. Malik better be ready. Come on now.
For how long?
Come on now. God damn it, you two. Will you stop?
I mean, it's a fair question.
Oh, G-Man right there. I didn't want to take this down because G-Man over there talking to Dennis.
What up, baby?
Come on, man. That's our man right there.
Is that Michael?
It is. Oh.
Looking like he's growing up.
Michael. Yeah, this offseason aged him. Look at Deuce with the little arm-hugging shirt on. I see y'all boys out there. Man, all right.
Say what's up to everybody.
All right, we'll say hi to everybody. It's good stuff right there. We'll follow this up with I've always liked Dennis, man. I've always liked Dennis Schroder. I like this style. I like this game. I like him as a Sacramento King. I don't know what to tell some fans. Like, I maybe you don't like the money. Maybe you had your heart set on something else. Understood. But I've always liked Dennis Schroder, man. I like this acquisition. I like this acquisition for Sacramento. Obviously, I wanted them to do more, but as a standalone signing for Sacramento, I love it.
I don't think people are going to like this. I don't think people are going to agree with this. Sacramento Kings got better. They're a better team than they were when they got eliminated the other day. Once again, how much better? I'm not here to say that. I'm not here to say it's a 50-win team or nothing like that. But I, like you, like Dennis Schroder. I like what he brings to a team. This team was in need of a point guard. And you heard some of the things he had to say as far as he plays like a point guard, where I want to make sure I'm putting my teammates in position to be great. I've seen his game. That's what he does. When it's time to score, it's time to do that too. But you see him in the NBA for sure, even in the international play. He's a floor general. He has shown that throughout his career. I like the aspect of him picking up 94 feet when need be. I know Doug probably loved that.
Yeah.
That's something that he preaches all the time. And Dennis is a guy that you're not going to have to remind to do that or convince to do that. That's in his DNA. So once again, I'm not here to get into whether they should be better or not, like if that's the route to go. But I do believe they're a better team than when the season ended last year with Dennis Schroder. And that's before you talk about the two rookies as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if it's post-traumatic stress disorder. I don't even want to talk about the rookies.
Understandable.
Granted, we've got 4 healthy shoulders amongst them, but I don't know, man. Like just thinking about putting pressure on these two brothers who was drafted a couple weeks ago is like, I'm gonna stop short of doing that. I'd rather be pleasantly surprised from those two than going in with expectations.
I think Maxine, we talked about it a little bit yesterday. I think he's gonna be part of the rotation as your backup 5.
Well, he might have to be.
Yeah.
I mean, with Valanciunas gone, I don't know that you really plan on playing Dario Saric.
No. That's like right now. He's going to be a backup 5. Now, Sabonis is playing 35 minutes a night. You know what I mean? So you're not going to get that much time out there. Maybe
and that's
6
fine.
minutes each half.
Yeah, that's fine.
But he's going to be in the rotation. Neek, I think he can be part of the rotation, talking about Neek Clifford. But with this logjam they have at the guard position, I got to find out where the minutes, as the roster stands right now, where the minutes going to come from, because you got to play Devin, Monk, and Keon.
You know who we could use? Jay Crowder.
could have used him last year. And
Been great if Jay Crowder was here.
Nobody wanted to play him. Not even Doug. Doug wasn't even interested.
Or Jay Crowder. Or we're Brock Lesnar and he's the Undertaker. Just ended the streak.
It was Jay Crowder's birthday yesterday, I think. But.
Happy birthday, Jay. Is he signed?
No.
Josh Giddey's a restricted free agent. We were looking up this earlier when we were talking about like the impact of the collective bargaining agreement, aprons, and so on and so forth. And, Jonathan Kuminga is out there, and, what is, obviously Kings fans are a little bit more invested in Jonathan Kuminga because he's tied to Sacramento in kind of roundabout ways. And then you've got the situation going on in Golden State, a lot of Warriors fans around, but Josh Giddey, a good ball player.
He is a good ball player. You know who really likes Josh Giddey is our guy Drake Yu.
Okay.
He texted me for months now about Josh Giddey. I think he played really well in Chicago, like really well, especially the second half of the season. He did some really good stuff out there. I'm always concerned about his shooting ability and his ability or lack thereof to defend, but I caught some of those games in the second half of that Bulls season. It was really good. Like he seemed like he figured some stuff out.
Big thanks to Chris for the super chat money. He says, love this signing. Slowly but surely, this team will get better. Scott is trying to turn a bad situation into something good. I like that attitude, Chris. I wish we had more Kings fans that thought like that, man. That's a good look. I hope you're right, man. What's that line? The Jay-Z line? I could sell water to a well.
I sell water to a well.
That's Scott Perry.
Yeah. I sell ice in the winter. I sell fire in hell. I am a hustler, baby. I will sell water to a well.
That's Scott Perry's theme song right there. As soon as Scott Perry starts talking, I start listening.
Yeah. And once again, not trying to tell anybody how they should fan or what they think should be the way to go about things. But Scott Perry seems to, at least right now, align a little bit more with how I like to go about things. Like he said it in the press conference. I'm not focused on why we can't do something. I'm focused on trying to figure this out, trying to get better, trying to get us in a better situation. If he looks at the situation and feels like tanking or just getting rid of all assets is the best way to go about it, sure, that's one way to go about it. But right now, he doesn't seem to have that feeling. He seems to say, we got some talented players here. We have some skilled players here. Let's see if we can mold this into something. We got a guy in Doug Christie who's getting a real shot to be a head coach, has his coaching staff with him. Let's give this a real shot and see what we can make of some of these players we have on this roster. I think that's how I go about things. That's all. Doesn't make it right or wrong. Just that's how I go about it. And Scott seems to be in line with that.
Anything else stand out from either Dennis? Scott didn't talk as much. We missed some of his opening lines there. But anything else stand out from Dennis and him talking about his journey here to Sacramento? I thought the Keegan Murray reference was pretty funny. Yeah. Obviously, anyone who comes to Sacramento and is asked about the city, they're going to speak about the fans immediately. They've all played in front of them. But anything else that caught your attention?
No, how he plays and going out there as a point guard. He said specifically, my job is to go out there and make sure everybody else is great. And that's essentially what a point guard is supposed to do. Pick and choose your spots when it's time to score. And then if you watch him play enough, he does kind of go by that. He is a point guard for sure. Like he makes sure that he sets up his guys and picks and chooses his spots to unleash his offense. But that's one of the reasons why I think he could help. Like we got a point guard in the building now.
Yeah.
A true PG.
And that was the number one thing everyone said the Sacramento Kings needed, whether it was the people in the front office or the people who watch this basketball team. The number one thing everyone said was, we need a point guard, or they need a point guard. And Dennis Schroder is that for now. Now we've started to hear some conversations about Devin Carter potentially playing backup point guard minutes. Apparently, he's going to get a lot of run in Las Vegas as a backup point guard. I know Devin spoke yesterday following the practice for Summer League. We'll see if we could bring some of that audio from you coming up here in just a few minutes. My concern with this lies in, I understand he's listed as a guard. He's listed as a point guard. But he's not.
Talking about
Devin.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you try to shoehorn a player into a position that I feel like we just did that. We just did it with a different player. It didn't work with Malik. Now we're going to try to do it with Devin. Now, just because it didn't necessarily work with Malik, especially in large doses, then it doesn't mean it can't work with Devin. And maybe the idea being, well, it didn't work with Malik because we had to have him be the starting point guard. That is not at any point what we wanted to do. It's just what we had to do following the De'Aaron Fox trade. Maybe the idea is Devin's not going to be in that position. Devin's not going to be in the position to be the starting. He shouldn't, knock on this table, have to play big minutes as the point guard. There shouldn't be a scenario out there where he has to be the starting point guard. So maybe the idea is he can play the old Malik backup point guard minutes while Malik does, something else at the 2 spot or whatever. Even though you guys are throwing him out of here and saying he don't even have a jersey no more.
Well, I'm not. That's what the streets are saying. I'm not saying it.
You and Jesse sure had.
I
said Malik got to step his game up this year, and both of y'all said the same thing. And I was just talking about
you guys
fashion.
did the whole thing last week where you yelled at all of us, told us to deal with the situation and be realistic about it. And like Malik's probably gone. Like, what do you want me to do after that?
There's no evidence that happened.
The one thing I'll say about your thoughts about Devin as a point guard is I agree with you, and I don't know if we agree for the same exact reasons. I don't think he's a point guard. I just don't. I never have thought he's a point guard. He has been listed as long as I've been familiar with Devin Carter as a point guard.
Mm-hmm.
People.
Domantas Sabonis is listed as a forward.
Yeah, people. But I say that to say Malik Monk wasn't, right? Malik Monk was a shooting guard.
Yeah.
And they tried to say, hey, he's got some kind of skills that may translate to the point guard position. Let's put him there. But by nature, by who he is, the position he is, he was a shooting guard. Devin has been always looked at as a point guard. And I look at his game, I'm like, I don't see point guard. I just see like kind of a combo guard.
Yeah.
But, that is technically been his position for as long as I've known him, last 3 years or so. So maybe he's a little bit more, I do think he is more natural at the point guard position than Malik Monk. And to your point, we're not asking you to start and lead a team. We don't think you're there yet as a point guard, but come in, backup PG, backup combo guard. Maybe, that'll work out a lot better than it did when we try to put Malik in there as a starter.
Okay, we'll come back. We'll continue to talk. Dennis Schroder, introduced as the newest member of your Sacramento Kings. We'll talk more about that. Trysta Krick at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. You definitely don't want to miss that. It's Dealing with KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Dennis Schroder, beautiful family, man. Three young kids.
Mm-hmm.
That house is, man.
Like yours?
Well, we only got one young kid.
Oh.
3 young kids. Sheesh. It's a blessing, but that house is probably active.
Mm-hmm. Kirk Cousins, not expected to start.
She thinks we've known that for a year. Yes, man.
God. Scrapping up NFL content on a day-to-day basis has to be difficult. Gotta be difficult.
Poor Kirk Cousins in the first season of quarterback, all of his scenes were him just screaming in agony because of his ribs. Like, checking on Kirk Cousins, and it's just him just on the bench, just grabbing his ribs. I can play still.
They
tough. He's tough as hell. I'll say that.
They got don't they have the new?
It's coming out today, I believe.
Really?
Yeah, pretty sure it's
wow.
today. I think Adam Schefter was doing PR for it today.
I think I'm gonna watch that on the plane.
Joe Burrow's on there, I believe. How you feel about Breana Stewart? Kyle feels about Joe Burrow.
Does Kyle think Joe Burrow is great though?
He does. He just doesn't see the top. Doesn't see him belonging with Lamar, Allen, and Mahomes.
I saw this graphic of like this really detailed tier system of NFL quarterbacks currently. It's fair. It's fair. There's no problem with it. I disagree with the number one player. They say it's Josh Allen. I do not think Josh Allen is the number one quarterback in the game.
Is it still Mahomes, right? Just default at this point?
I think Lamar's number one. I think Lamar's the best. Now, Pat Mahomes is the most accomplished and all this other stuff. Pat Mahomes quietly, sneakily had a quote-unquote down year last year. Down year for him.
Honestly, I won't fight anyone that puts Lamar, Allen, or Mahomes at one, I guess. I think at this point, if you were to ask me, maybe I'll take Allen over Lamar.
Mm-hmm.
But
those three are fine. I can't.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna argue anybody about it. I just might disagree, but it's
Lamar just barely missed out on MVP. What do you mean? Tua in September is the greatest quarterback of all time.
I'll never forget Tua throwing that pass against the Ravens. Just looked unbelievable.
Tua, when it's 70 degrees and hot outside, he's not trying to run headfirst into a linebacker. It's great.
He should be in the perfect location.
Well, yeah, the NFL keeps sending them to Buffalo in December. I think they play Pittsburgh in December this year.
Okay. Let's go to the Elk Grove Kia Talk line. Our man TC. I know TC ready to talk.
I know he turned up too.
916-909-1320. What's up, TC?
Hey, what's up with my two brothers? You know I'm fired up.
Yes, sir. What's up, man?
Hey, man, just chilling. Hey, listen, man, we dealing with two cold individuals, right? That was up at that press conference, two dogs. And Dennis Schroder and Perry with that eye, man. He got that eye of a tiger right now. That eye of I'm not playing right now, y'all, and I'm explaining to the media because I see everything that's floating around. This is not an overnight job. This is going to take time. This is my number one guy. Everybody that's in this room right now said we needed a point guard. Well, we got a point guard. So now we got to put these pieces together and give me time to do what I got to do. I'm all for it, bro. Hey, what I seen from the press conference and when I heard that cadence and they voice, we ain't play. Perry ain't doing no playing. Schroder ain't doing no playing. I like his outfit. Hey, like what you said, D-Lo. Hey, if my boy's still here,
yeah.
Hey, he better be on top of his game because Schroder finna come with it. That's all I got. We're dealing with two dogs. Give Perry time to put this together, man.
I'm with you.
You funny,
I'm
man.
with you, TC. I'm with you. Let the man do his thing.
He said they got the eye of the tiger.
He really said, "Yeah, that man's cadence. We got it."
Yeah, like it was the way that they were talking got TC all riled up.
Shout out TC with the and I get what he's saying. It's just funny when you think about it. The general manager's a dog.
Yeah. Yeah. He ain't playing around.
Dunleavy Jr., you better watch your back.
Mike Dunleavy Jr. is soft as a GM. We got a dog.
TC
I see what he's
is
saying,
a wild
man.
boy.
I see what he's saying.
Wild boy.
Schroder, though, I think Kings fans are gonna like Dennis Schroder. They may not result in like a bunch of playoff success or anything like that, but I think King fans are gonna like Dennis Schroder.
Is the issue less about Schroder and just more so there's just not a real future with this team right now. Like, it's not the moves that maybe fans want to see that kind of pushes them forward. And like me and Kyle were talking about, like maybe 27, 28, stuff like that. Like Schroeder's good for this season, where they're going to compete. You'll be a play-in team, probably win 40 games or a little bit more, stuff like that. But it's very short-sighted. Feels like a tough thing to say, but it's just all based on this season, probably, and maybe next year, I guess.
Yeah, and I'm also of the understanding that's fair. I'm also of the understanding that this all wasn't going to be fixed in 1 year.
Yeah.
Even if you tore everything down,
Yeah.
you just moved on from DeRozan, Levine, and Sabonis and started from scratch, that don't mean everything's fixed. Like, you still got to go out there and find a franchise player or build the roster back up.
And we know that's easy to find.
Is it less about being fixed, though, more so like you're making progress towards something? Because it kind of is it unfair to say that it feels like it's on hold right now?
No, I don't. No.
Like Levine is here. We're not expecting him to be long term. DeMar's here. We're not expecting him to be long term. I'm not sure what the plan is with Sabonis. Schroeder has a non-guarantee his third year, I believe, or a partial guarantee.
It's not unfair, but I don't know that it's accurate. Like, I don't know that on hold as if he's just sitting around waiting. Like, I think Scott's trying.
Well, it's just more so.
But
like
there's probably only so much that he could do.
Well, yeah, there's no market, so like that's on hold because like there's nothing he can do right now.
Right.
I don't think Scott Perry's like, yeah, we'll see till next year or whatever. Like, he's going after Kuminga, trying to make that work. I mean, who knows what happens there? He's got Schroeder and stuff, but it's just more so. This isn't a long-term play here with these guys on the roster right now.
No. I mean, it depends on how you feel about Sabonis. Like, maybe you look at Sabonis as a long-term play.
I fluctuate with that guy. Like he's great. Like, we said it. I would say it was Sabonis.
Yeah, I think once you get past the contract aspect of it, I think Zach LaVine potentially could be a long-term play. Both of those guys I don't look at as being guys that are going to lead you in your best player. But if I don't know how you get this other person in here, but if you had a true best player on here, and then Zach LaVine was your starting shooting guard at your second or third best player, it's a pretty good team. Like, that is a good team. And when you talk about the future, like, say that happens a year or two from now, he's what, 32, 33? Like, that's pretty good. The reason why the future is so murky is, I believe, they just don't have the one franchise guy. I think it's more to do with that than the players that are on the roster, if that makes sense. Because if you have one guy that was different, you look at this team differently, right? Like,
it's a clear vision to build. Like, if they brought in Trae Young or something like that, I feel a lot better about this team's future.
Right. And that's all it is. And that's where I get it. It's not necessarily like get rid of these guys. It doesn't work. Because if you would have got rid of those guys, you still would be needing somebody to build around.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the one guy that you're missing that you thought you had in De'Aaron Fox. That's what frustrates a lot of people. Whether you did or not, that's up for discussion. But you thought you had a franchise guy in De'Aaron Fox. I don't know. Some people believe you do have that guy in Domantas Sabonis. I think you're still searching for that guy.
I'm with you. The search continues. Doesn't mean he's not a good ball player. Doesn't mean I don't like having him on this team. But we did this when talking about Detroit. We did this when talking about a handful of other teams in the league. They got the guy.
Mm-hmm.
The Kings don't have the guy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's you could debate whether they ever had it, but they don't have it.
Right.
And I don't think they have it in Domas. Again, I want Domantas Sabonis on this team.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want him traded. I want other guys put around him. More specifically, I want a better player put around him. That's not happening this year. It's probably not happening through the draft. It's probably not happening through free agency. Your best bet is it happened. I mean, I guess it could happen through the draft, but you're going to have to, you got to hit gold, platinum,
Yeah.
or it has to happen through a trade.
Yeah. And that's the way I look at Domas the same way, really. Yeah, I want him on the squad. I think he's a great player, and if you're trying to be a good team and a good franchise, you need players like Domantas Sabonis. To your point, though, I need somebody that's better than him, and that's always the toughest part. Like that's all. I think you can find good players throughout this league and build a good roster. That number one franchise guy, that's always the toughest part. I don't even think there's what 30 teams in the league. There's not 30 number one franchise guys.
Right.
There's
probably
half that 15.
Let me
max.
ask you something. I was thinking about this just as I said Cade Cunningham's name a second ago. Does Toronto have one?
No. Even Scotty Barnes.
That guy.
Who's really good.
What a legendary time in this show's history that was.
Scotty Barnes, who's really good. He's not a number one. He's not a guy that you can build your franchise around as being the guy on your squad. I think his ceiling is that of a number two. They compare him to a guy like Scottie Pippen, who's great. That's a Hall of Famer, but it's not number one. Put the franchise on my back. I'm gonna lead us there. I don't believe that's who Scotty Barnes is. That doesn't mean he's a bad player. You don't want him as part of your franchise. Like I said, there's not 30 number ones.
That's right. Yeah. So that was the point. That's what I was trying to get at. Scotty Barnes is really good. All of us would take him on the Sacramento Kings. I think most NBA fans would take him on their favorite team. It's tough being that one. And I mean, we just saw Paolo get paid. Like Orlando said, this is our one. This is our guy. And I think we could be in a stage where this will be a real interesting thing to follow. Do we start seeing the ones get those contracts and not just really good rookies or, rookie extension guys?
Right.
Does this collective bargaining agreement, these first aprons, second aprons, does this change the approach with teams to where it's like, I mean, man, they've got to be thinking about what to do with Keegan Murray. And I know, and I think it's fair, Houston, Jabari got the 122. I don't know if that's a barometer on the high side, a barometer on the low side. That's a barometer like that is a fair equivalent to what we're doing with Keegan Murray. But I just, and I don't mean to like overstate this. It just feels like we're in a different game right now when it comes to the collective bargaining agreement and it comes to contracts. Yeah. We'll come back. We're going to get ourselves back on track after that press conference because Trysta Krick's going to join us at the top of the 2 o'clock hour, and that's going to throw us completely off track. Steele and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I just like to take a quick glance at the league right now. I counted 14 teams with number ones.
14.
Yeah, 14.
Mm-hmm.
Left out John Morant, the Devin Bookers and stuff like that.
Devin Booker's not a number one?
Franchise number one type guy. I put Devin.
No, say it. Devin Booker's not a number one?
I don't think Devin.
Hold on. Just hold.
I don't know. He's on that list. I don't know if I did.
Time out.
No, leave it.
Yeah.
I don't know if I have a
Leave it. I want to hear all this.
Yeah.
Let's go back.
I want to hear the 14 too.
Let's go to Michael Jackson right now as we wait.
Hey, just real quick, I'll mention this on there. We're about 220 something subscribers short of 9,000. Kyle Madsen spotted that earlier. He really wanted to get to 9,000. If y'all could, and shout out because it's 9,000 real people.
It's real.
Could you, if for whatever reason you haven't subscribed yet, if you just kind of search and check in, if you could use now as the opportunity to subscribe. Kyle and Jesse have put a ton of work into these digital platforms. And if we're able to get up to 9,000, obviously the next run is off to 10,000. it would go a really long way for us. It would go a really long way for Kyle and Jesse and Joe and the guys who are working really hard to continue to build up this streaming platform. So again, if for whatever reason you're not a subscriber yet, please become one. We are just over 200 shy of 9,000. Would really like to hit that number and then start thinking about 10,000 before the calendar year is over. So we appreciate you guys. Thanks for. I remember when we were trying to get to 50. And now we're trying to get ourselves to 9,000. There you go. Jesse's got a wedding to pay for.
$70 didn't bother me at all, buddy.
It was funny. I don't feel like I see Complex anymore. He hasn't walked by this window for 2 days.
We had a meeting this morning as part of that.
What meeting? Oh. Got it. Oh, okay. I didn't realize you were part of that. Good stuff. Good stuff. Oh, so I got a manager title. Trysta Krick is going to be with us at the top of the 2:00 hour.
We real quick, we had the Dennis Schroder press conference right here earlier. He got introduced as the newest member of the Sacramento Kings. Did you see Mike Brown had his press conference in New York?
I did not see it. I saw on the TV that it happened.
Yeah.
But I did not see it.
He just said you'd like to hear from Mike Brown. It was the clip Jesse had. Jesse played a clip. Look, I have my guys here in New York. I've got Jalen Brunson. I've got Mikal Bridges. I've got OG Anunoby. Those are my guys, right? Those are my guys. And we have to make sure on the defensive end that we're ready to go. Those are my guys. Karl Anthony Towns, if he doesn't defend, I will go find a 6'8" guy off the street and they'll start. You know, what? Excuse me.
Jesus. Mike, are you okay? Can I tell you something amazing? You set yourself up for that. That's really spectacular. You didn't even shoot a text to Jesse like, hey, Jesse, throw me the lob. You're just like, no, I got this. I'm going to set it up myself. And as Jalen says, and scene. Are you proud of that?
That was real audio of Mike Brown's press conference.
I'm going to keep it real. I was like, well, I don't have any audio from Mike Brown's press conference, so.
Let's see. Do we have any? I wonder. Now, hold on.
I'm not trading any of my wings.
Mike, not even for LeBron?
Hold on. Let's see.
That's my guy, too. Hey, King. I saw him call.
Did he call somebody a king?
He called LeBron the king. I'll never forget that.
Oh, hold on.
Hold on, King.
Let's see how truly bad this impression is.
You talk about a historic franchise, Madison Square Garden. It's iconic.
Bro.
Our fans.
Come on.
We're not even like 10 seconds into the clip.
Come on.
They say Madison Square Garden real quick, Kenny.
I got the. You talk about a historic franchise. Madison Square Garden.
Madison Square Garden.
Damn it. Damn. That's too spot on. Like the garden part at the end, he gets.
Square Garden. It's iconic. Our fans,
If he coughs,
they're the most knowledgeable
I will quit.
and passionate, probably in all of sports. There's a lot of work to be done.
Mike, they went to the Eastern Conference Finals last year.
There's a lot of work. LeBron's on his way.
What
LeBron is on his way.
I love Mike Brown. Mike, y'all was in the Eastern Conference Finals last year.
We have an outstanding roster. What they did in the playoffs shows their potential.
I can almost hear him about to cough.
I've had great conversations with all of our players.
Why is he so serious?
And I'm looking forward to growing positive, strong relationships with all of them over time.
Yeah, so he's doing some.
You talk about
Madison Square Garden. It's iconic.
Historic franchise. Madison Square Garden. It's iconic.
Oh, man.
You make that face for him. Do that hand gesture.
I don't know.
Like, duh. That's what he did right there.
Shout out to my boy Mike Brown.
Can we get any? Oh, okay. Let's see.
They got that one up there like he passed away.
Let's see what Mike talking about on this one here.
We might get a
my
cough
bad.
here.
My bad. I want
A sustainable, winning culture.
Holy crap! Isn't that what Scott Perry said?
What Mike said the first time he was here.
Oh my God!
Produces championships. That's why I'm here.
God, this is the most serious
I'm
press
fortunate
conference
to know
ever.
what it takes to create that success. A lot of hard work.
Sorry, I was laughing. I'm gonna run that back.
He said that's.
No, hold on.
Here.
Create that success.
Hold on. That's my bad. That was bad. That was bad. I got you right here.
To know what it takes to create that success. A lot of hard work. A high level of commitment. And a focus on today. A sustainable, winning culture that produces champions.
I love Mike Brown, but holy crap!
I'm gonna let him live, man. I like Mike Brown.
Oh man, here's the whole thing.
I'd like to start by thanking Mr. Dolan.
Mr. Dolan, God damn it, Mike!
This incredible opportunity. I'd also like to acknowledge my fiance, Ro, for her continued
support. Fiance?
Yeah,
okay, Mike. Okay, Mike.
Congratulations.
I look forward to working with Leon.
Mike heard that segment about weddings earlier. He was like, you know what?
Common goal of winning a championship. I'm honored.
Now I'm gonna skip around a little bit. Why does he look so
great conversations?
He looks pissed.
With all
smile, Mike.
What it takes to create that success.
No, we heard this already.
Yeah, okay.
A competitive spirit.
Oh God.
And an overall belief.
If you can't see us, if you're listening, Mike looks like he's lecturing the New York media right now.
In the process and each other.
Mike, loosen up.
I'm looking forward to getting to know you all.
Slight smile. He's lying. He's not.
But there's a lot of work.
What Matt George and Nick's
I'm ready to start.
Okay, now here come questions. There's a slight smile. God, they asked questions for 18 minutes.
Damn, they don't play over there.
Yeah. I'm trying to find a cough real quick.
Things that we want to do offensively.
And he's up there by himself, by the way.
Yeah.
There ain't nobody up there with him.
And he's not seated.
He gave a monologue. He is standing.
My first bench job was with the Washington Bullets. They were still You don't feel.
I'm just seeing if we can land on a cough.
I want to be collaborative.
Look, Mike leaves Sacramento. The cough clears up, and he gets engaged.
It's the allergies. It was the pollen.
That's possible.
I'm fortunate to know what it takes to create that success.
Boy, Mike was nervous as hell, wasn't he?
Okay.
Man.
Championship coach Mike Brown.
Wow. Well, don't wait. Hey, Mike. Hey, Mike's been on championship staff. Stop it.
Said that's why he's here. All right.
How many rings he got as a head coach? I'm asking. I'll ask. How many rings does he have as a head coach?
Why don't you answer? I'm not going to answer.
He doesn't have any. He doesn't have any as a head coach.
Well,
I'm not even trying to hate, bro, but don't.
Hey, Raul was right. He did that Obama pause, though. Hey, I ain't mad at the Obama pause. He let his words have space. He let his words have space.
Roddy, this is not fair. This is wrong. He says, I'm humbled and honored to be your sixth choice as head coach.
I don't know if it was that high, Roddy. I don't know if it was that high.
Man.
They tried to get Billy Donovan in there.
Hey, Mike Brown, I'm going to tell you right now, though. Mike Brown is going to the NBA Finals next year.
Hey, he's got a lot of work ahead. His team only made it to the Eastern Conference Finals last year.
Real quick, did anyone say that Mike Brown was a bad coach? Karen says, LOL, so everyone who doesn't have a ring is a bad coach. Nobody said that.
Karen the Bagley, shut up. God damn it, man.
Boo. Tomato.
Yeah.
Boo.
No, nobody's saying that, but just don't tell me you know what it takes to win rings, blah, 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 as a head coach, and you haven't even won one as a head coach.
Securing the Bagley.
Tomato.
Gosh.
Man.
Wet blanket securing.
Securing the wet blanket.
Damn.
Wasn't that one of his names one time?
Securing the wet blanket?
Yeah,
I don't
somebody
think
was a
so.
wet blanket, wasn't it?
No, you nicknamed somebody like Wet Blanket Steven.
Oh, I think so, yeah.
Isn't that it?
I think that was the case. Oh man.
I love Mike, man. I hope it. I mean, he's in a tough spot.
He not in a tough spot.
No, yes, he is. Like he's got to win immediately, like at the highest level.
Well, you know what I'm gonna say though. You know what I'm gonna say.
But that's what you get paid to do.
What's a tougher spot? Him or Doug Christie? Doug Christie. He ain't got the players.
Yeah.
Yeah. So look, they're both tough spots. Give me Mike's tough spot. I'll take that one.
Yeah, well, of course, because you're a Knicks fan.
Or what's my dog? It's Charlotte. That's a tough
Is that
spot.
Borrega? Oh.
No, that's the
Charles
Lee.
Oh, Charles Lee.
Charles Lee in a tough
Where's
spot.
Borrega? Is he an assistant? Where's James Borrega?
He is an assistant. Oh man, I saw it. He was talked about for the Knicks.
Yeah, wherever he's at said no, didn't they?
I think so. I think that's exactly what happened.
James Borrega. Oh God, he's with the Pelicans.
Oh, well, that's a tough spot.
Yeah. I guess none of these guys are really in good spots.
Could be the head coach this year.
Man, ain't come to think about it, I ain't seen Doug since that press conference.
Is Willie still there?
Pretty sure he's still there.
Yeah, they haven't fired Willie Green.
It's gonna be more crying again.
Crying about.
He's probably crying. He's probably crying because they ain't fired him.
Willie, we haven't even talked to you. Can you walk in the office first, please?
Saying I enjoyed my time here in New Orleans. You always be in my heart.
Willie gonna get a text, man. Hey, Joe wants to see you in his office. Nah, man, it's cool. I'm just gonna go home. It's all good. Just send my stuff to me. I'm going home.
When he cried on the ESPN Wednesday night game in January.
That didn't happen.
It was
that didn't
Pelicans,
happen.
Grizzlies.
Bro, you cried at your son's basketball game.
That was an emotional moment. Those kids fought hard.
Yeah, at least he was coaching his son. Willie was coaching a bunch of strangers.
He wasn't even coaching. He was just at the game. He was a spectator.
I was coaching at that point.
He was a spectator.
Them boys fought.
He was like,
man.
I'm so proud of you guys. And hey, Brees, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with your dad?
Them boys fought, man. What were they, about 10 at the time? Them 10-year-olds fought, boy, against Seattle Rotary. everything's stacked
I
against.
think it's the only time I've ever seen Kenny emotional.
Oh, my wedding.
We've had deaths. I didn't see you cry at your
Yeah, I
wedding.
think I was at the when Jazz was walking down.
One of those.
Nobody was watching you when Jazz was walking down the aisle.
Yeah,
Are
that's
you
true.
kidding me?
Yeah,
What are you
nobody even
talking
noted
about?
that.
Nobody paying attention to you.
Macy's, let me get this tear out real quick.
Yeah. We'll cry when no one's watching. We've had, you know how many deaths we've had on this show? This man ain't never shed a tear.
You know I get emotional. I'm a cancer, man. You know, as everybody always talking about cancers, they be like, "Oh, you little crybabies." Relax.
Okay. Yeah.
Relax.
You
Settle
have
down.
never shed one tear in 5 years, except for a little league basketball game. Son gets hit in the face with a baseball bat or a baseball going 100 miles an hour, and Casey just goes, "Hey, I gotta go. Reese got hit or something," and just leaves.
I had to get out of here. I had to get to the south side of town, man.
We've had uncles die, friends die, Smoothie died. Casey, hey, we good. Little league basketball game, boy.
That was tough, man. Them kids
Let's
was
bring
fighting,
in, man. Let's bring in Trista live from.
When is Trista?
Man, this isn't the Pacific Northwest. We're going.
It is.
My bad. Hang on, TK. There she is.
It is. This is just the
White House?
No, this is just the office space. It's just one of the conference rooms.
Okay.
Which will be.
It looks good though, right?
Oh, it looks great. Yeah, that's fire. That's fire. What's up, homie?
What's up? I like that T-shirt.
Oh yeah, that's Player Society.
That's
right
the kind of one you put in the dry cleaning, huh?
100%.
Yeah, that's
100%.
yeah. This is one of those ones you don't mess around with.
I have a gripe with dry cleaners.
Okay.
There is latent. Sorry, guys. Sorry, Chatty House. Most of you are men, but there is latent misogyny in the dry cleaning business.
Okay.
You ask them, hey, how much for a... don't do that. You ask them how much to dry clean a shirt. And they'll say, men's shirt or women's shirt? You go, let's go with men's first. $3. Okay, let's go with women's shirt. $9. And I say, why is that? And they go, we don't have machines that are a woman's size that easily press and make it all crispy. We have to do it by hand. And to that I say, BS. I don't like that. And it feels like I'm getting charged more because my body is small. And there's no men that are as small as me. There's no little short kings out there.
TK, wow. Wow.
What did you say?
He said Stephen Brown, who is a loyal member of our Chatty House, who claims to be 6'5".
He's 5'4".
Anyway.
I don't know. You are small though, TK. So is the gripe that they don't have a small dry cleaning machine, or like, because if you were a woman of the bigger variety, would they be able to just...
I don't know. I don't know if they would put it in the, but they're like women's shirt, $9.
Huh.
Men's shirt, $3.
I understand. That would piss me off.
I'm like, what? So I was going to take some dry cleaning in for Summer League, and now I got to go to Vegas in order to do it because Vegas doesn't do me like that. They're the only place where they're like, not charging $5.
I'm a little confused. What machine that they have doesn't do something for smaller clothes? You would think that would be the case. Oh, our machine, it doesn't fit bigger.
If the thing is wider, right? If like the pieces of metal that or whatever it is on there that steams it is wider and it's a small shirt, then it won't fit in there. It'll be too small to fit inside that machine. So only the BBLs can.
Oh, well.
$3.
Bruh. We saw this young lady at C-Tech on the way back home. And it couldn't have been real. Like, it was so like disproportionate. I have never seen one that there was just no way.
There is no way.
And it was like, how come no one stopped you from this? It was, and I didn't spot it. Just for the record, it wasn't me.
Well, you're not blind.
Well, no, but I mean, I'm not gonna bring it up. And
Why not? Katie's cool enough for you to bring it up.
well, she would, but Katie spotted it quick and was like, "There's no way that's real." And I looked over and like, "Oh God, damn it!" And I love how we've gone from women pointing out fake boobs to women pointing out a fake ass.
Yeah.
And the fact that a fake ass is a thing is just incredible.
That's crazy to me. Fun fact, I got fat in high school trying to get thicker.
Well, okay, all right, break this down. What are we talking about? What are you talking about?
I don't think I was just my proportions didn't work, right? Like I'm naturally like a size, like if I'm, I've got like little wrists and little shoulders and stuff, my frame shouldn't hold, like doesn't really hold 140. It's too much. And I was probably 105, and then all of a sudden I'm like, less cardio, more spoonfuls. And I got up to like 137, 138, and I was like a size 6, size 7, size, probably 7 was the highest I ever was. But it was like cheeks galore, just
And to be clear, when she said cheeks, she was talking about her face.
Her face. She was talking about her face. I got a really bad haircut that made me look like Barbara Walters.
Oh man.
I wore one of those like little mohair sweaters that was like made my cheeks even redder. It's really one of the more scarring periods of time in my life, all in service of trying to be a thick girl.
Do we have readily available pictures of
Never
thick
show anyone this. In fact,
you would show me.
Maybe in college, I was like still kind of on that time, and I was drinking, which I obviously don't do now. And if you look at my nose, it looks like I have gotten a nose job because of how like sharp it is, and like it's like almost bulbous in college, like a waterlogged nose.
Bulbous.
Bulbous. So I couldn't
tall are
pull
you,
off the,
Trysta?
huh?
How tall are you?
5'5".
Yeah, somebody was asking me the other day. I said, I think she's about 5'4".
5'5" on the nose, 165
With or without shoes?
without shoes.
She's a small forward with shoes.
Small forward with shoes. Anyway,
Hey.
that's soapbox.
That's great. This is just so much fun. I love
We're
when
just
you.
getting right into it.
No, it's good.
It's July 8th.
It's good. This is what we do. Well,
And my mom made fun of me because I was also wearing really tight jeans. Like, you guys know, one of the reasons that I don't wear
Trysta with the apple bottoms, with the baby fat.
tight jeans is because I'm terrified of any, like, cuts around the waist from the band or anything like getting all like you sit in the wrong place. Just discomfort. Anyway, I was still wearing jeans that looked painted on. And because that was the style back then. And my mom said, now if she's listening, she's going to be like, you always bring this up. It's the one thing I always bring up that she said that scarred me. She said, you look like you're trying to fit 10 pounds of potatoes in a 5-pound bag.
No.
Just lumps.
Mama Craig.
It was just so sad. I mean, the whole thing was sad. It's
Well, the
informative.
glow up is real.
The glow up. I do look better at 39 than I did at 29 and at 19.
Oh, same.
It's a blessing.
I guess that's absolutely accurate.
Was TK looking like was that Alicia Silverstone in Hustle and Flow?
No.
Oh, it was not.
Alicia Silverstone was the girl from Clueless.
Yeah. Who was in Hustle and Flow?
I don't remember.
Oh yeah, we're not doing that. That's the girl who looks like she's on meth. Taryn Manning.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, not Alicia Silverstone.
No. Alicia's
Alicia, I still think is bad.
I agree.
Yeah, she ain't never.
Yeah, Alicia is still bad.
She ain't never left. She ain't never left.
TK getting ready for her annual trip to Las Vegas. First of all, before we dive into Vegas and some of the things going on around the NBA, and perhaps more specifically, all of the things that aren't going on around the NBA, KC said Breana Stewart was trash earlier. Do you agree?
He didn't say that.
Hey, don't listen to her.
He didn't say that. I don't believe you said that.
I'll tell you what I did say though. I asked the question.
He did ask, and he did preface it with, "This is probably a bad take."
Yeah.
And we lightly pressured him into saying it.
And hear me when I say, like, I didn't preface this either with like what we're saying, right? Like the question was, is Breana Stewart a little overrated? That doesn't mean she's bad. That doesn't mean she's not a Hall of Famer. But when I hear people talk about Breana Stewart, I hear sometimes people put her in that category with Diana. And I said every time I watch Stewie play, I'm usually left a little underwhelmed, which doesn't make any sense because the numbers are always there, the accolades are always there, the resume's there, everything's there. I don't know why when I see her, I'm like, yeah, she's good, but I'm never in awe of watching her play.
I think I get why you might think that. And I think she's not a particularly loud player in terms of her buckets aren't loud. I think Caitlin Clark is the loudest scorer, just based on the type of, and the loudest dime thrower as well. Like just very risky, very bravado. And I think that's kind of what makes her unique. Arike is also a very loud player. Paige is a very, I think there's reasons that people will tune into Paige more than Breana Stewart, but Paige is kind of has very quiet games. Sabrina has quiet games. I think Jonquel is a bit more loud because you don't expect someone that looks like her to be pulling up from 30, right, as a center. So I understand why you would say that, but I think anytime you talk about a two-time MVP, I think actually Breana Stewart might be underrated. I think she might be underspoken about.
That's fine.
Kenny.
All of this kind of. I was telling Damien I was watching Storm Liberty at like 1 a.m. the other night, and if you saw the game, the Storm kind of pulled away from the Liberty in Brooklyn, and I was like, "Where's Stewie at?" She was on the floor. She was there.
He's calling Stewie Zach LaVine.
And another thing. Another thing that
Zach LaVine isn't bothering anybody.
He really
it was not even necessary to bring his name up at all.
This is very unfair for me to do, but one thing that kind of sticks with me a little bit with Breana Stewart, it's so unfair because she's one of the greatest to ever do it. She looked terrified in that game 5 last year.
She did. So did Sabrina. I think both of them took a big hit in how they performed in the finals last year. And Stewie got a lot of generous calls from the refs. And if
the most generous one in WNBA history.
And and the way that that was multiple games in a row too, that she had been gifted some things. And she traveled. And that wasn't called. Anyway, if that's sticking in your mind for either one of them, and maybe even with Sabrina was hurt, so you can be like, oh, I'm going to discount this. But yeah, Stewie did not perform well against the Lynx at all.
She's one of the all-timers, though. It's just a visual thing, I guess. I don't know. She's great.
Her body's a little awkward as well.
Oh, we were talking about this, like centers versus guards. She's that long, lengthy, built like Rebecca Lobo, but
it's just like, whoa, what's going on?
She reminds me of Dirk, the way she plays and where she operates at. Reminds me of Dirk.
That's a good point.
What is going on in the NBA right now? Specifically, why is nothing going on in the NBA right now?
Oh, I think we're a little tired, all of us. I kind of want it to settle down. We got the finals. We had 7 games of that. And then all of a sudden, boom, we got the draft. And all of a sudden, boom, we got free agency. We got full day of lots of moves and flurries. And now we've got some of the most unprecedented wave and stretches and buyouts. the number 1 overall pick gets bought out. You got Dame getting waived and stretched. Pause. And so, yeah, I think at this point, what is there left to do? More trades?
Well, I mean, restricted free agency is at a standstill.
Yep.
There's an interesting situation going on with Jonathan Kuminga and the Golden State Warriors. You have Josh Giddey in Chicago. I'm sure there's a couple I'm missing, but I think I would probably call those the two prime restricted free agents of the class. And it's kind of bizarre. What I feel like is happening is the Warriors, I don't know how Chicago feels about Giddey. We're not there covering them the same way. Obviously the Warriors are close enough. We cover them pretty closely, and this at least particular situation seems to be pretty closely tied to Sacramento. But we know the Warriors don't want Jonathan Kuminga. I don't know how Chicago feels about Josh Giddey. Chicago might just be like, test the market, dog. And the market is not there for anybody. And Kuminga, I don't know how this Kuminga situation ends for him or for the Golden State Warriors.
I think that there's this issue with the CBA. I think we can probably just stop right there, and that can be an evergreen statement.
Yeah, facts.
But there's just a lot of reluctancy to sign the non-obvious players. And I think restricted free agency is going to be the spot that gets squeezed the most, because what really incentivizes teams to pay out money is when they know that the money next year is getting into a larger and larger pot. And the fact that they got this huge amount of money from the television rights deals from NBC and Amazon, ESPN, and then the estimated increases of the salary cap are not commensurate with that large TV deal, I think it's scaring the hell out of teams, because if you're planning for a 10% increase every year, and then they tell you, actually, it's what they just did, it's going to be 7%. Well, that over time, because you're building, even if it's 10 the next year, it just has an exponential effect, right? If it's 10% off of 110, that's way better than 10% off of 107. And that increases out 5 to 7 years. And some of these deals are 4 or 5 years long. So how am I supposed to project what to pay Jonathan Kuminga when the first estimate is 3% wrong and I don't have any more information moving forward?
Somebody asked this earlier in the show, do you feel like the new CBA has been good, bad, or it's too early to tell?
I think it's a little column A, column B, and column C. I think there's a lot of things that I like about it, which is like no sustained super team. You can't just go out and buy things and think that that's just going to keep you ahead of everybody else. And I think we all kind of like that, because then the teams that build organically and with their minds and not their pocketbooks, they're able to succeed in ways that we couldn't imagine, like with the Indiana Pacers, for example. And you look at, for example, the OKC Thunder, it's almost like like Sam Presti has been knowing that this CBA was coming 5-6 years ago, when he just keeps collecting draft picks and having players that are under really reasonable contracts. And then you see the other drunk GMs, and I always credit Tim Connolly because he's awesome, but Tim Connolly way overpays for players and doesn't negotiate really with them. And then what that leads to is, well, now you can't sign Nickeil Alexander-Walker. So I think you just have to be really smart with your cap management now, where back in 2016, we all know that one. That's when Portland decided to pay Evan Turner and Alan Crabb and everybody. I mean, that was like probably the worst moment for that current CBA, and probably what informed future CBA agreements. But then what's bad is that there's elements of like, well, we're worried about the tax, not because of any other reason, but we're just going to lose draft picks. Or a player wants to leave, but because of teams in that second apron, you have to have a 7-team trade in order to get that done. And there has to be teams that are basically wastelands to you just dump your garbage players that are making a lot of money to Brooklyn. And that's basically what they are now, is just like the dump of the NBA, which to make the math work. It feels like the math is really complicated now to get deals done.
But the math is is it the aprons that's complicating it? Because math has always been difficult.
So now you can't go, like, it has to be 1 for 1. Exactly. Like, you cannot be $1 over. So if you're Phoenix and you're trading Kevin Durant away, that number needs to be exact. And if that team that you're trading with is in the first or second apron, they also have restrictions in terms of how much they can take back. So then you need a third team, and then that third team has to give you something back. Can't just take it, right? And so what does that look like? And that gets really complex when you can't say, all right, we're going to trade Kevin Durant, and then we can take back 11 cents on every 10, $1.10 for every dollar. They're like, no, it's $1 or 99 cents or less.
And one of the things that we had talked about earlier as well is it may create, not this year, but maybe 2 years into this thing, it may create a situation that you're going to start taking away what a lot of people love about the NBA, and what really helps the NBA is just the talk around the league, right? Because if we, if this is not a one-off and this is how summers go, part of being excited about the NBA for a lot of people is trying to figure out what's next, who's going where, like what moves are being made. And if we get into a point where this is just life with this new CBA, where it's going to be pretty uneventful, come free. It's not a big deal that free agency started or anything else like that. That might, I don't know if monetarily they'll take a hit, but just interest wise, that may,
Yeah, and I think what we're going to see a lot more of, and it makes sense. It's sad, but it makes sense why you're seeing players get waived and why, like, you're seeing players like Bradley Beal, Damian Lillard, and even a number 1 overall pick is like that amount of salary is great when the league is drunk and you can move players for a package of other players that don't exactly match. But when you have those guys 40, 50, 60, now going to be $75 million on your books, that's incredibly difficult to move. And now you're like close to the tax level that like implements all kinds of more restrictions. So it's like, well, it's better for us in the short term if we think we can compete to just waive a guy and stretch that contract out over 5 years instead of 2 years, so that we're not having $55 million on our books. We have $22 million on our books. Or a DeAndre Ayton, there's no market for him. No one wants to pay him that much money. The market for him is actually $8 million. That's what it is today, because that's what he's getting. But we can't get rid of him. So it's better for us than keeping him on our roster, clogging up spots, being sort of a cancer-ish. And so we just waive him.
I got to cover her. Yeah, I was like, I think TK about to sneeze or cough or something, and I saw her. She might be dying. Look, Trysta, the agreement is if you die on the air. So don't black out the camera. Don't do anything. If you got to go in front of the chatty house. We'll get you help as quickly as possible, but those are the rules. We've all agreed to them.
Call 911.
No, we got you. We'll call, but we're gonna get the moment viral.
Absolutely.
Yeah, gotta get the moment.
COE.
We gotta do what we gotta do.
Puppy tries to resuscitate dying host.
Oh, look at that cutie. Goodness gracious. How do you think this Kuminga situation ends? Because you talk about what he's worth, what the market says he's worth, but you also have the uncomfortable reality that Steve Kerr appears to dislike this person. I don't imagine that he feels glowingly about Steve Kerr either. And you just have a lot going on there, and it's Golden State, and you really never know what they're going to do in these types of situations.
Oh man, I don't know. I mean, it feels like.
Do you think he's a good ball player? Like, do you think he's worth a strong offer sheet, a good dollar figure?
I can't really. Here's the thing with Golden State. We don't really know what their players are that they've drafted in the 2 timelines era. We know that James Wiseman inside the Golden State development system was a miss. Then he has gone elsewhere, and we know that in the NBA as a whole, he is a miss. We see that Jordan Poole inside the Golden State development system next to Steph Curry is a hit. And next in the NBA as a whole, he's maybe a sixth man on the worst roster in basketball, or maybe he's a piece on a team that's trying to, do something. I guess New Orleans, you could say that. So I don't know what Kuminga is because I don't really know how to assess Golden State as a development arm. They haven't done a great job. Steve Kerr hasn't done a great job. The people in charge of the assistant coaches to develop talent haven't done great. So who's to say that in a system that has great development, like at OKC, for example, that we know that they have a history of turning guys into more, right? Like Jalen Williams is a lot more than we thought he was going to be when he was drafted. What could Jonathan Kuminga be? I think his absolute ceiling, from what I remember looking at him as coming out of the G League Ignite, was Kawhi, right? Like he has athletic tools. He's very powerful, has all this elite raw athleticism, but his mindset's just really not very smart on the basketball court. Remember when we were watching the playoffs and he was just immediately taken off, just turnover, missed defensive assignment. I remember somebody told me he missed a mandatory camp event because he was in Africa taking the championship trophy around. He's just kind of a knucklehead. But I don't know what that would be like under a different system. I have no idea what he could command. I have no idea what he could turn into be. But I don't think he's going to turn into anything good in Golden State.
If you were the Warriors, what would you do in this situation? Obviously, the Kings offer is out. You can bring them back. How would you play this situation?
What is the Kings offer? I don't remember. Is it Malik?
There's a report. No, there's a report, a rumor. There is conversation that the Kings offered. Well, this gets a little dicey. So it's Saric and Devin Carter. Those are the players. Dario Saric and Devin Carter. And then it gets a little murky from there.
Mm-hmm.
Draft compensation has ranged from a protected first-round pick to 2 second-round picks, to the Warriors asking for 2 first-round picks. I don't know how much of this is based in reality, but it was out there pretty tough late last week, and Kenny and I heard it from multiple people around the NBA that weren't associated with Sacramento. But again, I don't know what's real and what's fake anymore. It's like the flood at the airport all over again. Like this.
They're going to want a player that can contribute, I think.
Well,
that's Devin.
You hope.
Yeah, you're not.
Devin might fit them well.
Yeah, Devin could be the new.
Devin could be like a Pajemski sort of guy, not in the same type of game, but just oh wow, I didn't think much of him, and now he's sort of if Guy Santos can contribute, then certainly you could get Mike Dunleavy Jr. to imagine a world where Devin Carter can contribute. So a young player that you're not really sure what he is yet. He was injured for most of the year. Saric is negligible. He's just there.
Saric, in our opinion.
Yeah. He did. So not a Saric fan. Pop back there. Pop back there like
hell no.
Pop back there like, did you say Saric on our Dubs?
Absolutely not. And I think there has to be some. I think Golden State will. Excuse me, Dario Saric isn't even a top of conversation anymore.
Look at that face. Goodness gracious.
Excuse me. He's getting a little aggressive. As the balls are dropping, he's starting to get, he's starting to do his thing. We got to get him neutered soon. Pause. So they're going to want, I think, a first-round pick. Don't think that they're going to get a first-round pick. And I think that will take them. It's almost like the Phoenix Suns and Kevin Durant. It's like what you think this player is worth is not really in alignment with what you evaluate him to be for your own team. You're just trying to finesse us. We know you don't like Jonathan Kuminga. Otherwise, you would have paid him an extension summers ago and given him some role on the team. So don't tell us we deserve to give you a first-round pick and a player of value, because that's not what you would pay for Jonathan Kuminga at all.
Right.
So I think there'll be a rude awakening for Golden State. It might last a while. I don't know when the restricted deadline is.
How would you handle that if you were the Warriors, though?
If I was them, I would just get rid of them as fast as I could. Just survey the landscape, see what the value is, call other GMs that have no interest in Kuminga, but just like test the market in terms of like what would you have just like generally paid, and get the deal done. I just like, let's not prolong this, because it's very clear that the divorce is coming. It just kind of feels like Joe Lacob wants to be too cute, in my opinion.
Do you believe if they sign him to whatever they sign him to, just because they're trying to save face, there'd be a better type of deal when the season starts, or when he can be traded during the season?
They'd have to play him a lot of minutes.
They hate doing that.
And correct me if I'm wrong, the longer this stretches out, the tougher it's going to be to trade him, because it's 6 months. And it's 6 months. Isn't it 6 months? And if you get to February and you sign him too late, you're not going to be able to trade him before the trade deadline.
Yeah. And then you have to keep him on the roster for another year. It changes what you do with your rotations.
And if things aren't going well, you have another uncomfortable situation with your locker room. Like, because we questioned, like, what exactly will the Warriors look like next year? Obviously, they took a big turn when Jimmy Butler got there, at least, regular season wise. Is that how they start the season? Do they start the season playing as well as they ended the season last year? Or was that kind of shout out to the podcast. Was that kind of a heat check? And now we're into this new season, and it's like, that's not what we are.
When has Jimmy Butler been healthy throughout the regular season?
I don't know.
That ship has sailed.
Yeah, so I think we got great Jimmy Butler minutes because Jimmy Butler was on ice. He was sitting out. He wasn't playing. There was him not giving maximum effort, which we know Jimmy Buckets is always giving. He was mailing it in Miami from the very beginning.
55 games last year, 60 the year before. Oh, man, 64 prior to that, 57, 52, 58.
It's a 60-game guy at max.
Yeah,
and even then, he was about to break down in these playoffs.
Yes. And he had already had that layoff, right? He had already had that right before the trade deadline. He wasn't playing. So he should have been much more fresh. He's just not a durable player anymore.
Well, he's 36. I mean, I stalled him out a little bit. Like, he's in tremendous shape. Like, you never look at Jimmy Butler and question his, program or anything. But he's 36 years old.
Yeah, he's just the type of game he has is not the type of game that ages very well. He's a relentless. It's like a Russell Westbrook, a relentless downhill guy. The joints just don't last that long. Pause. When you're putting all that strain on them. So
when your game is built off explosiveness.
Like
he's a physical wing player. Yeah.
It's not like he's a finesse catch and shoot 3-point shooter who can be in the corner, like maybe be off ball defense. You sort of hide him. No, he's known for his point of attack defense, multiple steals per game, getting out into transition, downhill. Maybe that changes with Steph. Maybe he completely transforms his game based on not needing to be that guy. But at this point, I don't know how he changes his spots.
But it feels like they still need him to be that. Because they don't have anyone like that.
No, when it comes down to it and people are, teams are trapping or blitzing Steph, you need that burst. And if he could give you that burst in doses, then maybe. But I don't think this is the team going anywhere. But with Jimmy, they really have no use for Jonathan Kuminga.
This is fascinating.
It is.
It's fascinating for so many reasons because I think 2 years ago, 3, 4 teams, 5 teams would have sent him an offer sheet.
That's why you have to trade these guys earlier. You cannot wait until the last minute. If you don't absolutely believe that this player is going to be in your system long term, and a player peaks, big 37-point game, couple of big ones in the middle of the seat, like get on the phone right then.
To your point,
So
when
high.
they didn't give him the contract extension, the rookie extension,
No.
they should have been trying to trade him that summer.
Yes.
And that's one of the things I've said with this Warriors situation. I don't think they have a good move in this because of how they've done things in the past with Kuminga. You don't have a positive move. I think all the moves they make, at the very least, will be perceived as a losing move.
Yes.
So why don't you do the one that allows you to get right now, at least, what is the best offer you can get? Like you're getting a young former lottery pick, 2 draft picks, and then this salary dump. Like, I know it seems like that's a terrible deal, but that's the best you could do right now. I would think long and hard about taking it. Pause.
Oh, we're just God damn. Oh my God. Hey, Jeff! Hey! Oh, the ref in there cutting clips.
What'd he say?
Review the audio.
We can review it.
Review it.
the audio.
Go back a minute and play.
Man.
We need an instant replay.
Oh, we need it. Hey,
I
bruh.
thought I could trust KC for a minute.
Hey, that was tough. Man. Goodness gracious. Trysta get here, we just lose our damn mind. Wow.
Russ Dog said, "Play on."
Play on nothing, Russ. Sit down. Sit down, Russ.
Russ.
No, hang on. Wait a second. I think we gotta.
Not on this show.
Yeah.
That's disgusting.
the officials have reviewed the play.
Oh man,
Lord
come
have
on, man! I'm
mercy.
just talking about the contract. I'm talking about the CBA, man. Come on, man.
I was focused on the wrong area on the field.
Man, goodness gracious. A couple things. We blew past the break so long ago. Your boy Kevin Pritchard said, he said he was shocked Miles Turner left, and they were in negotiations. And then all of a sudden, Shams tweets, and that's how he learned he was gone. Damn. I don't know what the question is, but that's crazy.
All those days, because it was like death, taxes, Miles Turner on the trade block, right? For years, since I started the original Heat Check, which was this league. That was early 2021. Miles Turner comes up on in the trade discussions many times. Prior to Tyrese getting there, I know this for a fact. The Pacers organization was lukewarm on Miles. Tyrese gets there, they sign him to a very team-friendly extension, which is like, I've never seen an extension quite like that. It was like, we'll give you the money up front right now, and then it'll descend. So I have to imagine, and I don't know if you guys remember this, but in the middle of the playoffs, Miles Turner posted, someone did, 5,000 word type of a thing about how he had found his home again but him really being in trade talks as much as he had been was affecting his mental health. So this is what I think happened. When he got quote unquote lowballed, which the Pacers surveyed the landscape and they're like, no one's going to be able to afford your ass except for us, right? This is what the market will pay. And so we'll pay you $1 over that or whatever. And then the Bucks did the inconceivable, the illogical, which is we're going to waive and stretch Dame. I don't think you waive and stretch Dame unless that agreement is already in place.
Yeah.
You don't make that move unless there's a player that you're going to sign right then. And I think Miles was like, you know what? You had your chance to do right by me the first time. I'm the longest tenured player in your organization. You guys have done me dirty this whole time, and I've stuck by. And I thought we were in a good place. And then you gave me 4 for 96. And they said, Kevin Pritchard said, we would have matched the Bucks offer. And he said, at this point, I think in his mind, he's like, at this point, it's not even worth all that. Like, if you're going to match it, is this restricted free agency or is this free agency? Because you're basically like, oh, go test the market and see what you can get. We already looked around and we saw everybody else was broke. So this is what you got to take. So take it and be happy with it. And so I think if that's not my logic, I will have information on this in a few days.
Well, yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah. We headed to Las Vegas
soon. I'm touchdown soon.
We headed to Las Vegas, baby.
I need to know if that's what occurred, because it is insane to not get back to your employer and be like, hey, I'm getting offered this job for this amount of money. Do you want to match it or exceed it? Before I take it, do you want to match it or exceed it?
Wasn't it like before Game 5 that Shams had to tweet and the Pacers are about to go over the tax for the first time to bring Miles Turner back. Like it was so definitive. Maybe there was just a lot going on. I didn't
you're
pay
right.
attention to it right, but it was so definitive. I thought he had signed a deal.
Well, here's the thing. If Tyrese Halliburton doesn't tear his Achilles, they might pay him 110, 4 years. I think you're basically saying next year is a wash. We're not competing really at all. And you know that. We all know that. So, and we need you really to step up. I think also Miles' finals performance was really bad. And so that affects your perception. You really don't want to do a deal right after what you came off of, which was just duck butter. It was just buns, right? Like it was just trash vomit. And so now we have to put more offensive responsibilities on Miles. And really, Miles is only good because of Tyrese Halliburton. I believe that's what the Pacers feel. Is like, let's see what you do when you're not with Steph Curry. Let's see what you do when you're not with Tyrese Halliburton. Because we know what you were before you got here.
Oh.
So, yeah.
I'd never heard that term before. I looked it up.
Well, let me see.
Well, go ahead. Yeah, because I'm just not going to recite the definition of that term on the air, but that was a new one for me, at least. I guess my innocent ears.
Okay.
So I think they're like, well, we know what you're truly worth.
Sure.
We have all the data points.
Oh man.
Yeah. So there you go.
Pre-Tyrese, post-Tyrese, and now we don't have Tyrese again. And that's, I think, the reason they're not willing to go into the tax. And then on top of that, Herb Simon is like $1 million. I think he's in his 90s. And I don't think he wants to pay the tax not to compete.
Sure.
That's one owner I didn't know.
That's me neither.
Good knowledge by you, Trysta.
Thanks.
I thought they were going to go a different route, honestly. I thought they would have brought in a veteran point guard for a year. Get us through, see what we could do, and keep it moving.
I mean, they don't even have a guard right
Why are you yelling at me? I know that. I just thought they would at least try it. Well, now that they lost Miles, it doesn't even matter.
What are you going to do? The Milwaukee Bucks are so dumb. You know what I mean? Like, what are you guys thinking is going to happen with Miles Turner, Giannis, and no point guard, and Kevin Porter Jr. at the one? You didn't even go out and get a Tyus Jones or a Trey Jones or any Jones, no Dylan Jones, nothing. What are we doing here? It just doesn't make sense.
I have no idea.
When do you leave for Vegas?
Tomorrow morning, 7 a.m.
Oh, let's go. All right. Well,
Staying at a nice little posh hotel inside of... Oh, there's the dog. Hey.
Okay. I guess we'll just never get to commercial break.
He's going crazy.
Okay. Well, Trysta's going to Vegas, and that dog is getting its balls cut. It's a tough time.
No.
It's a tough time for everybody.
Hey, let him have one experience before you do it, man. Come on, man.
No, don't do that. That could be a costly experience. Don't do that. You could be
when
paying
I saw
that.
the red rocket for the first time from him, I was like, oh, shocked. No.
Yo, this was a crazy segment, bro.
We'll be checking in with you in Vegas, TK.
All right, see y'all.
All right,
care,
man.
TK.
Trista and the dog. That poor dog has no idea what's happening to
Damn,
him.
man, let him
We'll-
cook one time.
We'll come back. Jason Jones is, interestingly enough, he's headed to Las Vegas too. So we're going to miss him today. We got a lot more things we got to talk about. Talk about your Giants here for a couple of minutes. We got Bump It or Dump It on the way. And we got to get back to the Sacramento Kings and the moves that they've made this offseason, or perhaps lack thereof, depending on your perspective. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. We don't do this often. Jesse, entertain the troops, man. We both got to get up.
What's up, Chatty House? It's the first ballot Hall of Famer to you, Heavy. Champion as well. Beat Kobe. What's up, Wheezy? Johnny G. Mr. Rancho. Honestly, I don't know, man. They'll probably be 500. They'll probably suck too. Two might get hurt. Who knows? The vibes are down with the Dolphins. I don't know what this means, Chris, but Jaren Durant seems like Jaren Durant's about to get traded. Any moment he'll get traded. Yeah, keep it just a little overblown, but I don't know. This is Boston media doing what they do. Devin, enough. I can do enough. Sorry, no, Monster's gone somewhere. I don't know where he is. Shadow Raheem, he's a good running back, but he's got slower and fumbled in too many big games last year. Leezy probably not this week though. The thing is, Asante Samuel Sr. is not even wrong too. The culture stuff with Miami's been so bad, and it's been said by so many former players too. Like I didn't disagree with him at all.
What's the issue?
Nah, Leezy, I'm on like year 14 of MLB The Show right now. Whatever.
So what's the issue in Miami?
Mike McDaniel's too much of a just cool guy, too much of a fun guy to be around, too much of a player's
just a chill
coach. And
guy.
I just don't think he just had a control on things or whatever. Like players showing up late to meetings, stuff like that. Just never had a real grip on things.
Somebody asked earlier about NCAA 26. I don't know if I'm getting the new one. I'm not sure yet. It depends on how many gift cards I have. If I got enough gift cards to get it, sure. But I don't think I'm spending my money on it. But NCAA series, that's my game right there, boy. That's my game. So if I get it, I'll let you know. I'm not really the biggest 2K player anymore. 2K is too difficult. Securing. I saw the clip you tagged me in. I want to listen to the whole thing. I don't know if I could see him becoming a world champion at that the size that the weight class that he's in, but I do agree with his first assessment that he has gotten better. And as much as people look at Jake as like a sideshow and all this other stuff, we're going on like 5-6 years where he's like been committed to training as a boxer. I salute him a little bit for that. Like I don't hate Jake Paul the way other people do as a boxer. Like he's actually been committed to this thing for a while. So yeah.
Hey, free JCC Jr.
Oh, that was crazy.
Yeah.
Bro. What? Damn.
His dad said, "Yeah, he's not involved. I had friends like that too back then."
That's crazy, bro. Oh, look at us. Look, we're ahead of the game. Are you on ESPN? You're not on ESPN.
They got NFL Live on?
No, it's part
Which
of the
one?
interruption. Kirchin is talking about a possible trade for Skeens. Had that a month ago, buddy.
Jaren Durant for Paul Skeens. Throw it in there. Now we got Yoshida back. He's DHing, and they said Roman Anthony's going to play left. So that means Durant's going to start hitting the bench, or he's going to get moved soon.
Well, that's what you guys do in Boston. You just throw away guys.
Hey, yeah, for Roman Anthony, I think he's hitting 386 in his last 10. Hit a home run yesterday. Hit a tank to center. I don't know why Devers is standing up Will Clark.
Because Will ain't. Will is Will.
I saw that too. Like, if you read the story, it's because Rafi didn't want to just be out there in front of like the Red Sox and the reporters and all. I guess that's when it happened. I don't know. He said he understood, but whatever.
Hey man, he's with us. We talking about marriage. We're married to Rafi. He's here. He's a Giants. He's gonna.
Giants fans. No, I know why he hated Boston. Yeah, Devers is also playing. He's also difficult over here too.
Devers. I was gonna say he's gonna win MVP. I don't think so.
No, he's not.
But over under. It's so difficult because he's gonna be a DH a lot of the time. I'm gonna say over under 2.5 All-Star games.
Over. We're back.
Hey, can I give a quick shout out real quick? And a true shout out to this man because it's not his fault. He's just doing what he can. He's doing what somebody asked him to do, and he's trying to be a team player out here. But shout out to Joe for the 7 Dr. Peppers that he put in the refrigerator.
Oh, was that our guy?
Yeah, that's 7 Dr. Peppers, 4 Diet Cokes. Restock.
Just
Thoughts and prayers. Like the Snack Shack went to hell. It sucks.
Yeah, thoughts and
It's
prayers
trash.
to Kimberly Snack Shack. That thing is.
I'm back with the Fortress of Snack too.
That thing is cooked.
Yeah.
I think I saw one of our engineers walk in with like 2 Walmart bags. Used to be 4 or 5.
It used to be like a Costco trip. By the way, can I tell you something else I did in Seattle? I went to Costco.
Okay.
No, that's the thing. No.
What's the deal?
Hold on. When's the last time you were
to Costco?
Yeah, when's the last time you been to a Costco?
A decade?
Why?
And some change? I just haven't. And
go to Costco once a week.
But I went to Costco and I saw some of them prices.
What, you getting a membership now?
Well, my partner got one. She got the black card.
She ain't playing.
She got the black card.
Careful, you walk in though, you buy 7 things, it'll be about $200 sometimes.
But hey, I'll tell you what I saw.
You'll be set for the year, but
we was getting food. We had our 5th of July barbecue in Seattle. So we was getting all of the food that we were going to put on the smoker. And I saw these fillets. They were thick. 4-pack. It was like $80. And I'm like, hey, is this how this place works? So I started walking around and looking at the stuff that the kids eat. Now I'm like, hey, I called, Katie was at the house. I was like, hey, next Saturday, we're waking up and going to Costco.
Hey, Dame's like, you'll never believe it.
I ain't been to Costco in 10 years. That was crazy to see.
Hey, man, Costco like that, man.
Oh
Costco
my
is
gosh,
like that.
I was so excited.
Need a new TV.
Family Man D'Lo back at Costco.
So the first thing I saw was a 75-inch Samsung.
Yeah.
That's how they get you.
It's like that.
It's like $600.
It's like that.
I'm like, this is why Kenny got 10 TVs.
Yeah.
Drop in the bucket, $600.
Brother, I think I got 2 from Costco. I got another 2 or 3 from Walmart, but it's all good.
The Costco in the town is right behind where I live. It's a little 2-minute drive.
Yeah.
It's bad. It's bad. We're there once a week.
The only thing that they need to work on and they got to get better at and I think I'm in the minority, but I think I'm right. The pizza's gone downhill.
No, it's taking a step back. It has.
It's gone down.
I'll still get pizza. I'll go chicken bake first now though.
I did think about you guys when I looked at that menu and saw, a hot dog for $1.50
with a drink as well. Don't short it.
Come on,
yeah, with a drink as well.
The drink that's official. Man, come on, man. That's nobody's beating that.
You imagine Costco has D'Lo try a hot dog for the first time in 15 years?
That won't happen.
Costco did it.
No,
D'Lo's like, look at the deal. How can I pass this up?
Well, what caught my attention, it wasn't it was the ice cream.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, oh my God.
Just ice cream in a cup for $1.50.
I can't do ice cream.
It's like that.
But this is the type of people I have in my life. So I told the story about the $1,000 coffee maker that I got for the low price of $863.
Yeah.
So we get to the house, and of course they're unpacking it and setting it up. And Chuck's like, hey, you want some coffee? I'm like, you goddamn right I do. I want to know what an $800 cup of coffee tastes like. And he goes, okay. And he pulls out, a gallon of milk. He was like, I'm going to make you a mocha. I was like, no. Mind you, we had just had this conversation in the car because he was like, yo, I got this ice cream maker. It makes ice cream in 30 minutes. We're going to make some ice cream when we get home. Chuck, I don't eat dairy. I haven't eaten dairy in 12 years. Like, I can't have it. It'll be bad for all of us. He was like, oh, man. Like, Chuck, you can make ice cream for you and Claude. I won't have any.
Yeah.
He's like, nah, I don't even want to make it no more. Like, all right. So he goes to make the cup of coffee. And I'm not a big coffee drinker, but it's like, yeah, just give me a basic cup. Katie just drinks black coffee. Just give us something basic. All right, cool. He pulls out like this thing of milk and he starts to like make this. I was like, Chuck, bro, I don't eat dairy. Like, don't put the milk in there. He goes, oh, right. He goes back to doing what he's doing. And he goes, do you like your coffee a little bit sweet or real sweet? I was like, just a little bit. Like you low sugar, whatever, just a little bit. He goes, okay, got you. What about Katie? She like it sweet or just like real sweet? Just give her a cup of black coffee. Looks me in the face and goes, all right, little brother, I got you. I go back to the room, do a couple of things. We come back out. He's like, hey man, I got you guys this $800 cup of coffee ready. And they're sitting on the counter. This idiot made us both these chocolate mochas with all of this frothy milk at the top. And I looked at this and I was like, is this that mocha? He goes, yeah. I said, didn't you hear me? He was like, oh yeah, I just didn't listen.
Yeah, I was gonna say, this is definitely your big brother right here.
He was making mochas for everybody and he didn't give a damn how we took our coffee.
Taking orders and it didn't even matter.
And let me tell you, one, it destroyed my stomach.
Oh,
I felt like hell. But if it wasn't the best damn cup of coffee I had ever had, oh my gosh, it was so good.
Oh man,
felt sick to no end, but it was delicious.
Shout out, big bro. That's how you gotta do it.
Man,
shout out, big
bunch
bro.
of heathens in my life.
Oh man, but hey, once again, man, shout out Joe, man. He's just doing what he can. I seen Joe yesterday during the KSFM show, like putting some Diet Coke,
and Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, listen, okay, all right, they got Joe on the job. He about to cook, and I come back over there 10 minutes later, and that's all that's in there, just the 7 Diet Cokes and the 4 Dr. Peppers.
And by the way, it's July 8th. So if the idea is we're only refreshing once a month, we're 8 days into the month.
It's been a couple, I feel like.
Nah, I think we're on a 2.
I'm gonna keep it real too. Like, if you're gonna like put some stuff in the fridge, at least like don't throw it all on one rack, cause that looks sad. Like maybe get like 4 Diet Cokes on top with some like just space it out a little bit.
Hey, you know what I should? Hey, I'm going to Costco this weekend. What y'all want? I'll load up the snack shack.
Hey, well, we're gonna snack this fortitude. You know what I'm saying? That's how we're doing this nowadays.
Casey came in here during the break. He was ripping open one of the boxes.
Yeah, I was trying to wait till James got back. It's Tuesday. I can't wait.
He waited a day.
Yeah.
It's Tuesday.
To be honest, I'm glad you opened it because now I'm gonna get some muffins today.
Waited a day.
Yeah, I appreciate you. I'm not gonna lie. I looked at that box yesterday, like, I'm not gonna open it.
I'll go buy some more muffins for him. A brand new box, man. But I ain't.
But here's the funny thing, though. You're out next week. James wouldn't have waited for you.
Well, but he'd be within his rights. He goes buys the stuff.
He does.
So he could do whatever he wants. I was trying to be like, nah,
James
man,
is the creator of the Fortress of Snackitude.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna put a 20 in the locker.
How do we only got Diet Coke and Dr. Pepper too?
That's crazy. Like, where did that even come from?
That's gonna be sitting out there like the oranges, bro.
It's just soda for
Someone
like Charlie and
finally
me.
threw them damn things away. Yeah, or they might have just grown legs and left.
Hey, they might have, to be honest.
Them things was more rotten than that Kuminga Kings deal.
Oh man.
What do you think happened with that? Like how what do you think happened with that Kuminga Kings thing?
I think that was a real offer.
The base of it, the base of that conversation was real.
It could have fluctuated a little bit with picks, and I don't think the players could have fluctuated, but I think the picks, the compensation in that respect could have fluctuated. But I think that was a real offer. I feel like Joe Lacob got wind of it and said, "Oh hell no! Like we're not doing that."
Mm-hmm.
And he's of the belief either just bring him back or we can get better or something. Like we can get a better deal. Bringing him back it's just dicey.
You can't sell me on bringing a guy back that you've told the entire world, yeah, we don't like him, he doesn't fit here, yada yada yada, and then tell me in the same breath we're gonna build his value up this season and trade him.
Yeah, you can.
That's not gonna happen.
I would say if they did that, that's stupid. Like that is dumb. And essentially you're wasting all this is about Steph's time and trying to get Steph number 5 and all this other stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think you've blown next season into the sky. Like you're not winning anything with this nonsense around. I'm not saying like you're definitely on the fast track if you get Carter and Sarge, and I'm not saying that, but at least you've got some harmony and some symmetry to your roster in the locker room, and nothing. It seems like everybody's on the same page. You bring Kuminga back, that's just dumb, in my opinion. And the thought process that we'll bring him back and we'll just go get a better deal in December. Like you're not getting a better deal. That's just like get that out your mind. You're not getting. I don't believe. I'm just speaking for me. I don't believe you're getting a better deal. You might be able to get a deal that's comparable. You might be able to get a deal, but thinking that you're getting, because Warrior fans, and I think Joe Lacob think the same thing, getting a player on the level of Keon Ellis or Keegan Murray, get that out your mind. You're not getting that for Jonathan Kuminga at this point.
Mm-hmm.
You're just not. So if you want to just take a different deal because it makes you feel differently, makes you feel better, you could do that. But you're not getting this grand deal that they all think you would get for Jonathan Kuminga. So I don't even think I answered your question. Oh, you asked what happened. But I was going to, that's what happened.
Kenny thinking about that sad ass snack shack over there.
You asked what happened. I was thinking, like you also asked, what do I think is going to happen? I don't think a trade happens. I think the Warriors end up bringing him back.
Wow.
And a stupid move.
You think this is a deal in the end the Kings should try, like just should get done? Because I figure like you've thrown this offer out here, and
like, you know what I forgot? Sorry, you know what I forgot is somehow the Pistons were tied to this. Remember the Malik Monk portion of this?
Yeah, because I think they were all trying to make it happen with the Schroder Monk.
Yeah, and then there was like trade exceptions involved. Like I remember, like there was this idea that the Pistons would essentially be acquiring Malik for nothing. In the end, they would ultimately give up nothing. But I pulled up I had never seen this because I as I told you yesterday, and Jesse, don't forget where you were. I was talking to, this whole thing broke. I was talking to Matt, some text came through, and then I put my phone away, got on a plane and went away for the weekend. And I did not check Twitter one time while I was away. I just waited for y'all to tell me Kuminga was a king. That's all I was waiting for, or the alert to pop up. I knew Tristy had written something. I thought Tristy had written about what Matt and some of the Detroit guys had reported. I didn't realize this was written as a source told Tristy. And it was, now I'm looking at this like, what the hell was going on Wednesday night?
Wednesday was a wild night.
So, yeah, I pulled up this article because it was brought to my attention last night. Again, I had never seen it, and I didn't realize that it was written from the perspective of someone, a source had told Tristy about this potential three-team deal. Sorry, Jesse, go ahead.
Yeah, you got both of these teams playing chicken right now. Like the Kings got the Sarge, Carter, and 2 seconds deal out there. The Warriors, call it low ball or whatever you want to call it or whatever. But is there a point where if you're Scott Perry, like you kind of reach the end of this, like, you know what, we'll throw them a first-round pick instead of 2 seconds, and you bring in a guy like Kuminga, because I feel like he's kind of exactly the type of player you need for what you're trying to build going forward.
If that's how you feel, if you're Scott Perry and that's how you feel, and you're comfortable with a first-round pick, like, I do it. I wouldn't make a deal that,
like, you don't overpay for Kuminga, but
Right.
if it's like, if they're still willing to talk to you and stuff like that, like there's a compromise here. Like, I feel like Kuminga's the exact kind of player you'd be looking for elsewhere.
There's
you have
also
the opportunity now to buy low.
There's also, so that's the other thing. How low is low? Because there's a financial. We look at the trade portion of this, but there's a financial portion too that Kuminga and I guess ultimately the Kings would have to agree to.
You're right, and I think that's also, a little bit of an issue as well. Like what Kuminga's camp thinks that he should get in a contract, and what Scott Perry and the Kings might be willing to offer. That's a point of, I don't know if contention is the right word, but that's a roadblock. Just like the compensation that the Warriors think they should be getting is a roadblock. I think maybe what Scott Perry's willing to pay Jonathan Kuminga is a little bit of a roadblock as well. But I agree with Jesse. I would try to get the deal done.
He's got the potential to eventually be like a 20-point per game scorer and stuff like that if he's in the right situation. I figure if you can give up Devin Carter, Sarge, and insert pick or whatever, that's a pretty good deal. And I don't know if that's even a possibility or what the Warriors could be looking for or anything like that. But like I said, if all it takes is a first-round pick instead of 2 seconds, then I think you do that.
Right. I agree 100%. If the hang-up is the draft compensation, I wouldn't go crazy, but I would come off my stance a little bit if I was Scott Perry to try and get that deal done. If that's the hang up, if they're willing to take the players in the deal and the hang up is the draft stuff, yeah, I'd try to get that deal done. I think that would be a good gamble for this Kings team. A guy like Jonathan Kuminga. I think that'd be a good gamble. It's not a sure thing. He's got some holes in his game and maybe some personality quirks, as Trysta talked about earlier. But
could the Kings afford that? A player with personality quirks, with
maybe his personality,
work ethic questions? If you're the Sacramento Kings, can you afford that type of young player?
Well, the work ethic questions I think are more so fitting into what the team dynamic that the team wants, right? Like, so the Warriors wanted him to do certain things, and he thought he could do more than that. If he comes to Sacramento, their team dynamic and what they're asking him to do may be in line with what he thinks he can provide and do. Like, there may not be any issues in that respect because they're saying, hey, we want you to go out there and be a 25-point per game scorer. He's like, I'll do that. The Warriors are like, we want you to be 9-point per game scorer, but defend like Iguodala. And he's like, I could do more than that. And that's where the clash was. That's where it was like, oh, he's not doing the little things. Well, no, he's not doing what you want him to do. He sees something a little different. What the Kings may want him to do may be more in line with what he is like hyped up about doing or interested in doing as a basketball player. So it may align a little bit better. Their headaches might not be your headaches.
I feel like too, like from the King side, like sure you can, like here, this is our offer. If you don't want it, fine, you're stuck with him. Like at that point, you kind of walk away from the Kings. All right, what do you do next then? Because you had an opportunity here in front of you. Now the Warriors are stuck with him. That's great. That doesn't like now you're probably not getting Kuminga though. So it's like, what's the next move then? You had the opportunity in front of you. You passed on it. So like, what's next?
I think one of the tougher parts is Kuminga aside. I think the Kings want to move. I think the Kings want to move multiple players and can't. Like just can't. And the inability to move some of those guys, I think, hinders guys that they might want to bring in. I know it carries no weight when I say it, but I feel pretty good at the idea that the Kings would love to have Russell Westbrook here. But they can't. You can't. They can afford it. You can pay Russell Westbrook now, especially with the way things went with Dennis Schroder last night. Or yesterday, excuse me. What you can't do is add another guard to that backcourt. You have to trade one, at least, probably two of those guys. And I don't know that you're going to be able to do that. So now the Devin Carter at point guard experiment starts, or at backup point guard experiment starts.
We're out on attaching picks to these players too to send them out, right?
To send them out? It
Yeah.
depends. Well, it depends who it is. I'm not attaching a draft pick to Devin Carter. Absolutely not. Devin Carter's a draft pick last
them
year.
in the ass before.
I'm not doing that.
Did you do it for Monk?
I do it for Zach.
Yeah, I could see that.
I don't know that I'd do it for Malik. I don't know that I'd do it for
depends on the
Malik.
player.
And I wouldn't do it for DeMar.
For Malik, it depends on the player I'm getting back.
Sure.
You know, if I'm getting a bona fide all-star, you know,
yeah, you're not.
Yeah,
there's no way you would.
But that's the only way. That's the only way.
Because the draft pick isn't to me. If I'm understanding Jesse's question correctly, the draft pick to me isn't a reflection of the player you're getting back.
It's more so to get the guy off the roster.
It's to get the guy off the roster.
Yeah.
So in this situation, and you're talking about. I'm just gonna say a Duncan Robinson type player. You're talking about a role player.
There to me, and
I don't know why you'd want Malik off your roster that bad unless this player that we're talking about is like a 4. Then okay, maybe then I'll listen. But I don't know why you want Malik off the roster.
That's why something like that for me has more to do with the player I'm getting back. Like, to me, there's no way I would do that for Zach LaVine. Zach LaVine's under contract for 2 more years. I'm going to give up a draft pick for a guy that's going to be on an expiring next year? No. If Zach had 4 years on the deal, like, yeah, maybe. You know what I mean? But you got 2 years left. I can finagle through that. I can do that. I wouldn't even attach a pick to Zach right now because of the length of the contract.
Sure.
Michael Porter Jr., I want to
3?
say, yeah, now that's something you would take. That's, man, I can't finagle for 3-4 years. All right, I'll attach a pick. But a guy that's going to be on an expiring next year, nah. I'll either try and get the deal done as is, or I'll just deal with it.
Michael asked, why can't we still bring in Westbrook with Monk on the team deal? It's not Monk. It's Monk, Devin, Keon, DeMar, Dennis. Yeah, that's why. It's not Malik. It is the backcourt. You just can't add another guy to that roster when there's other, and I don't even know who the players are. I think I had a list of free agents. I might have closed that tab earlier. I got one right here. These are the restricted free agents. I don't know how sexy that is. Here are the unrestricted free agents. These guys have all signed. Marvin Bagley's available.
All right, Marvin.
I mean, none of these names are going to excite you. Malcolm Brogdon, Chris Boucher,
Mm.
Chris Paul, Al Horford,
Yeah.
Gary Payton. Like, no.
thank
Well, Trey Lyles. Like, none of these names are going to move anybody. Y'all want DeAndre? You want TT back?
TT still playing.
This is true. Y'all want TT back?
TT still playing. It's
Press
crazy.
conference heard round world.
Man, I think that was the birth of. Y'all said Bull. Was it Bull? Who was the first Victor Wembanyama?
That's what Shaq said.
Y'all could get him.
I'd take
Trysta dropped something on Twitter about Bol talking about he might not even get back into the league or something like that.
Y'all could get him. Kid's
That's
like
kinda
25 years old.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy.
I think that press conference was that that video was that the birth of Kenny's. Yeah.
The Bobo, I don't think I did it with
No,
Bobo.
not Bobo. No. He with TT and I think Marvin.
Oh yeah. I was hyped about that.
That was the birth of it.
Who's gonna take him under his wing? All this and that.
He took him under his wing, all right, straight out of the league.
Tristan Thompson was gonna be the stand-up person for the Kings, and then TMZ article after TMZ article came out.
That might have been our worst moment as a show.
As a collective fan base, because everybody was in on it. Everybody loved it. Oh man. Hey, if the Warriors,
God, that hurts.
I'm looking at the Warriors' projected salary.
It's free agency class, isn't it? By the way, go ahead.
No. At 171.
Okay.
That's the projected salary right now. They have Jonathan Kuminga as a free agent.
Okay.
If they brought him back at let's just for argument's sake say $20 million a year. That puts him at 191, which they're right up against the first apron.
Question. Okay.
First apron is 195. 191, they're right up against the first apron. Are they still allowed to use those exceptions and not go over?
I don't think so. But I have a question. Why would they give him 20 million?
Well, because that's what a lot of I don't know if it's exactly 20 million, but a lot of people, oh yeah, just sign him. I think Slater was saying this, or maybe somebody was like, yeah, just sign him to a 3-year deal and then we'll figure it out during the season.
Yeah, Kyle thinks it's likely that he's just headed back to the Warriors on a short-term deal.
A 3-year $20 million deal or
3
He didn't throw numbers out.
$60 million deal.
3-year, no, not 3-year, 20 million, 3-year, 60. But like, just for argument's sake, say it's 16 per. It don't have to be 20 per.
I got
16 per. So if they brought him back, my whole question is, if they brought him back, would that just kind of end their offseason? Unless they want to be an apron team?
I would think so.
That'd be even crazier.
I mean, what's crazy is paying $16 to $20 million for a player that you don't want.
That's what I'm talking about. Like, not only are you doing that, but you're not even able to improve your team.
And how could this scenario that everybody is living through and watching help them and him? It's like it's been established because you've got, and maybe I don't understand how offer sheets work. There's no market. There is no market for him.
They're in a lose-lose situation right here unless some team comes in to save them, I feel.
And the Kings are low-key giving him a life raft. You get players in a pick for this dude.
Well, maybe
you don't have to pay him.
Maybe not everybody hates him. Maybe not everybody in the Golden State Warriors organization doesn't want him there.
Well, I think there's one that definitely still wants him there.
And that's the ultimate decision maker.
Yeah.
What Steve Kerr wants doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm.
I was convinced Steve Kerr wanted Draymond Green out of there for 1.5 years. Now, he may have and he may not have. I have no idea. That was just my thought.
Yeah.
I know he doesn't like Jonathan Kuminga, but he wanted Draymond Green out of there, and somebody brought him back. And it wasn't Steph Curry.
And the person we're talking about with Kuminga is Joe Lacob. Reportedly, everything that I've heard, through reports and just talking to people, is Joe Lacob loves Jonathan Kuminga. And that may be a big hold up on him getting traded or signing a contract to come back. And to be honest with you, it feels like Kuminga loves the Warriors, loves where he's at. He just don't like Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr and Kuminga's relationship seems to be the big holdup with any plans moving forward with the two.
It will be fascinating to watch this unfold. I don't know if it's going to unfold over the next few weeks, months. I don't know. I have no idea.
The other thing, I don't know if you saw this. I think this was in Anthony Slater's report.
Mm-hmm.
Forgive me if it's
that.
not.
It's all right, I'll go to it.
That Malik Monk might have been talked about, and the Warriors have no interest in Malik Monk.
I don't know if that was in Slater's report, but I did hear that, and I heard almost that exact phrase, that the Warriors have no interest in Malik Monk.
I just bring that up because that was the topic last week of how can you guys say he has no market? I don't get it. I don't understand it, but it's real.
It feels like you could insert team has no interest in Malik Monk. Like Detroit, with all due respect, signed Duncan Robinson. Is Duncan Robinson better than Malik?
No.
I don't think so. I know I'm a little Sacramento homer over here or whatever, but for real? I don't know.
And I'm just bringing that up because, like I said,
Has Ant-Man made the move yet? I can't find the article on The Athletic. Did Ant-Man make the move?
Man, it's almost like Miles Turner's contract extension. I swore I saw that talk during the finals. But yeah, I don't think I don't know.
But you're not sure if he did?
Well, you're saying you can't find
I can't find the article.
And I think he's still represented as athletic.
Let's
writer.
see, Anthony Slater. Yeah, he's still at The Athletic. Did you? But you said he was moving, right?
Yeah.
Oh, here. All right. I have a wonky Athletic subscription, so it's hard for me to just click on articles from Twitter. I have to go through Apple News to do it.
What?
Well, Apple News is free because I pay for Apple News every
Twitter.
year.
I'm thinking of just a Google search.
Yeah, no, like I have to find the article. It's almost not worth it. Like when you subscribe to Apple News, you get The Athletic for free.
Mm-hmm.
It's just you can't click on a Twitter link. You have to go to Apple News and get it, and it's almost not worth it.
Well, yeah,
especially right now while I'm trying to find this damn Anthony Slater article and can't because I have to pilgrimage through this stupid tab on Apple.
It's always embarrassing when we try to pull up a Sac B article and one of us runs out of our views for the month.
I need to figure out what that plan is because I got unlimited views and we need to reevaluate this contract. Sacramento B. It's a bit much here, but
there's a lot of contracts that need to be reevaluated over the course of the next few weeks.
That's facts. That's facts.
Who are you guys talking about?
Boy, it's going to be another one of those walk in and shut the door behind us meetings. Hey, man, let me holler at your player. Hit him with the Teddy Long. Let me holler at your player. I'm never going to find this Anthony Slater article. So whatever Anthony said, yep, 100%.
Yeah, so
Jonathan Kuminga's not going anywhere. Malik Monk isn't going anywhere. And Devin Carter is your point guard. Summer League starts. I did.
Yeah, I know. I didn't imagine it. Front Office Sports, top Warriors reporter leaving the Athletic for ESPN. But currently, he's still with the Athletic, I guess.
Yeah, is it going to tell us when he's leaving?
I don't know. I don't know. He's here.
Let's see. What was I? Oh, let me go to Sean Cunningham here real quick because I saw Devin Carter spoke yesterday following practice. There's Neek. I think that's today. Oh no. Let's see what Devin talking about. Let's see if Devin can say something that will.
Come on, Devin.
I hate the show, D-Lo and KC.
Come on, big dog.
This is Devin Carter.
Come on, Dev.
Sean Cunningham, KCRA.
Wow.
We're looking pretty good. This is our first practice, so just everybody kind of getting to know each other, figure out everybody's games. Obviously played with a few guys last year. Debris went to Providence, so just good seeing him again. Played against a few of the other guys in G League also, so we're looking pretty good though.
Not having this experience last year, just what are you looking to hopefully accomplish?
Honestly, just working on my game against live competition. Summertime you really just get in the gym. You don't really have a lot of opportunity to get quality like 5-on-5 runs too much. So just looking for the opportunity to play against other great people. So
how much of an opportunity is this to kind of just showcase like how you've grown in the past year, given kind of the way things went last season?
It's a big opportunity. I mean, like you said, I missed some of the last year, missed the first 30 games, missed a lot of practices. So, it was just a rough first year, I guess you could say, injury standpoint and just availability standpoint. But I'm definitely looking forward to it. So
it can be tough, Devin, like as a young guy, to hear your name in like trade talks and stuff. How are your name's been out there? How are you processing like all of that?
I mean, like I said, I've told you guys this before. My pop's played for 13 years. He's been traded a lot. I just talked to him just how he handles it, and I mean that's kind of gonna stay between us, just what me and my pops be talking about. But I mean I just come into work every day. Obviously thankful for the opportunity to be here. Show up with the ready to work mentality all the time, and it is what it is. I mean, it's a business.
You talked about missing a significant amount of time last year, obviously with the injury, recovering from surgery. How much would you say that you feel you have something to prove or a chip on your shoulder as you get this opportunity here at Sacramento?
Yeah, obviously being the main first round draft pick last year, just having this opportunity to go out here.
He's not saying anything wrong. I think he's cooking. I just don't want to listen to it anymore.
Fair.
I'm just like, I'm good now. Thanks, Devin.
He didn't.
No problem with anything he said, though.
He didn't get this experience and opportunity last year.
He didn't.
So
no, he didn't.
Let me ask you a question.
Just hate the idea of the backup point guard thing.
Would you feel different about Devin Carter if the roster construction was different? Like if there wasn't this log jam at the guard spot, say, and I'm not saying they should be gone, but just say Malik and Keon were gone. And they were like, yo, Devin's going to come off the bench as the backup.
Yeah, I'd feel different. Yeah, I'd still feel like my assessment, I guess, might not be the right word, on Devin Carter is unknown. But yeah, I'd probably I might feel different if Scott Perry drafted him and not Monty McNair. Not that Monty McNair, it's not like he drafted a bunch of scrubs. I was just done with him by the end of by last year.
Right.
Especially, and part of it is, part of it's our fault. We bought into some things that we heard.
Yeah.
We didn't expect the Sacramento Kings to make that selection. Even when they did, we didn't think it was for them until a few minutes passed. We got a text. It was like, yeah, that's the Kings pick. Like, wait, that's the Kings pick that they're
done
keeping. Yep.
They're done. So
all right, man.
The reason why I asked that question too is not trying to backtrack or so. I think it's just being real. It's not necessarily trade Devin. Like when we talk about this, not necessarily trade Devin, get him out of here. It's somebody's got to go.
Yeah.
And then you look at the somebodies that are involved. And like, well, trade Devin then. You know what I mean?
So here's the thing.
Hold that thought.
Okay. We'll come back. No, I saw it. Don't do that. I saw it.
Good catch, Casey.
I saw it.
Write it down. Write it down. Don't lose your thought.
I already lost it. CeeLo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
That Anthony Slater at Florida Atlantic basketball.
Oh, I saw that. Yeah.
I said, wait, what? Our man Ant-Man hooped? It was a black guy. It's a good call, Chris. It's a good call. He won't be here today, but it's a good call. I don't have an Astros hat, though.
I don't want to open any old wounds, but it's almost like they know what pitches are coming.
Astros uniform combo is pretty weak, too.
You said the Astros?
Yeah, hats in general, I feel like.
Oh,
it's orange.
It's fine. I like
the blue
uniform.
is plain.
I like the uniforms. The uniforms are dope. And they got a promotion for the Astros. I was watching their broadcast the other day. They got a Paul Wall jersey night. It's still tipping on the back of an Astros jersey.
So Nikki had some things to say about Hove.
According to the Twitter sphere, it's been a thing going on for a little bit now.
Oh, Nikki's long hated Jay-Z.
I think he hacked her Instagram last week.
Wait, what?
She was on a live, and I think she said that he hacked her Instagram because her viewers were down or something like that.
Okay, Nikki.
Scroll. I don't like really tap into the stuff. I could be.
I hate when people do stuff like this. She says, so let me get this straight. Y'all so-called black savior, Jay-Z, has a Hispanic CEO, blah, 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 blah. Bitch, whoever called that man the black savior? Don't go projecting like that. Just because there are some dumbasses that give up $100,000 or whatever to eat dinner with Jay-Z or whatever that stupid meme was. Y'all don't stop.
Side note, Nikki, a hell of a rapper, legendary woman rapper.
Legendary rapper, period.
Yeah, I'd say women because I think she's the greatest women's rapper of all time. Completely upgraded band from the NO on that remix. That song, actually dope.
Yeah, that song hits. Thank you, Drew Down.
Oh.
We're gonna be back in the theaters this week. I'm gonna go see Superman. You see, I think the AMC theaters are doing $5 Tuesday and Wednesdays, I think.
Yeah.
Or was it 50 cents that I saw?
50% off.
50% off, that's what it was.
Did you guys see? I don't even know if Jesse even understands what this means, but they're doing away with taking your shoes off through TSA.
Yeah, they're starting to phase that out.
Yeah, I saw that.
You've only known take your shoes off, right?
Yeah, I've only known just the rules after.
Which is funny because why the hell do I need TSA pre-check now? I gotta leave my shoes on.
So
I found out the computer, you know how sometimes you have to take your computer out or your iPad out and sometimes you don't? It all depends on the airport. Oh, wow. The lady was like, hey, you didn't take and I had TSA clear, all of that stuff. It was like, hey, you didn't take your iPad out. We got to run it through again. I was like, I'm sorry. I didn't realize I had to. She was like, well, our machines are old, so you have to do it here. The only place you don't is it was like at a different terminal because they have the newer machines. So and I'm like, so this ain't even about me. This is about your equipment.
Pretty much.
So now we just got more high-tech equipment where they can just see through those things, I guess, now?
I guess.
They should. It's 2025. But that reminds me, do you have a real ID? Am I going to need that?
Do you have a passport?
Yeah.
Take the passport. Yeah, take
Just
the
tell
passport.
him Casey in LA.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna need your real ID, sir.
Now you can.
I just thought about that like last night. Like, oh no.
Katie doesn't have hers either. She's been traveling with her passport. That's a dope trip you got coming up. You want?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm going to Charlotte, man.
That's dope.
I'm going to Charlotte for a family reunion. I saw something the other day that actually upset me. They said family reunions are down 43% since like 2000. And a lot of that is on.
So are Essence Festival tickets, but whatever.
That's a whole nother story.
Whatever.
But yeah, man, that's disappointing. I love family reunions. I met outside of my wife and stuff. I met my best friend. My cousins are my best friends. I met them at a family reunion. We were like 17 years old.
Well, just because family reunions are down doesn't mean you can't have yours.
No, but I don't want that to go away. I think a lot of that has to do with my generation too. Like the elders, the people who were older.
Don't say my generation like you're hella young, man. Don't do that.
No, I'm not. But no, I'm old. When I started going to family reunions at 12 years old, the people who orchestrated the family reunions were my age. Right?
Oh, I got you.
You know what I'm saying?
I got you.
And
Yeah,
they were doing it.
Yeah.
And we dropped the ball. Like they were supposed to hand it off to us.
Y'all ain't doing it.
And we're not doing it. So
y'all got FaceTime and
like that's
Facebook.
got a lot to do with it too. Yeah.
Sure.
So
you don't feel as disconnected from people as you used to.
Exactly. So we got to pick that up, man. But yeah, I'm going to Charlotte.
That's dope. You gonna be there like a week?
I'm gonna be there 4 or 5 days, something like that.
Okay. Are you gonna try to hit? Okay. You gonna try to hit any other parts of North Carolina? It's a beautiful state.
I don't think I am gonna have a car, but I don't know. I want to go to Raleigh and Chapel Hill. I ain't been there. When Jazz went a year or so ago, she went to Durham.
Yeah.
She
went my ass kicked over here, man. Be careful.
She went like a year or so ago, and she like FaceTimed when she went on the campus. She was like, "Oh, I'm on North Carolina. I'm on Duke's campus." And I was like, "Oh, that looks dope. I'd like to go. I don't know if I'll have time." But
well, if you do, I don't get many responses. But if I said, "Hey, my man's out there,"
How far away is Durham from Charlotte?
I think it's 2 hours. Yeah, I think it's 2 hours.
Yeah, pick size 11 and a half. I could pick some up.
Well, you probably have no problem. Me, on the other hand,
she's not gonna like this either. When the wife was on the UNC campus, you've probably been there. It was so dope. Everything is Carolina blue.
Mm-hmm.
Everything.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, that's kind of sick. Like you go to the baseball field. She was over by the baseball field. The seats, Carolina. Like oh yeah, it makes you feel like you're, somewhere special.
Mm-hmm.
On UNC's campus. Don't look like every other campus. So I thought that was cool. I like them both. I like UNC and I like Duke. Why? Come on.
That's fine. You're entitled to like who you like. So we were talking about Devin Carter a minute ago. We played that sound from him at practice last night as summer league practices got underway. And you asked if I would feel differently would I feel differently about Devin Carter if roster makeup was a little bit different?
And real quick, I said, I believe, and this is where I interrupted you, I believe it's more so that the roster is that there's a log jam at that guard position, and we're looking at it like somebody's got to go. And we say, okay, well, why not Devin? Because we don't want Malik to go. We don't want Keon to go.
Yeah.
Why not Devin? It's not, hey, get Devin off the team at all costs. It's like somebody's got to go. All right, well, why not him? And then I interrupted.
I didn't enter this offseason like, man, trade Devin, sorry. It wasn't that.
Right.
We thought DeMar was gone. We joked for weeks, maybe even months. So it's just a foregone conclusion. DeMar DeRozan is gone. No one has DeMar DeRozan here. What's your percent? 99% he's gone. Then all of a sudden we started to like talk more. I started to look at like numbers and I was like, hold up. Are we sure? And then we started hearing like, hey, maybe not. That's how we got to Devin. It was never trade Devin Carter. It was trade DeMar, I guess they're trading DeMar DeRozan. And then it became, I don't know if they are. So what do you do? And then that's where Devin came into play. And so, I mean, I have no clue what Devin is as a basketball player. But I know I have given Keegan Murray a lot of grace in his development or lack thereof. I owe Devin Carter the same grace. He didn't even get to have a rookie season, essentially. So I owe him that same level of grace. My frustration with him being on the team lies solely in the way that the backcourt is constructed. I don't know why it feels like the Kings want to move on from Malik Monk so bad. I have like some ideas as to why, but I genuinely don't know. And I don't know why no one else is interested.
I don't know.
I thought it would be a lot easier to trade Malik Monk should they have chosen to go that route this year when the number's already set and it felt like a pretty solid, respectable number. It wasn't it was nothing crazy. It was like, hey, that's a good number for Malik. That's a good number for the Kings. And, we've used phrases that's a good number for the league. That's a tradable contract. And no one at the time, of course, certainly last year, no one was thinking about trading Malik Monk. Right. Now, all of a sudden, everything feels impossible. They can't do anything. And again, it's not the Kings can't do anything. The league is just in a different place. The league is in the most unique place that it's been in for probably over a decade at this point. Well over a decade at this point.
Started the show time. It's a crazy time.
Different.
Yeah, it's a crazy time.
And I don't know what happens to Kuminga. I don't know what happens to Josh Giddey. I don't know what happens to some of these restricted free agents. I don't know what happens to some of these pieces that are allegedly on the trade market. Right. That
Grimes is another.
Quinn Grimes, another one. Yeah,
and he can't get a look.
Chris Paul wants to play one more season, bro. They ain't even got a team. Yeah. Russell Westbrook opted out of a deal, thinking he had no problem finding the squad. He can't get on anywhere.
Yeah, it's crazy. Man.
Vets and restricted free agents are having a tough time.
Wheezy 80 in the chat, he has, so at best, what is Devin? Talking about Devin Carter. I think at best, Devin Carter is Alex Caruso, which is pretty
damn good.
That is pretty damn good. That's the best case scenario for Devin Carter, I believe. You get Alex Caruso on your team, that'd be dope. You know what I mean?
It'd be terrific. Absolutely.
Yeah, that'd be really good. So,
absolutely.
I don't think he gets there. Like I don't see him as hitting that ceiling, but that's the kind of player you're talking about. A really good perimeter defender. Caruso's one of the best, if not the best, perimeter defender. So that's a high bar. But you're getting a really good perimeter defender, athletic, is able to do some things on the offensive end. I think that might be what you're getting.
In that scenario, yeah, you keep Devin Carter. Mm-hmm. Like if Scott Perry or anyone in the Sacramento Kings front office, BJ Armstrong, any of these different guys that they got in there, Doug Christie, if you feel like that's what Devin Carter is, you absolutely keep him. I just don't know how you maneuver. I don't know how you maneuver this landscape of the league. Maybe this could be another follow the leader thing too. The league could be waiting for someone. Like, no, let's see what happens with Kuminga first. Let's see what happens with Giddey. Let's see what these teams do, who have marginal cap space, who have the full MLE. What's the other one called? Is it the biannual? Let's see the direction some of these teams go when it comes to setting the market for a particular player. and no one's making the first move.
Everybody just chilling.
We got that trade. Was the 3-team trade yesterday with Norm Powell and John Collins and all those guys? Okay.
So
there were no extensions. There was nothing else in that. There was just players that were swapped.
Let me ask you this real quick. You think business picks up starting this weekend where everybody's in the same place?
Yeah, that's a good question. No. No, like, and I know,
Not
I know
to the
that's
point that we expect, but tying up these offseason loose ends. Kuminga.
Has that ever happened? Like people talk like, oh man, watch out. All of the GMs and executives are going to be. I know of one deal, and it's a big one, but I know of one deal that was constructed at Summer League. It wasn't announced, but it was agreed upon. And it'll be announced in a few days. And it was, and that was Kawhi to Toronto. I don't know of any other. Oh, all the boys got together and that's cool, crazy in Las Vegas and deals with. I don't remember that ever happening.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
I mean, it's cute to say that, but I don't know. Maybe these hoes need to get together and be like, "Hey, do you know how to navigate this thing?" Because
they have a powwow.
Hey, Draymond, come here. Talk to me about this CBA.
I'm not saying anything to you. I should have been the president of the Players Association. And quite frankly, if they knew what they were doing, then we wouldn't be in this situation.
You know what?
No.
And you're getting subbed out.
No.
The funny thing about he cooked on Threads. He wrote, quite frankly, which is like, come on, is this a gimmick? Like, what are we doing right now? This is a gimmick, right? He wrote, quite frankly. I laughed. Again, the man cooked, and he deserves his flowers.
Quite frankly.
Oh, Draymond.
He was right.
Draymond was right all along, man.
Right.
Hey, credit to the man.
Yeah,
Credit to the man. He was right all along.
Right.
He was right all along. Would you be disappointed if the Sacramento Kings don't land Jonathan Kuminga? No, I'll save that other question for tomorrow. I'm going to write it in right now. Would you be disappointed if the Sacramento Kings did not acquire Jonathan Kuminga?
It depends on how they didn't acquire him. If they didn't acquire him because the Warriors were just like, well, no, we just ain't trading him to you, then I wouldn't really feel it's any type of way. If they didn't acquire him because they didn't up the offer just a little bit to get the deal done, that would be disappointing. Like if Scott was stuck on, and this is all rumors, but if Scott was stuck on 2 second-rounders and Golden State was like, yo, give us a first and we can get the deal done. He says, it's not worth the first. I'm not doing that. And it didn't get done. I'd be disappointed with that.
Hypothetically, what if there was no offer at all?
Oh, there's nothing to be disappointed about that.
Like you didn't have your heart set on Jonathan Kuminga when this offseason started.
No.
Neither did I. And I've said on this show, but I didn't think it was even possible.
I didn't either.
I'd never entertained the thought because I just didn't think it was possible.
I also thought he was going to make a lot more money too, though.
Yeah, so did I.
So that's
Boy, were we wrong there.
Yeah, that's why I was like, nah, it ain't happening. But if it was just like random talks and it was never really a true offer and both teams just kind of walked away from the talks, I'm not disappointed with that because it's just like, okay.
It's game.
Yeah. But if they were in real negotiations and Scott Perry drew, a line in the sand and it was at 2 second-rounders, I'm like, come on, man. Like,
yeah, I'm with you.
I would have gave up a first-rounder to get that deal done.
Yeah, I'm with you. I don't think there's a situation where Kings fans should expect Jonathan Kuminga to be here. I don't think there's a situation where Kings fans should expect this situation to work itself out. I don't know how involved the Kings are now. I don't know how involved they were in these discussions, but I'm just fascinated to see how this particular situation ends. But I'm also curious, like, what does Chicago do with Josh Giddey. Josh Giddey's a player, like, again, it just doesn't feel like a Jonathan Kuminga or Josh Giddey thing. Feels like 3 years ago, these guys would have been offered multiple offer sheets, and that's where we would be. It'd be, Warriors matched, Chicago matched, and maybe you work signing trades from there. You know, in this, the Kuminga situation is so much more fascinating because of how we know Golden State, at least the guy in charge of playing time. We know how he feels about Jonathan Kuminga. All of these stories about what Kuminga has done and hasn't done and all of that stuff, it's not out there by accident. Right. Like we say this all the time, there is a reason stuff is out. Whether it's Kuminga's work ethic or it is details regarding a potential trade. There's a reason it's out there. Yep. It's up to us to figure that reason out. With Kuminga, it feels pretty transparent. I can't figure out why all of these draft details were out there unless someone thought this would put pressure on one of the organizations to get it done. It appears to have had the exact opposite effect on the Golden State Warriors, though.
Yeah, they didn't. They've gotten even more stubborn with it. And I feel if it hasn't happened at this point, I'm not gonna say there's no way, but my thought of it happening is kind of dissipated.
Part of me wants to believe Scott Perry called Mike Dunleavy and said, "Did you see this? Did you see this report? That's crazy, ain't it?
Did we offer this?"
Meanwhile, Mike's like, "Yeah, that is crazy. Hey, but while you're here, how do you feel about Jonathan Kuminga?"
Well, I mean, can we talk? Can we
want to talk? I mean, you're here. You get you with the Tevin Campbell. Can't we talk for a minute? Yeah. Boy. Yeah. I wouldn't be disappointed either. I never thought Jonathan Kuminga would be here. I don't know. I think I wouldn't be disappointed if this was the roster that started the season. I'd be a little dejected though. Like, for real, this is it, huh? All right. You know, you went and you got into the first round. Good for you. You seemed to have gotten a nice little steal in the second round. And you got your point guard. Okay. And that's the tough part about free agency, draft, and trade deadline stuff. We spend weeks upon weeks in each of those situations creating these fictional scenarios. It's like fantasy booking WrestleMania. You're going to be disappointed. Whether it's Vince McMahon or Triple H, they're never going to book the show the way you want them to. No matter how many scenarios you spit out regarding the Sacramento Kings, it's not going to go the way you want. Let's upgrade our 3, 4. We need a defensive wing. We need a stretch 3. We need a stretch 5. We need a guy who could do this. We need a point guard. We need a backup point guard. We need to move DeMar. We need to move Levine. We need to entertain training Domantas Sabonis. Oh, we need to re-sign Keon Ellis. We need to sign Keegan Murray. We need to do all of this. It was never going to go that way. How many of those things would happen? Well, that's okay. Let's find out. You probably had your heart set on a specific point guard. I don't know who it could be, but when you heard Dennis Schroder, you were furious. And it's like, all right, the Dennis Schroder thing, I think, was made worse. I like Dennis Schroder. I really like Lonzo Ball here. And I understand the risks with Lonzo Ball. I understand the Chicago West perception. I get that. But when he was traded the day before, or it wasn't the day, days before, to Cleveland, like, oh, crap. For real? Lonzo could have gotten half for that. That was a little tough. Yeah. That was a little tough. Again, I like Dennis Schroder. I really like Lonzo Ball and was hoping there was a scenario where that could work out. Again, I understand the risks for Lonzo Ball. And Dennis Schroder playing on a bunch of teams doesn't bother me a bit. That's nothing. That's nothing.
And we heard from him today, man. So
we did.
So I was happy
Look
to hear
good
from
too.
him. He did. Absolutely.
Boy
Welcome to
goes.
Sacramento. Dennis Schroder.
Boy, looks good. You got a bumper to dump it for the last 60 seconds?
Tyler Hero does not believe in history.
Okay, bump it. No.
You're not telling the whole truth there. He doesn't believe in history before 1950, I believe he said.
But isn't that from like a month ago?
There's a lot of old bumper to dumpers we hadn't got to.
All right, man. So you just
I update them every day.
Bumper to dump it. The Philadelphia Eagles beat the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
I got one. Well,
No.
no, we can say one for tomorrow.
Bump it or dump it. Mike Brown could be out if they lose to the Pistons.
Madison Square Garden.
Yeah.
It's iconic.
You're proud of yourself, aren't you?
Hey, he was spot on today.
It wasn't bad. Oh, they're calling you Kenny Crandall. Man.
Oh, no.
Man. That's tough.
Oh, man.
Kenny Crandall is brutal.
Oh, man. Show the legend some respect.
All the video streamers out there, we're on our way to 9,000 subscribers. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, even if you primarily listen to us on the Odyssey app or the iHeart app or the radio or whatever it may be, head over to youtube.com/ESPN1320 and hit the subscribe button, man. It'll go a long way for our guys who are working really hard on this YouTube channel. Again, we're on the road to 1,000 subscribers. Go to youtube.com/ESPN1320, subscribe to the channel, and make sure you're back here beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos, Gigantes. Let's go.
Oh, man. Where are we at with these subscribers? 8,780.
Let's get there, guys.
All right, man. Yeah, it's already 4, Wheezy. You know what, man? That's nearly 9,000 real people, believe it or not. Never once bought subscribers. And the funny thing is,
It'd be pretty wild if we had like 8,000 subscribers and only 70 viewers.
weird. It would be crazy. Absolutely crazy if that were the case. And yet, you
That's
look.
crazy. 80 of the 13,000 watching.
Dirty Mackin, man.
Shout out to all my robots out there.
We'll see y'all tomorrow.